Good morning. This morning I will be reading Psalms chapter 27, a very well-known passage of Scripture. And it says, "The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? The Lord is the strength of my life. Of whom shall I be afraid? When the wicked, even my enemies and my foes, came upon me to eat up my flesh, they stumbled and fell. Though an host shall encamp against me, my heart shall not fear. The war should rise against me, in this will I be confident. One thing have I desire of the Lord, that will I seek after, that I may dwell in the house of the Lord all the days of my life, to behold the beauty of the Lord, and to inquire in his temple. For in the time of trouble he shall hide me in his pavilion. In the secret of his tabernacle shall he hide me. He shall set me up upon a rock. And now shall my head be lifted up above my enemies round about me. Therefore will I offer in his tabernacle sacrifices of joy. I will sing, yea, I will sing praises unto the Lord. Hear, O Lord, when I cry with my voice, and have mercy upon me, and answer me." Can we bow our heads? Heavenly Father, we give you thanks and praise. We thank you for this another opportunity that you have granted the members of this house to be able to assemble, to discuss the matters, Heavenly Father, that will be brought before this house, the supplementary budget. We know that you are a God that is everywhere. You are a God that is here. You are a God that is elsewhere. And we do pray that as they sit and discuss this bill, that Heavenly Father, that you would grant unto them wisdom, and that they, Heavenly Father, will work together as they discuss and put in motion this bill. We pray for your divine presence to be present within this house today, that even as the Honorable Speaker presides of this house, we pray that you would grant unto her wisdom. Let peace reign. And Heavenly Father, we won't fail to give you praise and thanks in Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen.
Thank you, Chaplain. Good morning, members. You may be seated.
Confirmation of minutes. Minutes of proceedings of the 17th meeting of the 4th session of the 12th Anguilla House of Assembly.
Are there any amendments to the minutes, please? If there are no amendments, can someone move that the minutes be accepted as circulated?
Madam Speaker, I move that the minutes be accepted as circulated.
Madam Speaker, I raise the second.
It has been moved and seconded that the minutes of proceedings of the 17th meeting of the 4th session of the 12th Anguilla House of Assembly be accepted as circulated. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Minutes of proceedings of the 17th meeting of the 4th session of the 12th Anguilla House of Assembly accepted as circulated.
Oath of allegiance to new members. None. Announcements by the direction of the Speaker.
I have no announcements.
Questions? None. Government statements on recent developments? None. Papers? None. Reports from committees? None. Petitions? None. Government notices? None. Private members' notices? None. Motions? None. Personal explanations? None. Other business, government business? a bill for supplementary appropriation 2024 Act 2024, first reading.
The member for Island Harbor is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It feels a little different to be saying Madam Speaker today when we had Mr. Speaker at the last sitting, and he did an outstanding job. Welcome back, Madam Speaker. Good morning. Good morning to members of the House, members, the staff, the clerk, the chaplain. Morning to those in the gallery and those watching and listening on different platforms. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that a bill shortly entitled A Bill for Supplementary Appropriation 2024 Act 2024 be read a first time.
Madam Speaker, I raise a second.
It has been moved and seconded that a bill shortly entitled Supplementary Appropriation 2024 Act 2024 be read a first time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a first time.
An act to authorize supplementary expenditure from the Consolidated Fund of Anguilla in excess of sums appropriated for the services of the Government of Anguilla for the 2024 financial year.
Bill read a first time.
A bill for supplementary appropriation 2024 Act 2024, second reading.
Just before you are recognized, I know you're going to put forward the second reading, and in accordance with Rule 64, I wish to beg leave of the Assembly to propose time limits for this bill. I propose an hour for the mover and the leader of the opposition, and 30 minutes for all other members for contributions. All in favor? Aye. All against? The ayes have it. So members will have 30 minutes, the mover will have an hour, and the leader of the opposition will have an hour. Member for Island Harbor is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are presenting supplementary appropriation number 1 for 2024. Madam Speaker, contrary to what was tried to be implied yesterday on Class FM, I thought I would move at the end of my presentation, but thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that a bill for supplementary appropriation 2024 Act 2024 have its second reading. Don't like to be muzzled, Madam Speaker, but thank you very much. I guess you'll start the clock. Madam Speaker, as I was saying, contrary to what was tried to be implied yesterday on Class FM radio, first, second, and third readings are done, Madam Speaker, in this House, and it's not a precedent that's being set today. Multiple administrations have done that, Madam Speaker, just for the public record. Madam Speaker, I stand before you to present, to debate, and seek approval for the Supplementary Appropriation Bill number 1, 2024. This bill reflects on the unwavering commitment to ensuring the well-being of our people and development of our island, addressing urgent and essential expenditures that have arisen since the initial budget was passed. Madam Speaker, just for the record, in November of 2023, when the member for Road South and I was in London for the Joint Ministerial Council meetings, along with our recently retired Permanent Secretary in Finance, Mrs. Kathleen Rogers. In our bilateral meeting with Minister David Rutley, Minister for the Overseas Territory, we assured him that we would be presenting a supplementary budget very early in 2024 because of the pending transition of the Health Authority of Anguilla back into the Ministry of Health and the Water Corporation of Anguilla into the Ministry for Infrastructure. And so we are here today, Madam Speaker. The 2024 budget was passed in the House of Assembly, presented on the 27th of December, and assented to on the 29th of December 2023, and outlined the government's total expenditure of $383,372,746 EC. This supplementary budget will raise the total expenditure by $54,221,736, thereby increasing the total expenditure budget for 2024 to $437,594,482, Madam Speaker. While maintaining fiscal discipline and prudence remains a priority of this administration, it is essential to allocate additional funds to support critical areas, particularly the integration of the Health Authority of Anguilla and the Water Corporation of Anguilla into the government. These entities now operate as Department of Health Services and Department of Water Services, respectively. Madam Speaker, this integration lays the foundation for reliable, efficient, and accessible health and water services for all our people. By bringing these essential services into central government, we are setting the stage for enhanced coordination, improved service delivery, and a stronger focus on public welfare. And we recognize that more work is required, but this foundational move is a significant promise of better days ahead. Our aim is to provide our people with dependable water services and a robust healthcare system, ensuring that every Anguillian can benefit from these essential services. This supplementary budget caters to both recurrent needs and crucial capital investments. It addresses immediate requirements and lays the groundwork for sustainable development. I'll briefly outline the key components facilitated by this budget. In the recurrent budget for Her Excellency the Governor's Office, there's a supplemental increase of $1.68 million, of which $920,000 accommodates the payments of the UK-based armed officers in support of the Royal Anguilla Police Force. And we deeply appreciate the steadfast commitment and invaluable support provided by these armed officers, and wish to thank the United Kingdom government for funding this entity so far. Their presence has significantly bolstered our local police force, enhancing our capacity to maintain law and order. As we approach the festive period, it is imperative that we maintain this robust security presence, as thousands of visitors and Anguillians will come home and come here for Carnival 50. Madam Speaker, again, I'd like to thank the UK government for funding this program, but the extension of which will now be funded by the people of Anguilla and ensures continued public safety and security. And the Ministry of Finance and Health is a supplementary amount of $20.6 million added to the Ministry of Finance and Health, where $12.01 million is for the Department of Health Services. This amount ensures the department's full functioning, considering personal emoluments and expenses related to goods and services. Additionally, $6.98 million is added to to the Treasury Department, of which $2 million covers expenses for the Department of Health and Water Services, including pension, Social Security, contributions, and gratuities. Likewise, an increase of $2.28 million is allocated to cover the department's medical insurance and general insurance, and $0.53 million to cover the department's GST expenses. Madam Speaker, just to note that all of these services would have to be funded through subventions prior to the integration of these two entities. An increase of $1.16 million is also provided under the Treasury Department to address arrears to the Public Service Pension Fund, which accrued during the period of reduced public service salaries. Remembering, Madam Speaker, that we would have returned the reduced public salaries from the cuts done in 2009 and 2010, and the pensions that would have accrued over that time, or for those amounts, had to be paid and will be done with the passage of this supplementary. And with this payment, there will be no more arrears related to the past salary reduction. Madam Speaker, the funding also, Department of Health, is to include funding to recruit specialists in cardiology and orthopedics initially, just bolstering access to quality health care in Anguilla. In the Ministry of Social Development, a supplementary amount of $2 million has been allocated to medical treatment overseas. This amount will aid in meeting the unpredictable circumstances faced by members of the public who need urgent overseas medical assistance. Additionally, there's an increase of $484,584 for the Education Department, which will partly be allocated to enhancing security at our primary schools. It is unfortunate that this has become a necessity, Madam Speaker, but we have to have security at the primary schools as we have allocated funds for security at the secondary school. And this includes hiring security guards to ensure a safe and secure learning environment for our students, staff, and our teachers. Their safety is paramount, and while it is unfortunate that such measures are necessary, we must prioritize their protection. In the Ministry of Infrastructure, there's a supplementary amount of $8.52 million to accommodate the integration of the Water Corporation as the Department of Water Services. This supplementary amount ensures all expenses related to personal emoluments and goods and services are now provisioned, ensuring the full functioning of the department. In the Ministry of Sustainability, a supplementary increase of $830,000 is allocated to the Department of Information Technology, or DITES. This is to support the integration of the Health Authority with $520,000 for computer software licenses for the Department of Health Services and $290,000 for the annual maintenance support for the land portfolio system. The capital budget, Madam Speaker, the approved capital budget for 2024 is $104.43 million EC dollars. This supplementary makes additional provisioning for $19.6 million in capital expenditure for a total capital budget of $124.03 million. In the Ministry of Finance and Health, first and foremost, we are committing an additional $1.27 million to the health services sector. This critical investment includes the commissioning of the MRI unit, which will greatly enhance our diagnostic capabilities. Madam Speaker, this entails $100,000 for a waiting room for the MRI machine, a bathroom, and the UPS housing. And at the time of commissioning of the MRI unit, Madam Speaker, I would have said that we needed to get the UPS, which is basically was costing $70,000 US at the time. That has gone up to about $90,000 now, Madam Speaker. It is expensive to run these units and to protect them. Furthermore, $150,000 is allocated for new hospital beds, ensuring that our facilities can provide the utmost comfort and care to our patients. An additional $150,000 is earmarked for the commissioning of the morgue, addressing a crucial need, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we do know that there's significant cost to maintaining, having persons who pass to go to funeral homes to await autopsy. The plan is that the morgue, which was built during COVID, will be commissioned. The total allocation for capital investment for health services this year is $1.533 million, underscoring our commitment to delivering reliable and advanced health services to our citizens. The total increase in allocation for this ministry is $4.33 million, which includes $2.5 million of contingency provisioning within the Ministry of Finance. In the Ministry of Social Development, we are allocating an additional $6.51 million, and of this sum, $1.58 million is allocated for educational projects that, inter alia, provide for the enhancement of security infrastructure across our schools, incorporating intercom systems, perimeter fencing, security cameras, and advanced alert systems. These measures, while unfortunate, are necessary to ensure the safety and security of our students and staff. Also included in educational projects is $544,000 assigned to Project Inspire to continue transforming the learning environment through technology applications. Madam Speaker, Project Inspire entails providing computers for all primary school students and teachers, and this will be extended to WISE and the other secondary students, Madam Speaker. Additionally, of the total allocation, $4.45 million will be allocated to the Capital Development Fund to complete the Vivian Vanderpool Primary School project, providing our young learners with a state-of-the-art educational environment. And Madam Speaker, when we came into office back in 2020, we were made aware of plans to close the Vivian Vanderpool Primary School and transfer students to the new Morris Vanderpool Primary School, Madam Speaker. The current Minister of Education, Madam Speaker, stated that that could not happen. Certainly she knew that that would infuriate me. And like the Hulk would say, you wouldn't like me when I'm angry. And so we decided, Madam Speaker, that could not happen and made efforts to improve the school facilities. With the help of Annie Villas, now Annie Private Resort, who donated $200,000 for the building of an IT lab at the Vivian Vanderpool Primary School. Government of Anguilla committed to adding classrooms. And Madam Speaker, the first classroom block and IT lab is about to be completed. It was determined at this time that the state of the other buildings, which have been there since 1971, was not conducive to the learning environment. And so we have now committed another $3.5 million to completing a second classroom block, which will renovate, rehabilitate, and provide state-of-the-art modern school facilities in Island Harbor at the Vivian Vanderpool Primary School. I wish to thank the administration, education department, MICU, and the people of Anguilla, because it's tax dollars doing good work, Madam Speaker. The Ministry of Sustainability, the ministry will receive a supplementary allocation of $675,000 for the establishment of a fish processing facility. Currently, the plan is to locate this in Island Harbor, Madam Speaker, the fishing and boat racing capital of Anguilla. I didn't hear any objections, so. This project is pivotal for our local fishing industry, promoting sustainable practices and enhancing the economic viability of this vital sector. By investing in such infrastructure, we are ensuring that our natural resources are utilized responsibly, benefiting both our economy and our environment. And the Ministry of Infrastructure is set to receive significant additional support to enhance our public services and infrastructure with a total increase of $8.65 million. We are allocating an additional $3.03 million for the procurement of 6 new police vehicles to replace those decommissioned this year and 2 additional school buses. These investments are crucial for maintaining public safety and ensuring reliable transportation for our students. Moreover, we are allocating $1.7 million for the renovation of government buildings. Due to the age and stock of government buildings, this allocation is essential for preserving our public assets and ensuring that our facilities remain safe, functional, and efficient. This maintenance is not merely a matter of upkeep, but a strategic investment in the longevity and effectiveness of our infrastructure. It is through such proactive measures that we can avoid more costly repairs in the future and ensure that our government buildings continue to serve the public effectively. Additionally, we are setting aside a further buffer of $2.37 million related to the airport development. This buffer is a prudent measure to address any unforeseen expenses and ensure the smooth progression of this critical project. The airport is a gateway to our island, and its development is crucial for enhancing our connectivity and supporting economic growth. In the airport master plan, Madam Speaker, it was identified that the airport project is the singular development which has the greatest economic impact for Anguilla. But still we hear, Madam Speaker, what's the rush and why now? Madam Speaker, Anguilla deserves the airport. The people of Anguilla deserve the economic impact that this will have. And so today, Madam Speaker, I'd like to extend my deepest gratitude to the United Kingdom government and to Minister Rutley for his swift approval of the proposed increases in our supplementary budget. This timely support underscores their unwavering commitment to our shared goals and priorities. Their prompt response ensures that we can address pressing needs effectively and continue to drive forward the initiatives that are vital for our economic growth and social well-being, those of health, education, and security. Madam Speaker, these allocations are more than just numbers on a page. They represent our commitment to enhancing the lives of every Anguillian. They are strategic investments in our health, education, sustainability, and infrastructure, laying the groundwork for a prosperous and sustainable future. Madam Speaker, I commend this supplementary appropriation bill to the members of this honorable House for consideration. And so, Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill, shortly entitled A Bill for Supplementary Appropriation 2024 Act 2024, have its second reading.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second.
Thank you, honorable members. I now invite debate on the merits and principles of the bill for Supplementary Appropriation 2024 Act 2024. Excuse me. The floor is now open for contributions. The Single Island Wide Electoral District member, Mr. Joseph Vanterpool, is recognized.
scared or something.
He wasn't recognized.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Thank you for recognizing me and giving me the opportunity to speak, Madam Speaker. Good morning to my fellow colleagues in the galleries on both sides of the aisle, members of the public present in the gallery, the House of Assembly staff, and all persons who may be following us via radio or Facebook. So, Madam Speaker, admittedly, I didn't anticipate that I would be rising so soon to speak, especially given, and you know I have to give my usual rant, Madam Speaker, because it's seemingly becoming more of the norm and the usual as opposed to the exception. But it would have only been a few days ago this week when we would have gotten notice of this House of Assembly sitting today, Madam Speaker. One where admittedly I have more questions than I would like to, questions that I know I have the ability to submit formal questions to members. But Madam Speaker, the requisite information, the substantive information which we would have needed as members of the opposition in order to inform ourselves and to formulate the questions, we only received a mere few hours before the deadline to submit questions, Madam Speaker. So adequate time was not given to us as elected representatives to be able to peruse the data, to be able to submit the formal questions, and to be able to hold the public consultation we needed to make sure that the questions of our constituents are factored in. So, Madam Speaker, with that being said, through you, today I hope to pose within my debate a few of the questions that I do have to the honorable members, and I would hope that they would be gracious enough to not only enlighten myself, but the members of the public who may have similar concerns. So, Madam Speaker, I want to begin by stating and making it abundantly clear that the contents of this bill before us and the projects that funding is being proposed for is nothing that the members of the opposition materially have any opposition against. In fact, I do agree with the Premier. There's a lot of meritorious spending that is reflected in here that is worth merit and worthy of support. However, Madam Speaker, there still are a few questions that could be arise to the service, or concerns over the process, but I'll get to that, Madam Speaker. Let me begin by saying, Madam Speaker, that this bill proposes an extra spending of $54 million in addition to that was previously approved in the last budget exercise. That brings the recurrent expenditure and capital value for 2024 to an estimated $437.59 million, Madam Speaker. For comparison purposes, Madam Speaker, the total recurrent revenue and expenditure and capital figure in 2022 was $226.58 million. That means that here we are 2 years down the road, and our budget is now reflecting a $211 million increase in expenditure and capital. That's a 93% increase over the 2 years, Madam Speaker. Now, Madam Speaker, I am not saying this to necessarily insinuate that this is a bad thing. In fact, seeing these figures, one of the things that I wish that we were equipped with as members of the opposition would have been the revenue figures to reflect the actuals to date, as well as the projections for the rest of the year, Madam Speaker. I know that the Premier in his spending has always spoken about the need to be prudent in your fiscal spending, and he has been very cautious when it comes to releasing the reserves. So what that tells me, Madam Speaker, is that if we can afford to spend $200 million more to date, to double the budget, but well, almost double it, 93% increase, is that line items such as GST and .ai must be performing way above expectations, Madam Speaker. Again, this is not a bad thing. In fact, I would have remembered it was either in the last budget debate that we had or the one previous to that. I spoke about the importance of the role .ai could play and how we were expecting $50 million for something that, if done right and executed properly, could probably easily bring in upwards of $500 million. That's no secret, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the response that I would have gotten in that debate from persons across the aisle would have been like, well, how are you going to do that? What's the plan? It's a pie-in-the-sky dream. Madam Speaker, to this date, that AI has continuously continued to break records.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, I would like the member to refer specifically to statements made by the members of the government saying that it is pie in the sky.
Well, Madam Speaker, for that, I would have to go back to the recordings, and I could provide that either at a later date or perhaps during the campaign. But what was said, Madam Speaker. And fundamentally, maybe the words pie in the sky weren't to use specifically, but I can assure you, Madam Speaker, the sentiment of what was expressed.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, the member is misleading because the member is making an assertion about statements that the government made that is inaccurate. It is not just untrue, it is also inaccurate.
It's a lie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sure the records will speak for themselves. But, Madam Speaker, what I would like to say is, while I acknowledge the importance and the necessity for the spending, not only within education, but the education infrastructure, the increased spending for Project Inspire, and even the scholarships that the Honorable Minister of Education has secured, well, the short courses that she has secured within the fields of AI tech. I welcome all of these, Madam Speaker. But one of the things that I would have really liked to see in this supplementary appropriation in budgets going forward is us reinvesting some of that money, Madam Speaker, that we are getting from AI back into developing real AI leaders, persons with the skills who can not only see AI come in as revenue and paint it as a windfall, Madam Speaker, because believe me, it does not need to be a windfall, Madam Speaker, but persons who are able to help guide us into utilizing that revenue so that we can develop not only artificial intelligence, but technology as a sector to being another economic pillar in Anguilla, Madam Speaker. Diversification through this means is something that can very much well be a reality, but we need to ride the wave before it goes away, Madam Speaker, and while the resources are flush before the well runs dry. So, Madam Speaker, I would have mentioned that while there's nothing in here that at the surface causes any material opposition in terms of the substance of what the money is being spent for, there have been some concerns, Madam Speaker. And I would like to start off by saying that when we as the loyal opposition would have come out and spoken on certain projects, we were labeled as being, oh, they're against Carnival, oh, they're against the Lanson Bowl redevelopment. Madam Speaker, nothing could be further from the truth. The honorable ministers could tell you that I was actually there when the Lanson Bowl was being demolished. I wasn't in opposition to it, Madam Speaker. None of my colleagues are in opposition to it. But when we talk about spending that, while they say procurement, because it's privately funded, it did not need to go to the procurement process. It goes through the capital developer. We are now seeing reflected in this supplementary appropriation budget a line item for $1 with relation to the Lanson Bowl Cultural Center. And it does state here that this is pretty much a contingency just in the event additional funding may be needed. So with that being said, Madam Speaker, I assume that the reason why my honorable colleague, when he appeared on radio earlier this week, would have stated that there are no funding issues is because based on current projections, I would assume that there are not. However, everything exists with probabilities, Madam Speaker. It may be a very low probability that government decides that they need extra funding because their funding is on track. Thus, they put this in and can say that expenditure is still on track. However, Madam Speaker, if that probability was zero and that there was no concern whatsoever that additional funding may be needed, public funding at that, Madam Speaker, then this line item would not have been included. So with that being said, Madam Speaker, the project did not go through procurement because it was being fully funded privately. And now we have a contingency for the potential that public funds may be needed in order to finish the project. And Madam Speaker, don't get me wrong, if the project gets to 80%, 90% of the way and government needed to inject some capital in order to see it over the finish line, I am not saying that government should not do that. That'd be a waste of an investment and could potentially lead to a white elephant. So it's not that government should not invest in this, Madam Speaker. But the issue is when we have not followed procurement up until now, And we are saying that the government needs to add 500,000, 1 million, 2 million in order to finish the project. How do we as representatives assure to the general public that their tax dollars are being spent prudently? That
Madam
this
Speaker,
cost...
on a point of order, the member is misleading by stating that we have not followed procurement. It was clearly stated that because it is being done with private donor funds, that it goes through the private donors' procurement processes. Thank you.
Yes, you're absolutely correct.
Madam Speaker, I'm sorry if I was misunderstood, but I did not want to make anyone believe that the procurement process was not followed.
That's what you said, member.
According to the Procurement Act, for clarification, they did not need to go through government procurement and could use the procurement process of the private funder, seeing that the project was being privately funded. Well, I'm sorry if that's not what I said. That's what I meant. I meant to cast no aspersions, Madam Speaker. But however, Madam Speaker, if it does get to the point where public funds now need to be injected into the project in order to complete it, again, I'm not against that. My concern, Madam Speaker, and I'm not casting any aspersions to say anything untoward happened, is that we could be setting a dangerous precedent by which the procurement process could be circumvented, and then when I say circumvent, it's not that you go around it. We do not use government procurement for a project that may ultimately end up utilizing government funds, which means that there's not the same level of transparency or accountability to the tax-paying persons in Anguilla. I hope that that is a bit more clear where I say it there, Madam Speaker. Again, I do not intend to mislead or cast any aspersions. So, Madam Speaker, and this is a question that I was hoping that I would have seen my colleague, the Attorney General, before coming here to ask a question this morning, is if all public spending that goes into public projects from the government's purse needs to go through procurement, and this has already gone through the procurement process of a private funder, what does that mean for the $2 million addition that would maybe needed 500? I'm just throwing out figures, Madam Speaker. But if public funds is then needed, does it just go into the same process? Or is there a change to the regulatory oversight now that public funds have been introduced? That's another question that I would like to ask. So, Madam Speaker, going on, another question that I had and that I would like some clarification on through you, if the ministers would be so kind, is to the line item that speaks to professional and contractual services. I see that professional and consultancy services. I believe it was originally estimated at $8 million last year, then expected for this year would have been $11 million. And this supplementary will now take it to a total of $20 million, Madam Speaker. So $20 million for professional and consultancy services. And I just wanted a bit of a breakdown or more insight into what is this relating to. I would have noted that I believe 1.9 or so, or just around $2 million would have been for the police consultants, and that's fully understandable. But as it relates to the rest of those services, I would like a breakdown on that, if the ministers would be so kind, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, before I relinquish to let my other colleagues talk, I did have one question as it relates to the Ministry of Finance and Health. Under the Department of Health Services, there's a line item that reads restricted expenditure for a total of $2.5 million. And it said that this is for contingency provisioning for insufficient funding for capital expenditure. Now, I do note that there's capital expenditure with relation to this section or this specific department, which speaks to the commissioning and building of facilities needed for the proper functioning of the MRI unit. But one of the things that was not immediately clear to me, Madam Speaker, is this restricted expenditure only available to be released with respect to that health project, Madam Speaker? Or is it able to be released wherever there is a need for capital expenditure throughout, Madam Speaker? Because, again, it's all well and good to put a contingency in here for $1 and say that we may need it, Madam Speaker. But it does raise the brow as to how transparent that process is. If we know that it's going to be needed, it would be better to reflect the potential of what is needed or to just come out and say it. Because The alternative would be, oh, we find out that we need public spending because a line item is here, according to the Financial Administration Audit Act, you're then able to transfer money over to that line item with the minister being able to assume acceptance of the House of Assembly, Madam Speaker. Whereas, if the project is not in jeopardy or there's a low probability, this line item may not need to be included. So that if we were to come to that point, it would then come to the House of Assembly and trigger this same process, Madam Speaker, so that we would be able to determine and discuss the exact amount in a public domain and discuss the merits of such, Madam Speaker. With that being said, I thank you for the opportunity to present my thoughts on this bill, and I relinquish my other colleagues. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Now the Honorable Single Island White Electoral District Member, Mr. Kyle Hodge, is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I apologize if I may. I would humbly request that I make my presentation next.
Oh, I didn't see your hand, I
Subject to-
thought.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning to the members of this honorable House, to persons in the gallery, and those listening and viewing. Madam Speaker, I rise in relation to the supplementary budget number 1 of 2024, which is currently before this honorable House. And Madam Speaker, I will start by saying that having sat as a Minister of Government between 2015 and 2020, the idea of supplementary budgets are not new. And certainly today, coming to the House on this supplementary budget, it would be expected that in relation to certain matters, certainly as set out in this supplementary budget, that there would be a need to come to the House subsequent to the passage of the 2024 budget in December of 2023. And I can recall, Madam Speaker, in fact, that in 2020, in the wake of COVID, we would have had to return to this honorable House, differently constituted, at least on 2 occasions, perhaps even 3 occasions, to be able to make accommodations to address issues that would have arisen in relation to COVID. And so it is important that when matters arise, that governments are responsive to the issues of the day and are accordingly able to come to the House on supplementary budgets. Madam Speaker, you have heard my colleague, Mr. Honorable Jose Vanterpool, would have made reference to the fact that we would have received notice of this House of Assembly and the first, second, and third readings of this supplementary budget today. And I heard the Honorable Premier make a statement along the lines of stating that first, second, and third readings are not unusual. But, Madam Speaker, the people of Anguilla can specifically recall that one of the first statements made when this government took office was that they would not bring bills to the House for first, second, and third reading. And we can go back, Madam Speaker, and if necessary, if there is an objection, I will provide that evidence so that it's clear to one and all that those were the utterances that were made. And Madam Speaker, before I continue, let me say that inasmuch as I have an hour to respond, I am hereby requesting up front that the time taken when objections are made to my presentation, that be factored in to my contribution. Because as we stand now, there is only one other member of this House, and that is a member of opposition who would have spoken. And so all of the members of government will have the opportunity to respond and certainly to address statements that I make in this presentation. So if I am objected to, I am requesting that that time be attributed to not be attributed to my presentation. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the supplementary budget of 2024, supplementary budget number 1, would have outlined, and as the Premier would have indicated, there are some matters that are pressing. And certainly in relation to the expenditure involving the Royal Anguilla Police Force, the medical treatment for overseas, the pension service public fund, a number of other matters, and I'll go through them, Madam Speaker. But these are all matters that are necessary for this time. The first area that I wish to look at is the fact that the Honorable Premier would have made mention that this budget, supplementary budget, increases the expenditure ceiling by $50 million. And so the general public would be wondering, well, why $50 million? That's a significant amount of money to move from a capital expenditure, an expenditure, revenue, and capital of $240 million in 2020 to $437 million in 2024. And that is a significant jump, Madam Speaker. And so when we go through the documents and the supplementary budget that has been provided, we see that there have actually been some additions to the public service, meaning new positions have been created. And I would welcome the members of government when they rise to explain those positions, and some of them are very clear in its face. But there are a total of 12 new positions that are added to this budget. And those positions would be in public admin, 2 additional posts, HR assistant and HR officer, internal audit, the post of deputy director, Ministry of Health, the principal assistant secretary, Department of Health Services, locum, the Ministry of Social Development. There are a number of new positions: social worker, project officer, education planning, systems administrator, program officer, principal assistant secretary, Department of Probation, community services, diversion officer, and Ministry of Infrastructure, principal assistant secretary. So we see in this budget, Madam Speaker, that there are 3 principal assistant secretary positions that have been created in the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Social Development, and the Ministry of Infrastructure. And of course, these would be positions that would carry a salary on the trending on the higher scale in terms of the public service scale, salary scale. And the question that I have generally in relation to the addition of these positions is that on the last occasion when we were before the House of Assembly, where the Health Authority of Anguilla was being brought back under government by the passage of the Health Services Act, I raised the issue of public service reform, public sector reform, and the single island-wide member, Honorable Ken Hodge, would have gotten up and explained the difficulties in progressing the public sector reform, and that it fell under the portfolio of the governor and the deputy governor. And the reason why I raised it on that occasion, Madam Speaker, was because in the face of public sector reform, and this is a position the Honorable Single Island-wide member, Honorable Ken Hodge, sat and before he was elected, and would have been the person who was primarily responsible with leading that charge. And of course, on the last occasion, Honorable Hodge, the Single Island-wide member, would have indicated the difficulties in that. But Madam Speaker, in the face of the questions as to revisiting, the need to revisit public sector, the positions in public sector, whether or not persons are being utilized the way in which they need to be utilized, the addition of these positions in this supplementary budget would naturally raise questions. The other issue, Madam Speaker, is that we are aware that there is currently, or supposed to be currently, a review of civil servant salaries, public sector salaries. And We're not sure, and perhaps on the response a member of government can indicate, because I'm sure that there are a number of public servants who are curious. In fact, the question was raised just the other day to me as to what is the status of the review of salaries. And Madam Speaker, there's no doubt, and I've said it in this Honorable House before, that salaries generally, private sector salaries and public sector salaries, are still insufficient for what is deemed to be the living wage, or what could be a living wage. The reality is that there are many people in our country right now that are living hand to mouth. They're living month to month on the salary that comes in. They're barely able to make ends meet. Many persons in the public sector have taken private sector jobs. So they come to work at the government offices in the morning, and then they go to the private sector jobs in the evening. And that is not because they want necessarily to do it, that they just want to have extra cash in hand so that they can spend freely. But in a number of cases, these employees are parents. They have obligations. And so the salaries that they have, with the cost of living that has undoubtedly been created or has come into existence since 2020, there is no doubt that additional income is required. That people need money. They need money to spend. They need money to live. They need money to take care of their children. That's the reality, Madam Speaker. And so there is a question in terms of what is this government's plan. We now see there are 12 positions being created. There is also a position for, and that includes the position of the health services locum at a salary of US $10,372.18 per month, and that's the amount that has been stated in the budget, EC $334,590. And there's also international travel and subsistence for the Department of Health Services of an additional $25,000, and that's in the Ministry of Health in the budget. And so, Madam Speaker, the question for this administration is, in bringing on these new positions, and if they're temporary, then it would certainly be helpful for the members of government to say that these positions are only temporary. The Principal Assistant Secretary positions, the Health Services locum position. And so there are questions that need to be answered in terms of the government's ultimate plan in relation to the public sector. Now, of course, bearing in mind, as we've been reminded, that public sector reform falls under the purview of the governor and deputy governor, but this budget coming to the House today with personal emoluments being increased in a number of departments says that certainly it is this administration that is providing for the positions and the commensurate salaries. And so, Madam Speaker, in relation to the other matters involving the Ministry of Health, and I see in the Executive Council minutes, and the member for Island Harbor would have outlined that there are some matters that were required to be dealt with in the Ministry of Health. The MRI unit to finalize a commissioning and comprehensive operation, $100,000, and that's the construction of the waiting room, bathroom, and UPS housing. And it's interesting, Madam Speaker, that the member for Island Harbor would have spoken about the fact that initially when he spoke first about MRI, the MRI machine, and the UPS, that the cost was $70,000, and today it is $90,000. And what that underscores, Madam Speaker, is that the cost of products outside of Anguilla have increased. And so when costs outside of Anguilla increase, it is near impossible for when those items come to Anguilla that are resold, that there's not an increase in cost as well. Because you cannot expect the retailer, the person selling those goods, not to be able to pass on those increasing costs. And so that increase simply underscores the fact that we are still dealing with the cost of living increase. We're still dealing with increased costs here in this country, and our people are still being affected by that. There is also $150,000 for 16 beds and an operating bed, a morgue. And Madam Speaker, I would go as far as to say that I think that across the board we all would expect that a morgue and hospital beds are necessary. There is also an additional $2.5 million applied to the Ministry of Finance to serve as contingency provisioning for shortfalls or unanticipated capital expenditure needs. And so I'm reading directly from the Executive Council minute of the 27th of May 2024, which was uploaded to the government website on Tuesday. And so prior to Tuesday, the members of opposition would not have had sight of this ESCO minute or even of the details involved or entailed in the supplementary budget. That was on Monday afternoon that we have received notice of this hearing today. And so, Madam Speaker, there's $2.5 million that is a contingency provision for shortfalls. And it would be interesting to know from the Honorable Premier, because these are shortfalls that are anticipated in the Ministry of Finance, or it says apply to the Ministry of Finance. So whether or not it's for the Ministry of Finance, $2.5 million to anticipate shortfalls, we don't know in relation to what as yet. And so we're hoping that that explanation is given to the people of Anguilla during this forum as to what this government anticipates will be, that $2.5 million will be used for. The Ministry of Infrastructure, Madam Speaker, and before I go on to Ministry of Infrastructure, let me just say this in relation to health, and we are aware and we appreciate that the Department of Health Services, now being brought under government, that there has to be an increase to be able to address all of the outstanding matters in relation to them. Prior, the Health Authority had received a subvention, and so because of that, the details and the information that's now presented here before this Honorable House would have been dealt with by way of subvention. So now we see where there is the requirement for pension, social security contributions, and gratuities, and $2.28 million provided to cover medical insurance and other insurance costs for not just the Department of Health Services, but the Department of Water Services as well, and $0.53 million to cover GST expenses for the Department of Health Services. And so there is an increase, Madam Speaker, and I go back to the locum, and I would ask that the Honorable Premier in his response just give the general public a brief explanation as to the idea of this locum, the fact that it's stated as a professional and consultancy services, whether or not this locum position is a permanent position, or is it a temporary position? And if it is a temporary position, and the person has been brought in from outside of Anguilla, is there an opportunity for a local Anguillian to take up that role of locum? How long is that position being offered for? And whether there is training so that there is continuity locally for our people here in Anguilla, and an opportunity for them to be able to get into that position. And so, Madam Speaker, I go on to the Ministry of Social Development. And as I would have indicated earlier, the Ministry of Social Development has a lot of needs. And so I see that generally there's been an increase in terms of the compensation in that department. And there's the addition of persons in that department as well. And those positions, in my view, are positions that are intended to increase the efficiency and services that are provided. And that is in the $484,584 for education department. And that is included for security guards at the primary schools, the refashioning of duties of crossing guards, the rental of school buses, and I would have heard the Minister of Social Development, the member for Valley South, explain on the government press conference last week the need for these additional monies and the issues that are currently being experienced in relation to the school buses. And so, of course, it is my view that these are positions that need to be dealt with. It is important, in fact critical, that we secure our children by way of the additional funding for security officers at our primary schools, certainly at our secondary school as well, and in the areas of the Department of Probation. So the social worker, project officer, systems administrator, program officer, generally, those positions are welcomed, and the increases are generally welcomed. Madam Speaker, the medical treatment has been increased in this supplementary budget to $2 million. And the approved estimate in December of 2024 was $1.3 million. And so my question is, and so the total revised estimate is $3.3 million. And my question is, in relation to the overseas medical treatment, is this $2 million intended to cover outstanding payments? Because I've heard the member for Island Harbor speak about the fact that the budget was busted. And so I'm curious as to whether this $2 million is intended to address outstanding expenses, or is it intended to deal with persons we have persons from time to time that require medical treatment overseas. And so I hope that the member for Island Harbor can provide some clarity as to whether it covers expenses going into the future, whether it covers existing expenses, or whether it's a combination of both. And I'm sure the people of Anguilla would be happy to hear that provision is being made to cater for the unfortunate eventuality or possibility of one of their family members or they themselves having to be flown out on an urgent basis, and there be funding to be able to cater to that. Madam Speaker, going over to the Ministry of Infrastructure, and there's a supplementary amount of $8.52 million, and that $8.52 million is primarily geared towards the water services coming back under government. And as I would have mentioned in relation to the Department of Health Services, where water, again, would have been a separate body. And so this budget would now contemplate an increase to be able to address what was previously under the Water Corporation. There is personal emoluments of $75,630, and this is one of the principal assistant secretary positions that I would have made mention of. And again, it would be very good if the members of this administration, the three PSs that have now, where positions have now, PAS, positions have now been created in Ministry of Health, Ministry of Social Development, and Ministry of Infrastructure. If an explanation can be given to the people of Anguilla as to the need for these PAS positions to be created and implemented and form part of the budget now. There is also international travel and subsistence of $20,000, and that is identified for international travel for the Department of Water Services. Again, we see this, we're not sure what this is in relation to, international travel of $20,000, and it would be good if some clarity is provided in relation to this. Madam Speaker, I want to go over to the capital budget. And when I made mention of the health services development and the 1.27 million in relation to that department, it would have included the MRI, the hospital beds, the morgue, etc. When we look at sports development, $700,000, and this amount was actually, there's no allocation for it in this supplementary budget, but it was in the 2024 budget, which was passed in December of 2024. It was in the capital development plan as well. And what it says is counterpart funding to support the completion of sports development projects. And one of the counterpart funding projects that is listed is the Blowing Point basketball court development, parking, and drainage. Now, Madam Speaker, as far as I understand the term counterpart, or what I understand to be the intent behind the funding of the parking and drainage aspect of the Blowing Point basketball court development, is that we have all heard the member for Road South explain and speak and at times give updates in relation to the Blowing Point basketball court development. And during his presentations, he will have been very explicit in explaining to the people of Anguilla that this facility was being funded by a private donor. And so it is curious that this aspect, parking and drainage, for the facility is included or was included in the 2024 budget which was passed. And so the question is in fact the Blowing Point basketball court development fully funded by a private donor or not? And so when one speaks about fully funded, the expectation is that everything related to that facility is funded by a private donor. Certainly, that was the impression that would have been received by the general public. And if it is that there is an aspect of a development that this administration says was privately funded, and another aspect of it is supposed to be funded by government, then the question arises as to the openness, the transparency, and the accountability for the spend of that project. So anytime government funds have to be allocated to any portion of a project that is supposedly privately funded, then the question has to arise as to the accountability of the funds that have been utilized to build a portion of the project. And so it is interesting to note that this $700,000 was stated in the 2024 budget in December and appears again. But let me specify that there has been no allocation made to it in this supplementary budget. However, the fact that it is set out in the capital development and the amount of the $700,000 is identified, then the question arises, and it would be helpful if the member for Road South, the Minister of Infrastructure, would explain why this aspect of the basketball court, the Blowing Point basketball court development, has found its way into the 2024 budget. When we look at the Capital Development Fund, there is an additional $3.5 million for a second classroom block at the Vivian Vanterpool Primary School. And Madam Speaker, I would have heard the member for Island Harbor in his opening and the leader of government business, Minister of Finance, make a statement that was totally inaccurate and a misrepresentation of the situation in relation to Vivian Vanterpool Primary School. And I would challenge the member for Island Harbor to bring to this honorable House Executive Council minutes, decisions made that the previous Anguilla United Front administration had taken steps to close the Vivian Vanterpool Primary School. Because I think that such a statement is so dangerous to make when there is no foundation for it. And I can speak because I sat as Minister of Education from 2017 to 2020. And when the Vivian Vanterpool Primary School was damaged, the funding from the Anguilla program included allocations to ensure that not only the damaged roofs and the damaged aspects of the Vivian Vanterpool Primary School were redeveloped, were reconstructed, but also funding was allocated to build additional classrooms, and those classrooms were built. There was also funding identified to repair and rebuild the gazebo. That was done, as well as the cistern, and there was a standing cistern that was leaking. The concerns were raised, and that was addressed as well. And so I do recall that there has been talk about the relocation of Vivian Vanterpool Primary School, not to close it and to merge it with Morris Vanterpool Primary School, because there was never a decision, a discussion with anyone at that time for that to take place. But the idea was, because the Vivian Vanterpool Primary School was built so close, and we've heard of the fact that there are now redevelopment of buildings to accommodate the fact that some of those structures have now, the water has come in, has taken over, especially when there are difficult sea conditions. So the idea, and that was not the previous administration, it was a discussion that took place from the time that the Honorable Kenneth Harrigan sat as Minister of Infrastructure and as member of Island Harbor. And I think that the people in Island Harbor would specifically remember that there were lands that were identified for the reconstruction of Vivian Vanterpool Primary School in a place that was more secure for the children. And in fact, this member from Island Harbor, the Minister of Finance, would have spoken at the groundbreaking ceremony when private donor funding from Ani Villas was used to build an ICT and classroom block. And what he said during that groundbreaking ceremony was that his vision was to build a new school close by. And so it raises the question of $3.5 million at this point needed for a second classroom block. The Morris Vanterpool Primary School spend to rebuild the school in its entirety was $4.1 million EC. And the member for Island Harbor has stated that in this budget, there is a $3.5 million needed for a second classroom block. So not the rebuild of an entire school in a different location, but $3.5 million to build a classroom block, not a new school, a block. And so the question that arises is whether or not, and in the face of the Premier's statements himself at the groundbreaking ceremony, that his intent was to build a new school, whether this $3.5 million is better spent in adding this second classroom block or building a new school. And I don't know. I am asking the questions because the statements from the member from Island Harbor in the past and his representation of $3.5 million spent for a second classroom block today lends itself to these questions. And $3.5 million is a significant amount considering the fact that an entire school, Morris Vanpool Primary School, was built for $4 million. So I look forward to the member for Island Harbor responding in his response because, of course, this was made during his presentation. And so, Madam Speaker, in relation to there is an entry, and I think that we all know by now, and those who are listening and viewing are probably curious about the fact that there is now a new entry for the Lansing Bowl Cultural Center project. And it's stated in the capital, is a new entry, and it says, provision to facilitate expenditure related to the Lansing Bowl Cultural Center project if required. Any funds to be subsequently allotted. And the amount, $1. So I think that the average thinking person, Madam Speaker, would understand that the allocation of $1 is not necessarily that $1 will be given by the government to put into Lansing Bowl Cultural Center. But it's more along the lines of creating the line item so that funds, as indicated, can be subsequently allotted to the cultural center. Now, at this point, Madam Speaker, let me say this, and the Honorable Single Island-wide member, Honorable Joseph Vanpool, will have said it, and I'll repeat it because it seems to be the position of this government to make statements to suggest that the members of opposition are not in favor of the redevelopment of the Lansing Bowl Cultural Center. And that is not true. And the reason why I can say it is not true, Madam Speaker, is because every one of us have a love for our culture, have a love for the fact that the Lansing Bowl Cultural Center is being redeveloped in the face of Anguilla 50th. But also, Madam Speaker, in relation to my personal affiliation, I am part of a family who has been involved with Carnival for over 40 years. 40 years. From the August Sunday, August Monday, August Thursday, contributing to troops, contributing to bands, contributing to every sector of Carnival, contributing to certain troops that members of this government would be familiar with. And this year, for Carnival 50, this company, this group of people, are a platinum sponsor. Let me rephrase it because I may have missed the spelling of it. Platinum sponsor. And so it is difficult in the face of the fact that for 40 years, this entity of which I am a part of, part of the family of which has been involved in Carnival, respects the fact that there is a culture in Anguilla, respects the fact that as a business enterprise, that its obligation is to contribute to the development of the country as a whole and the development of culture in particular. It's even been involved in relation to the Carnival tents. And so the The fact is, Madam Speaker, that the August Thursday of last year as well, this same entity would have come through and delivered so that August Thursday could come into being. And thank you, Member. Madam Speaker, I just want to go back quickly to the development of the $3.5 million for the second classroom block at the Vivian Vanderpool Primary School, and to specify that the amount to build the Maurice Vanderpool Primary School was in fact $4.1 million US dollars, and not 4.1 million EC. And so I misspoke. But the question still arises that in relation to the fact that we are building a 3.5 million second classroom block, when the Honorable Premier would have made statements in the past that his vision was to build a new school, the question still arises. What is the long-term vision for this administration, and certainly for the Vivian Vanderpool Primary School? And I want to say this: there's been no discussion whatsoever as a former Minister of Government in terms of closing the Vivian Vanderpool Primary School. In fact, I can recall that there was a member of MICU, may his soul rest in peace, who was advocating for the closure of the Vivian Vanderpool Primary School and have them merge with the Maurice Vanderpool Primary School. And at the time, it was rebuffed. And that was his vision, that was his view, and that's his entitlement to have his perception and to have his view. But certainly that was never translated or indicated, and I would challenge the Honorable Premier to bring forth any evidence to suggest that the previous administration had any intention of closing down the Vivian Vanderpool Primary School. It may sound like good politics, but it's not. And Madam Speaker, going back to the Lansing Bowl Cultural Center with the line item, and I would have gone back and listened to the last government press conference. I would have heard statements made by the Honorable Premier, and we would have heard of this supplementary budget coming forward, but of course the details were not disclosed, and we were not informed that it was coming to this House until Monday. But what we did not hear was that a line item was being included for the Lansing Bowl Cultural Center. And the reason why this is such a topic is because when it was announced that funding was going to be made available, and the name of the entity making the funding available was said in this honorable House, that it was DOT who was making the funding available for the Lansing Bowl Cultural Center. And it was for this reason that because there was private funding, there would be no need to be able to go through procurement, go through the government procurement process. And we would have heard the member for Valley South say that there was a private procurement process that took place. We don't know. When the questions were asked in this honorable House, what was told was that there was an MOU and that the public could have sight of the MOU. When we conducted our research, it was found that there was no MOU that was available not only for citing but to be given to anyone.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, just to indicate that the member referred to the conversation in relation to the MOU, and that MOU, I was told by the permanent secretaries that it is not government practice, so I misspoke in my presentation. It's not government practice to share memorandums of understanding with the public.
Thank you for that clarification, and that is correct. But what was also indicated was that the PS was not in possession of any signed MOU, and she was not aware of any signed MOU, and I have the communication. So if the member for Valley South would like me to share it with her, I can share it with her, where the PS would have certainly indicated that there was no signed MOU in her possession. And that would have been interesting because that would have been the permanent secretary who would have been overseeing that department where the Lansing Bowl Cultural Center, under which Lansing Bowl Cultural Center lies. And so, in addition, Madam Speaker, the arguments that were made very loudly by members of this government was that there's a private process, the procurement went through that private process, that there is accountability, because one of the issues that we're seeing, and what I'm saying, is that yes, we want progress. Yes, we want development. Even better if that progress and development is by way of private sector contribution. Even better. But at the end of the day, when you're dealing with government property and government land, for the purposes of transparency, accountability, openness, which all of the members of this administration campaigned on in 2020, that even if there's a gray area, or even if it is that the government procurement does not specifically state that you should go through that procurement procedure, that the government itself should have taken it upon itself to go through. Now, based on my brief research, I have found that the construction and the member for Island Harbor can correct me, that the construction of the Vivian Vanterpool Primary School classroom block that's taking place now went through procurement. And it went through procurement wherein the contractor would have bid for that project. So when it comes to accountability, Madam Speaker, and the fact that there is now a line entry item in this supplementary budget for something that was told to the people of Anguilla did not have to go through procurement because it was privately funded, it begs the question, why and how? Because now it is that at some point in the future, we don't know how much money is going to go to this same Lanson Bowl project from government coffers. In fact, we don't know how much was obtained, how much has been spent, how the spend occurred, whether there were cost overruns, whether the money was actually obtained. And there's so many rumors that are circulating about this, and there's silence from the government. There's no written contract that the public has seen. There's no MOU that the public has seen. We've been told at one point it was 4 million, and then we heard 5, and then we heard the member for Road South say that any extra money coming from the project would go towards developing playgrounds in the areas. And I can go back and get the recording because I recall that conversation, and I'm sure the many people across Anguilla will have said, okay. So what that means is that there's no touching any money from government for Lanson Bowl Cultural Center. It's all privately funded, so what's the big deal? Hey, let's get Carnival 50 going because we got the money that's been donated, and all of that is great and well, but at the end of the day, this administration knows that to avoid allegations of misspent funds, to avoid allegations of hidden monies being secreted away from projects, to avoid allegations of corruption and collusion, to avoid all of these things, you must have a transparent process. And so now it's as if that transparent process being the government procurement, because we don't have any details about this supposed private procurement, as to how the contractor was identified, as to how he was selected, as to the amount of money it would actually take to build the project, as to how much money has actually been used as of today. We don't know. So it's almost as if you have bypassed the transparent procurement structure, chose whoever was chosen and however they were chosen, used whatever monies, whether it's 4 million US or 5 million US, to build what is currently there. We don't know, to get it to that point where it is, how much money has been used. What we do know is it is clear that at some point, government money will be transitioned over to finish building. And I heard the member for Valley South say that the project is expected to be completed by the second week of July. And so what that means is that all hands have to be on deck. Everyone has to be able to ensure that by hook or by crook, this project is completed. And for our sake, as members of opposition, we want that project to be completed. And the reason for that is that Carnival 50 is not the responsibility to lie solely in the hands of the government of Anguilla. It is celebrating Anguilla Carnival 50 years. It is the reason why you have the great involvement of so many of our Calypsonians, many of whom had put down their hats years ago and picked it up because they want to be a part of this. They want to be a part of history. There's a reason why Carnival 50 means so much for people, because it falls outside, it is beyond government. It is beyond APM government. It is beyond the fact that whoever it is sitting in the ministerial seats at this point in time, it is for the people of Anguilla. But that does not mean that you bypass the protocols and procedures that are put in place to ensure that as a government, when the money is being spent, that your hands are clean. It is to ensure that there is accountability for how things are being done. So today, we have this $1 allocation. But why is it that the $1 allocation is now showing up? Where is the budget? How much money has been spent as of today? The fact that this allocation has been indicated.
Speaker, on a point of order, the member has been repeatedly imputing improper motive on this administration. And, you know, the insinuations are so much that I can't even recall, but I have noted, Madam Speaker. I would ask that you, as the member, to refrain from imputing improper motive.
There's absolutely no improper motive. I'm asking questions. I am saying that in order to avoid any suggestion of impropriety, a process, a transparent process that all of the people of Anguilla is able to see and understand has to be done. So the government is coming to the House today to pass a supplementary budget which includes an allocation for Lands and Bowl Cultural Center, and we must not ask questions. It is impossible that we cannot ask questions. We must ask questions. It is our responsibility as members of the opposition to hold government's feet to the fire, to agree on matters that can be agreed on, and to push and press the envelope on matters where there is a concern that arises. These are the people's monies that are going to be used for the Lands and Bowl Cultural Center. Today it's $1, but we don't know how much it's going to be ultimately. And the people have a right to know. And so I don't know whether or not today there is a budget that is going to be presented. There is an explanation from the member, from either the member from Valley South or the member of Road South, who have both been very vocal and out front in relation to this matter, in explaining to us why this entry now appears in this supplementary budget. The people have a right to know. No one is saying that it shouldn't be done. No one is saying that you must leave the Lands and Bowl where it is. But what people are saying is that you must have accountability and explain where either 4 million or 5 million, because we don't know, has gone. Did the structure as it exists consume all of the 4 million? We don't know. And so I have seen some WhatsApp messages going around speaking about, making reference to Campus Q and Blowing Point Ferry Terminal. And it's laughable because the situation of both matters were completely different from what we have today. The construction of Campus Q and the monies for the construction of Campus Q would have been monies allocated under the Anguilla program. And the Anguilla program would have been the 60 million pounds that would have been allocated to the government of Anguilla for redevelopment of the country in the wake of Hurricane Irma. So the 60 million pounds would have been the source of those funds. The contractors were identified through a bidding process. It went to procurement. The funds for the construction of both the Blowing Point Ferry Terminal and Campus Q would have been paid directly from the governor's office. And so I would have heard, and the honorable member for Island Harbor will be able to verify, that in this honorable House of Assembly, during a budget debate, would have stood up and he would have said, and I have the recordings in case somebody wants to have access to it, would have said that he blamed the inability of Campus Q to have not been finished on the project manager, which was Design Collaborative, because there were sufficient funds to complete the project. He said so. And so the fact is that over time, just like the UPS for health, the costs will have increased between 70 and 90, and I would imagine that that's in the space of a year and a half. So too, Campus Q construction and Blowing Point Ferry Terminal construction over a period of time would have suffered from cost increases, would have suffered from delays, would have suffered from other aspects that would have impacted the price at the end of the day. But those matters fell outside of the hands of the government and at the time, and it was an open process. Today, we have a process where the Lansing Bowl Cultural Center was constructed. It did not go through procurement. Nobody has any first-hand information except, I suppose, those are who in the know. But the general public have no idea about the allocation of those funds. And so, Madam Speaker, for those persons that try to mislead the public into suggesting that, oh, there are cost overruns and there's no big deal, there is a difference. There's a difference when a project goes through procurement and there are overruns, there's accountability, etc., and even more so when the funds for that project are in the hands of the UK government and go directly to the hands of the contractor, versus a situation like this, where we have no idea where the 4 million or 5 million that was supposed to be used to develop the Lansing Bowl Project Cultural Center has gone. And so, Madam Speaker, I must say that I am disappointed with the fact that this budget includes the addition of certain positions in government, and they may or may not be needed, but we don't know because we have not received any information, and there's no justification that has been provided to us. We sit here as members of opposition, having had the opportunity of looking at this budget for 3 days, and to be able to come without having the opportunity to ask questions prior to elicit further information from the members of government. And I had hoped that the members of government would have stood up, because each of them have their ministries, and each of the ministries would have had inclusions and increases. And I had hoped that they would have taken to their feet as ministers and represent their portfolios and the reasons why they're bringing this supplementary budget to the House today, prior to any member of the opposition speaking, but that was not to be had. But the reason why I'm also concerned, Madam Speaker, is because I have heard members of government, members of the public, members of radio hosts, etc., speaking to government officials. And I specifically recall two questions. Questions were asked to two of the members of government, which would be the member for Island Harbor and the member for Road South, whether or not GST would be decreased. And the reason why they were asking whether or not GST would be decreased is because the cries of the people are that the extent of GST has been hurting them. And not just GST on its own, but the cost of living that was created even before and outside of the hands of Anguilla. And so there are local factors, internal factors, and external factors that have caused the increase in living today. And so the question that many people have had, and especially when you think about the .ai and the amount of money that .ai is bringing in on a monthly basis, 10 million, from my recollection? A month? Okay, well, whatever it is. I'm sorry, yes. And so in the face of that, the question is, why is it that a priority for this government in this budget has not been to decrease GST, but instead to increase the budget by 50-some million dollars? Madam Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Single Island Wide Electoral District Member, Mr. Kenneth Hodge, is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pleasant good morning to my colleagues in the House on both sides, and indeed the listening public. In the gallery, I see members of the Ministry of Finance, our new Permanent Secretary of Finance. This is my Mr. Harding Hodge, and of course, Mr. Current himself. I intend to stick within my time limit, and as a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, I have utilized technology, and I have my stopwatch here on 30 minutes, so I intend to be very cognizant of my time. But Madam Speaker, I wish to start off by saying, Madam Speaker, there's been a lot of talk about the Lansing Bowl Cultural Center, Madam Speaker, and this supplementary budget. And I intend to spend nothing more than 1 minute on it, Madam Speaker, because I think I have some more important things to talk about this morning. But I want to invite members of the public to go to the website of DART.ky, Madam Speaker, and read up for themselves a bit about this company that has invested in Four Seasons Anguilla, and that has put some $5 million into the Lansing Bowl Cultural Center. Madam Speaker, a company that has been around for over 30 years in the Cayman Islands has invested more than $1.5 billion in residential, commercial, office, and hospitality, that owns dozens of properties, Madam Speaker. And they're going to come to Anguilla as their social contribution to construct a new Lansing Bowl Cultural Center. And they are not going to follow their strict procurement or other measures, Madam Speaker. I find that very hard to believe that they were going to basically throw away $5 million in Anguilla and say, just take it, do what you want with it. Madam Speaker, as I said, I invite the public to visit the website DART.ky and read up a bit about this company that is investing in Anguilla. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Education and the Minister of Infrastructure, I'm sure, will speak more details about this, but I thought I would mention that. I spend literally every day in the afternoon. I go on there for about a half hour or so, Madam Speaker, on the job to see the progress, and I'm quite pleased to see that this concept by our own Courtney Morton, how it has taken root and it is developing. Madam Speaker, in the presentation so far, there have been a number of words that have come up quite often: public sector reform, the whole issue of principal assistant secretaries, Madam Speaker, and I intend to spend the bulk of my time speaking about that, Madam Speaker. And I want to preface my introduction here by reading a note from the Deputy Governor, Madam Speaker, that speaks about the role of the principal assistant secretaries in the public service of Anguilla. And I believe Leader of Opposition, you're going to get a copy of this. It says, I write to provide a detailed explanatory note regarding the roles and significance of the Principal Assistant Secretaries within the Anguilla Public Service. These positions have been integral to our public administration framework for some time, although recent discussions may suggest otherwise. It is essential to clarify the importance and the current status of the implementation. The positions of Principal Assistant Secretaries were included in the 2014 budget, underscoring the recognized necessity within our administrative structure. However, funding for these posts had not been approved until now, which has delayed their full implementation. The roles of Principal Assistant Secretaries are critical for several reasons. One, organizing operational efficiency. The presence of Principal Assistant Secretaries facilitates a more streamlined decision-making process, essential for the timely execution of government policies and programs. This efficiency is vital for the effective functioning of our ministries. Two, strengthening leadership and oversight. Principal Assistant Secretaries provide additional layers of leadership and oversight within ministries. Their roles ensure that strategic objectives are continuously pursued and high standards of public administration are maintained. Three, facilitating succession planning and capacity building. These positions are key to effective succession planning and capacity building within the public service. They offer senior officials opportunities to develop the skills and experience necessary for higher leadership positions in the future. Four, supporting permanent secretaries. Given the increasing complexity and demands of governance, Principal Assistant Secretaries provide essential support to permanent secretaries. This support allows permanent secretaries to focus on strategic planning and policy formulation. Five, maintaining continuity and stability. In cases of absence or incapacitation of permanent secretaries, Principal Assistant Secretaries ensure continuity and stability in the administration of ministries. This continuity is crucial for maintaining the smooth functioning of government operations. The approval of funding for these roles is a significant step forward in ensuring our public service operates at its highest capacity. The inclusion of Principal Assistant Secretaries as envisioned in the 2014 budget will greatly enhance the effectiveness and efficiency of our public service, ultimately benefiting the people of Anguilla. This explanatory note aims to provide a comprehensive understanding of the necessity and current status of the Principal Assistant Secretary positions within our public service. And I want to thank the Honorable Deputy Governor for providing that note, Madam Speaker, because I think it's important that the public understands.
Is there a date on that note?
Pardon?
Is there a date on the note?
He just sent it. Just
today's
now.
date, okay.
Just now.
Thank you.
And Madam Speaker, Principal Assistant Secretaries have been around in the public service for as long as I can remember. If I recall correctly, the first Principal Assistant Secretary was back with the Reverend Mines Hodge, who was a former director of Radio Anguilla, Madam Speaker. He would have been seconded to the ministry. I can't remember the date. I could find out if I check. But that was many, many, many years ago. And I recall he was seconded to the Ministry of Home Affairs at that time, and his main role was to develop a vehicle registration system for the government of Anguilla. So this modern system that we use today is by and large his brainchild. And Madam Speaker, he was followed, if I recall correctly, by the late Mr. Roland Hodge. would have served in that capacity. We'd have also had Dr. Lena Ho Young, Madam Speaker, would have served in that capacity. We had Mr. Ensa Gomes, who would have been a Principal Assistant Secretary. And Madam Speaker, in 2007, I would have been transferred to the Ministry of Home Affairs as a Principal Assistant Secretary. So these roles have been around from ever since, Madam Speaker. And having served in that capacity for well over a third of my working life, Madam Speaker, I can endorse the points that the Honorable Deputy Governor would have raised in his short note just now. The level of support. And Madam Speaker, in 2018, I would have been transferred to the Department of Public Administration with public sector reform. I'm going to come back to that. So, Madam Speaker, when I took office, I would have met in office at that time just the Permanent Secretary. And I should point out, Madam Speaker, for the record, that during the tenure of the opposition leader, she would have had the services of one or two Principal Assistant Secretaries in her office, one of which would have been myself, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when I took office, I just met the Permanent Secretary, and I raised the issue of the need for a Principal Assistant Secretary. And Madam Speaker, I had my little battle with my colleague here, the Minister, because she too wanted a Principal Assistant Secretary with education. And Madam Speaker, I fought, and eventually I was able to get a Principal Assistant Secretary appointed. And Madam Speaker, I can be very, very persistent. The Premier will attest to that. And Madam Speaker, we have in the ministry at this point in time Mrs. Shamika Hodge as the Principal Assistant Secretary. And Madam Speaker, she's doing a whale of a job. I just tell her I need this done and she's getting done. And that is the role of the Principal Assistant Secretary. That level of support to the Permanent Secretary, Madam Speaker, is key. And the other ministries now are also rolling in theirs, and if you look at the budget, you will see that they have them staggered throughout the year because of the funding short lines, so they're coming on stream. So for the benefit of the public, Madam Speaker, these positions play a key role. One, it creates a succession path to a Permanent Secretary, and two, Madam Speaker, it provides a valuable link between the Permanent Secretary, whose role is really to develop policy based on the directives of the Minister and Executive Council. And the Principal Assistant Secretary basically, more or less, deals with the day-to-day running of the departments, the oversight of the departments under the ministry. So it's a very, very key role, Madam Speaker. So let's jump to public sector reform. And Madam Speaker, this has been a topic raised on numerous occasions by the opposition bench, Madam Speaker. And I would like to put a little context, given that the Leader of Opposition raised it this morning, Madam Speaker, I think it is important that I establish for our listening public, because the role of this House, Madam Speaker, should be to educate and inform our listening public. Educate, inform, Madam Speaker. And in 2018, Madam Speaker, at the invitation of the Deputy Governor, who is still here in the House with us today, I was transferred to the Department of Public Administration in April 2018 as Principal Assistant Secretary, Public Administration, to spearhead a public sector reform program for the Anguilla Public Service. And Madam Speaker, one of the shoulders of support during that process was our former Permanent Secretary of Finance, Mrs. Kathleen Rogers. She was a shoulder of support, Madam Speaker, and I'm so grateful and thankful to her for invaluable assistance to me during that period of time. And Madam Speaker, as I said before and I will say again, that public sector reform program, Madam Speaker, did not receive one iota of support from the administration of that day. I've said this on numerous occasions, and I say it again this morning. They were not interested, Madam Speaker, into what we were doing. But I want to read for the record this morning a communique that Honorable Deputy Governor, Mr. Perrin Bradley, would have sent out on the 27th of November, 2018. And Madam Speaker, I wish to read it in its entirety. I'm conscious of time, Madam Speaker, but I'm going to try to read as quickly as possible. Launch of public sector transformation program for the Anguilla Public Service. Just after assuming the office of Deputy Governor in July 2016, I would have embarked on a listening tour across the public service. I was extremely pleased with the level of candor and the willingness of persons to offer helpful suggestions on how the APS, Anguilla Public Service, could be improved. I also received much valuable feedback from Executive Council, members of the public and regional partners concerning the operations of the Anguilla Public Service. In March 2017, ministers of the Public Service and deputy governors endorsed a charter and implementation guide for public sector transformation reform among CARICAD member states, including Anguilla. And I should interject at this point, Madam Speaker, that we would have invited that agency to Anguilla to conduct a review and give us suggestions for the way forward, Madam Speaker, which they came and they did. The ministers and DGs recommended that the charter be submitted to CARICOM heads of government for highest level approval. The charter identifies components of a professional and effective public service. It establishes a general framework of guiding principles, policies, and management mechanisms reflecting a common commitment of the public services of the Caribbean region. In July 2017, the National School of Government, as a part of its project supporting public service reform in the UK overseas territories, reviewed the governance and administrative structures of the public service and produced a report which identified some key reform areas. It has therefore become quite clear that there is a need for public service reform transformation in Anguilla. To this end, a public sector transformation project for the Anguilla Public Service is now being launched. The purpose? To improve on the leadership of government's business by transforming systems of governance to provide for better strategic planning and development to ensure a more effective and efficient delivery of public services. Goals: to have a restructured office of the Deputy Governor as manager of the public service, which includes a restructured Department of Public Administration, revised performance management system, restructured training unit, a centralized policy development and coordination team unit, standardized governance and administrative procedures. All policies governing the public administration reviewed, revised, published. Modern Public Service Administration Act, complemented by a revised Financial Administration and Audit Act, which captures the above goals and concretizes the transformation process. The tagline, mission: building systems, engaging and empowering people. The Public Sector Transformation Project is being spearheaded by Mr. Kenneth Hodge, Principal Assistant Secretary, Public Administration. Mr. Hodge has been transferred from the Ministry of Home Affairs, where he formerly served as PAS Home Affairs. The PAS Public Administration is being supported by a Public Sector Transformation Working Group, which he chairs. The names of the persons appointed to serve on the Public Sector Transformation Working Group are as follows: Kenneth Hodge, Principal Assistant Secretary, Public Administration Chair; Kathleen Rogers, PS, Public Administration; Jackie Bryan Niles, Postmaster General, Post Office; Von Lee Harris, Deputy Accountant General, Treasury. Remember, this is back in those days. Lennox Proctor, Clerk to the House of Assembly; Giselle Duncan, Senior Water Lab Technologist, Mr. Lennox Vanterpool, Graduate Music Teacher, Mrs. Serene Carter-Davis, Retired Senior Nursing Administrator, Mrs. Nakishma Hall, Crown Counsel, Crime, AG's Chambers, Mr. Vaughn Hazel, Director of DITES, Ms. Orlin Wilkinson, Administrative Services Manager, MICU, Mr. Alvin Richardson, Program Officer, Disaster Management. The following skill sets form an integral part of the Public Sector Transformation Working Group: Human Resource Development and Public Administration, Financial and Project Management and Policy Development, Financial Management and Administration, Policy Development and Implementation, Legal Drafting, Public Law and Governance, Advocacy and Youth Perspectives, Information Technology, Administrative and Secretarial Services. Continuing with the DG's circular, it is important to note that the transformation process will be highly participatory, capturing the views and opinions of public officers, the wider general public, unions and staff associations, and the Chamber of Commerce and the HTA. I am pleased that the results of the Civil Service Survey 2018 for the Anguilla Public Service are now in. The Civil Service Survey provided public officers the opportunity to say what they thought of their job, their department, or the Anguilla Public Service, which was done well, and what could or should be improved. The results are quite interesting, and I invite all public officers to review the findings for the ministry's departments, which have now been disseminated. The data will certainly play an important role in the transformation process. Over the coming weeks, the feedback will be discussed at various levels and the necessary steps taken to respond to it effectively. In closing, I wish to take this opportunity to wish Mr. Hodge and the members of the team much success in this project, and also urge members of the wider public service to be engaged in the process, which will ultimately lead to a more efficient and effective public service. Perrin Bradley, Honorable Deputy Governor. And Madam Speaker, that team would have been formed. They met, Madam Speaker, they made their proposals, and as I said before, there was no support. But Madam Speaker, I was so pleased just a day or two ago to listen to Mr. Bradley and the president of the community college discussing on radio a public sector transformation project that they are now launching in Anguilla Public Service, Madam Speaker. And let me say, under this administration. Under this administration. And I want to wish Mr. Bradley and all the other members who will be engaging in this training, Madam Speaker, the very best. And I'm conscious of time, but Madam Speaker, it is using things like strengthening public services, professional high-level training, efficiency and effectiveness, elevating skill sets, quality services, and a number of other areas, Madam Speaker. So I wish them the best in this endeavor. But Madam Speaker, before I close, I just want to highlight that as part of this supplementary budget this morning, Madam Speaker, which for the record I am in full support of, I have a little section in that supplementary budget, Madam Speaker, which I wish to highlight at this point in time. You'll recall, Madam Speaker, that at the budget debate last year, it was mentioned that Anguilla will be one of the leading territories in the Caribbean with the acquisition of the new aerial imagery data captured at 10 centimeters resolution. Further, Madam Speaker, I would have spoken about the Department of Lands and Surveys combining this data with software such as ArcGIS Pro, which we had forecast to acquire in the first quarter of 2024. So we are pleased, Madam Speaker, to update that the $10,000 in this supplementary budget will be to secure the first payment of this software. Madam Speaker, the S3 Land Administration Management Program, we call it LAMP, provides ArcGIS enterprise technology for activities related to mapping and management of land ownership, specifically cadastral agencies with a legal mandate to collect, manage, and disseminate parcel information for their respective countries. The software also allows for government agencies such as the Department of Lands and Surveys, physical planning, disaster management, natural resources, and Department of Infrastructure, to name a few, to use the software's tools for analytical data analysis. A few examples of how the data could be used is for storm surge modeling, flooding analysis, climate resilience through identification of housing and infrastructure that may be at risk, environment and natural resource management. The data can also be used to improve land use and enable more efficient land registration. Madam Speaker, Anguilla has implemented Spatial Dimensions Family Trimble Landfolio platform, which delivers an integrated workflow management solution for land registry surveys and mapping and evaluation, creating a single source of truth for all land transactions and land tenure. The Landfolio platform is now fully integrated with the S3 ArcGIS environment. So, Madam Speaker, in short, Anguilla is one of the first and few territories to offer this level of technology. As we know, Madam Speaker, we would formally go to Google Earth and we would capture our snapshots, and sometimes those would be very blurry. This is real-time, sharp imagery, Madam Speaker. And at some point in time, I may have the folks at Lands come over and make a presentation to this Honorable House, Madam Speaker, so that all our members can see the true potential of what this can really offer, Madam Speaker. So I want to commend the Director and staff of the Department of Lands and Surveys, Madam Speaker, for this innovation. You'd recall some months ago, there were a number of persons here that were driving around Anguilla with a drone capturing the images, Madam Speaker. And even when we had the fall of land over at the cliffside in Backstreet South Hill, they were able to capture in very sharp imagery details of that, Madam Speaker. So this is revolutionizing, Madam Speaker, and this speaks to the capacity and ability, particularly of our young leaders in the Anguilla Public Service, Madam Speaker. The innovation, the way that they are able to use technology, the depth of thinking, Madam Speaker, and this is why I go back to this whole initiative that the Deputy Governor has launched to build the capacity of our middle management workers in Anguilla Public Service, Madam Speaker. And it only bodes well for the public service. And I continue to endorse the need for continued public sector transformation, Madam Speaker, as we move forward to ensure better value to the public for our taxpayers' dollars, Madam Speaker, and to ensure that at the end of the day, when we put in place these additional positions, it is to ensure that the level of service offered by the Anguilla Public Service, Madam Speaker, is second to none. And with those few words, Madam Speaker, I have 1 or 2 minutes left on my time, but I'm going to end at this point in time. I want to thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity, and for the other members of the House and the public for taking the time out to listen to what I had to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Madam
Honourable
Speaker.
Member. The Honourable Single Island Wide Electoral District Member, Mr. Kyle Hodge, is recognized.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been waiting for quite a while. I yielded twice, once to my leader, and then I yielded to my senior. He carries the same last name as me. Madam Speaker, it seems as if the role of government in this House is to respond to the opposition. Here we have our Supplementary Appropriation Act 2024, and it almost seems as if it's a game to see if we can present and then they respond. This is a document, Madam Speaker, that they have had in their possession for weeks and months, and we have just gotten it Tuesday evening and had to find time to piece the information together. But be that as it may, Madam Speaker, I'm grateful for this opportunity. And I'm also grateful for the hard work that the folks at the Ministry of Finance, the technical staff, and the new permanent secretary. I want to say congratulations to her on this post. And I can say, Madam Speaker, that she's after a great start, because in this supplementary appropriations document, I think this is the greatest level of information and transparency that we have seen in my short time. So I thank her for that. Even though, Madam Speaker, there are some questions that I will still have to ask. So, Madam Speaker, I want to start by looking at the capital side of this supplementary budget. Then I will work my way back to the recurrent expenditure. On the capital side, Madam Speaker, we see an increase of $19,603,284. That is government spend throughout the end of 2024. This money, Madam Speaker, being spent is money collected from the taxpayers of Anguilla. And while it is necessary to develop Anguilla by continuing to rebuild, renew, and restore, it is equally important to ensure that in every way possible, the people of Anguilla are developing and advancing and are the sole, not the sole, but the primary beneficiaries of what is taking place here in Anguilla as well. I see lots of appointments in the various positions in Anguilla being also filled by a lot of non-Anguillians, Madam Speaker. And it's okay to use our Caribbean nationals every now and then. But this administration touts Anguilla for us while appointing nationals of other countries. And when you think about people, Madam Speaker, we must remember, when you think about your people, your Anguillian people, we must remember that health is wealth, and that as a people, if we are out here hustling from the small job to the next small job, hardly having time to digest a proper meal, hardly having time for ourselves to rest and relax, hardly having time to invest in our children, because for the majority of us, we just have the small jobs and not the big appointments. Madam Speaker, you have to ask the question about our standard of living. Is it deteriorating? And are we heading, Madam Speaker, to a failed society? Madam Speaker, this administration would have done a study, and the Premier would remember this. During the 2020 election period, a study was done to find out from young people what are the most important things in Anguilla that they worry about and what they would want to see change or develop. And the answer, Madam Speaker, was health. It wasn't an airport, even though we welcome it and we appreciate it and it will benefit Anguilla. It wasn't the Carnival Village, even though they are excited about it. And so am I, because I am a vendor. I would never go against anything relative to Carnival and the development of Carnival. So, Madam Speaker, surprisingly, the response to that poll was health. Because that is one place, Madam Speaker, that if you live long enough, the health authority, the Princess Alexandra Hospital, is one place that if you live long enough, you will get there at some point. And every one of us have had someone in our healthcare system either sick or ending up deceased. It's a part of life. The other day, Madam Speaker, I happened to be listening to a radio program, and I heard Mr. Percy Thomas on radio making a very valid point, and I will try to paraphrase and hope that the point is well received. He made the point, Madam Speaker, that even though these projects are good for the country, how much people, when you look at the overall percentage of Anguillians, will really utilize and enjoy the Carnival Village. He made the point that it's a small percentage. For whatever it is, it is. And then he went on to talk about another percentage, 40, 50%, maybe will benefit from use of the airport. But the point that he made, Madam Speaker, is that 100% of the people are interested in health. 100% of the people are focused on education. And we have to ask the question, Madam Speaker, what are our priorities here? And I don't expect, as being selected by the government, that you will agree with me. So it's okay.
Remember, let's not go down that road. That's an attack on me as the speaker, and I am not here to agree or disagree. Your role is to make a contribution. This is not about me. And let me remind you, when the speaker is speaking, you're supposed to be sitting. This is not about me. You are contributing to a bill. As speaker, I am not here to agree with you or disagree with you. You take your position. You take your position. You vote yea or nay, that's up to you. I do not have that authority unless there's a tie in this house. So please, you direct your contribution to the speaker, but it is not up to me to agree or disagree. So let's make that clear. You may continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And while I respect your comments, one can deduce based on your actions as Speaker, shaking your head no, that you disagree with what I have said.
Again, member, again, you do not know what I was nodding my head to.
Oh, okay. I was.
So you're very, very wrong.
Okay.
Please do not assume. Not because I act to something. I am looking all over this room. You do not know what I'm looking at. You do not know who I'm answering to. I'm listening to you, but I'm looking at others. That's my role here. And again, I reiterate, my role is not to agree or disagree with you or any member in this house.
I agree.
Please.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when I look through this supplementary budget, the public will judge. But when I look through this supplementary budget, Madam Speaker, the level of support that is going towards healthcare is a drop in the bucket and does nothing to assist in critical emergency care for the people of Anguilla. Don't get me wrong, eh? Do not get me wrong. Any spend in this sector is appreciated. Any spend is appreciated and most likely welcome. 100K, 100,000 for commissioning of an MRI unit That is good. 170K for a backup UPS is certainly necessary. Another 150K for hospital beds is very much needed. And the MAG, 150K to save, in some instances, some monies to government coffers. A total of $470,000 US, which is equivalent to approximately 1.2. Madam Speaker, this is out of just about 20 million in increased capital expenditure for 2024. This is healthcare. That is it. 1.2 from 20 million. Madam Speaker, moving on to education. We see where there's some investment of over $6 million being spent between Project Inspire and the Vivian Vanterpool Primary School. And while I can praise and applaud the Minister of Education for these monies allocated to education, I have to question a couple things. I certainly support and believe in modern classrooms, digital learning, and all that good stuff. But when you see, Madam Speaker, and this is something that we need clarity on, the public deserves clarity. We want to see more transparency in government, whether it's opposition or whether it's government. In this day and age, people are reading, people are asking questions, people are in tune. Clarity should be something that we all aspire to. So when funds are coming from different angles and there's a commingling where it started privately and then it ends publicly, we have to search for transparency, ask questions, and hopefully we get straight up and honest answers. And a part of the Vivian Vanterpool School started with a donation. And there's now an injection by government to build out some other classrooms and to build, in the future, a second block. It's also happening where down in Blom Point, where that was started by a private donor. So the public procurement process was, for lack of a better word, sidelined. Was able to, go around it because it was privately funded. And then, if you move on to the Carnival Village, the Lansam Bowl Cultural Center, there's $1 being allocated to the Carnival Village. So the general question, Madam Speaker, is at what point, once public money is being allocated and provision for and to be spent, at what point does it trigger the procurement process for especially ongoing projects? It's a question that is not only being asked by us as opposition, it's a question being asked by people in society. And I think the role of us as elected members, leaders of this country, is to always try our best to educate as much as possible. Madam Speaker, there's a general issue that is trending. There's a general issue, Madam Speaker, as it relates to how I see it. This is my opinion. Lack of proper planning, lack of a solid plan. We see where the same Vivian Vanterpool Primary School, for whatever reason, and I thank the technical staff for the notes, because I'm reading from the notes, where for whatever reason, there were changes made to the school. Changes, I guess, during construction. These things automatically, Madam Speaker, would carry up costs. So when you don't have a plan set out in stages and in phases, and you follow that plan, you end up spending more and more of the people's money. And we have to be accountable for how this money is spent. Madam Speaker, we also heard of significant changes taking place at the Lansam Bowl Cultural Center. In fact, we heard that the drawings were still being worked on even after construction was already started. Madam Speaker, I've spoken to many contractors who said they have refused to even get close to the project for a number of reasons, including not having proper drawings to bid on. That's a fact. Madam Speaker, I am trying to understand how a project on Crown land that was funded to the tune of $5 million, according to the member, the single island-wide member, by an investor, is now included in the supplementary budget with the allocation of $1. And I think this needs to be explained, because we know that to put $1 there, it signifies more than just $1, right? Nobody is going to write a check to the Lansam Bowl Cultural Center for $1. In today's world, it can't even buy a nail. So we have to ask, and we have to be responsible as opposition to put this to government. We cannot come in here and sit down and ignore this. So this has to be explained. Is it that you can then, once it's approved, you can then move money around without coming back here? It's a question. What is the significance of this dollar being placed in that column? What is the significance? And if, Madam Speaker, for some reason, the Lansam Bowl Cultural Center needs more money to finish, from government, what type of questions will be asked to the project managers? How do you then figure out whether what was donated was properly used and utilized? Because as the leader of opposition said, the Minister of Infrastructure would have said on radio that there's adequate money. There's so much money that parks will be built through Anguilla when it's done. What type of irresponsible representation is this? And then we must just turn a blind eye. And the other thing, Madam Speaker, if any project is privately funded, privately donated, and you run out of money, the first place you have to go back to is the donor. So I would want to know if the government of the day or the developer, whoever is responsible for this project, delivering it to Anguilla, if they went back to the donor and how much more money they requested, whether it was denied or not. It should not have had to come here. But if it needs to finish, it needs to finish. I am not for having a white elephant down there. But this is a serious, serious issue. It don't sound right. And it don't smell right. Madam Speaker, these are the red flags that could have been avoided. Because from very early on, I remember, was it a leader of opposition, a member for Valley North? Questions were being asked very early. And those questions were not being asked to catch anybody off guard. They were being asked so that the proper thing will be done. And as a former colleague of the administration, I thought it was a great opportunity, Madam Speaker, for the member of Valley South, the Minister of Education, to set the bar real high, to say to government, or to say to whoever, yes, we can find loopholes to avoid public procurement, but this is how I will do it as a newly elected member of this House. This is how we will do it. We don't have to, but we are going to make the decision to go about this in a manner where nobody can even question a thing about us and about this project. A missed opportunity. But you know what? The old people say, hurry dog, eat raw can. And Speaker, I'll move on. Imagine $54 million extra being spent and not a dime towards renewable energy. The single biggest issue impacting this country, the single biggest issue impacting people's livelihoods and business operations, the cost of electricity, the cost of energy. Madam Speaker, in the UK, they are putting free panels on homes and allowing energy to go back to the grid to be sold to other consumers. Forward-thinking stuff. Where's the concern for the cost of energy, of living, of doing business? He raised it, and you have not decreased it. And nobody that you put in there have decreased it. So you have to ask the question, when? I am very much happy to hear that. I'm very much happy to hear the minister, the member for Road South, is saying to the general public on the 13th of June 2024, the 14th of June 2024, that he will reduce the fuel surcharge. He just said it. And I hope this is reflected, Madam Speaker. And if the member can stop talking while I'm on my feet, I would appreciate if you apply that rule as well.
Member, please do not interrupt the member's contribution. I'll give you 6 minutes to wrap up, an extra minute. You may continue.
Oh, over my time? I got 6 minutes. Oh. Okay, wait, okay. Madam Speaker, I didn't plan to say much more, but if I can go to now the current expenditure, and we see that there's a massive increase in consultancy services going from around $7 or $8 million annually over the past 2 budgetary periods to $20 million for 2024. I think we deserve, an explanation in detail as to what type of consultancy is this, a breakdown of that allocation. Maybe I missed it, maybe I didn't go through everything, but if that can be explained at some point. Because again, that is the people's money, and we have to be careful how we spend it. We also see, Madam Speaker, where there are some additions as it relates to positions in the civil service. And it's understandable, but we are yet to see a director for our most important financial institution, Social Security, be filled. And we know it is filled by the governor. But what type of pressure, Madam Speaker, is being applied? Because it impacts us. It doesn't impact the UK. Our Social Security being ran without a director doesn't impact nobody in London, nobody in Old Town, but it can have a negative impact on us. That's our money. In fact, what should be happening is the member for Road South, the independence man, he should be pushing for some type of constitutional change as it relates to who fills that position. The role became empty during this administration's time. And although the laws say it will be filled by the governor, it is something that should not sit well for us as Anguillan people. And that is not political. We should all be striving to be taking back power slowly. Yeah, slowly. At least we're moving. We creep before we walk before we run. Slowly. Okay. Madam Speaker.
Member, please, I've spoken to you once before. Continue.
Madam Speaker, I don't think, I got 30 seconds? What time I got? Anyway, Madam Speaker, that is it, really, for me. So I just want to thank you for this time to speak.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The member for Road North is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to say good afternoon to everyone here in this honorable house, both sides of the aisle, and to those joining us here this afternoon. Madam Speaker, before this house began, I made a joke and saying that we need to ban certain letters from the alphabet. At that point in time, I had letters such as G and S and T, but it seems like we need to add L, B, and C to those letters too, because it seems that a budget of with significant increases and so important has come down to $1. So it's a very interesting debate thus far, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd also like to say this. No one on this side of the aisle is afraid of questions. No one is afraid of queries. As a matter of fact, I personally respect the loyal opposition for bringing forward their concerns and their queries and questions. Because that's what's happening in a democracy, Madam Speaker. Person seems to believe, though, when your queries are answered, that it's a battle. It's healthy debate, Madam Speaker. And maybe it's from my time growing up on the basketball court and trying to tell everybody that Jordan is so much better than LeBron, why I don't fear arguments or discussions, and why some people take it the wrong way when you do answer their queries. But there's nothing wrong with queries, Madam Speaker, and there's definitely nothing wrong with you giving the answers to the queries. Madam Speaker, I just want to make a point on recurrent expenditure, because we are actually here discussing the first supplementary budget of 2024, and it's labeled number 1, which means there's a good chance that we will be back here for another supplementary debate and probably have to go through some of these same things again. But there's something that the listening public should know. Madam Speaker, I had the House of Assembly embark on a mission to get to all the primary schools on island so they could better understand how the House of Assembly works, how Parliament works in Anguilla. And I think I hold the distinction of visiting the most primary schools, Madam Speaker. I visited 4. And in those visits, even speaking to some of the teachers, you realize how much of the processes and how much little even adults understand when it comes to the House of Assembly, the workings of the House of Assembly, and the workings of the government of Anguilla, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I just want to let the public know there are certain terms you will hear thrown around, and I know there are some people out there listening who understand these terms. But for those who might be a little confused as to what some of these terms are. 1, recurrent expenditure. Recurrent expenditure, Madam Speaker, is all payments other than for capital assets. So those include goods, services, salaries, wages, interest payments, and treasuries. Those are what every year government anticipates we're going to have to pay. So the exports, and Madam Speaker, I forgot one important point I was supposed to start with. I was supposed to congratulate our new permanent secretary, as the single island-wide member stated earlier.
You can do it on the other orders of the day. Please continue.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. So I was speaking about recurrent expenditure and what it covers. And government, the experts, the technocrats, they look at the forecast, what's expected, they look at all the numbers and decide, okay, this is what we should be looking at spending. And the same thing when we talk about recurrent revenue from the forecast, what we are looking to receive. The thing about recurrent expenditure is when it's put into the budget, it's expected to be there for a long term. It's expected to roll over every year, such as, X is going to make $10 this year. We look, X is going to make $10 in 2025. He's going to make $10 in 2026. If they anticipate he's going to get a raise through whatever measures, then they'll say X is going to make $10.50. That's the recurrent expenditure. So, Madam Speaker, when I hear questions in this honorable House asking about whether the $2 million for the medical overseas is what it's for, it's going forward, Madam Speaker. So no longer will the budget have just $1.2 million, I think it is, every year for medical overseas treatment, which we've realized in the last couple of years is definitely not enough. It's now increased by an additional $2 million, Madam Speaker. So every year, there's going to be $3.3 million, I think it is, for medical overseas treatment that's going to be available to the government of Anguilla. And at this point, Madam Speaker, it would be good to explain why sometimes when you hear government ministers and other persons saying there's no money in the budget, it's because the amount was set, like I said, at the beginning of the year. The money was all used up for whatever reason, and government does not operate like, okay, I ain't got it in my left pocket, let me just take it out from my right pocket. This is why we come, Madam Speaker, to this honorable House with supplementary budgets, because there's a process when it comes to how government operates. It don't operate like a sugar cake shop.
Teach them.
It does not operate like a sugar cake shop. There are processes.
Teach them.
And, Madam Speaker, these processes are legal. So, go back to a previous debate when I was explaining to some persons, because I had a very interesting debate in a barber shop. Best place you can have debates about when something is put into the budget and it's put into the MTF. It's law, Madam Speaker, because we come to this honorable house to approve these things. So when we come here, Madam Speaker, and we put $1 or $2 or $10, it's the law we are following, Madam Speaker. It's the law we are following. We are not making anything up, Madam Speaker. We have capable technocrats, Madam Speaker, who have had the pleasure of sitting for the last 4 years and admiring the expertise of these persons, Madam Speaker. They're good at their jobs. So I just want the listening public, Madam Speaker, to understand that when you hear persons asking questions about why this is in and why that is in, the devil is in the details, Madam Speaker. The devil is in details. My colleague, he said that we are farmer colleagues. My colleague on the other side, Single Island Wide member Kyle Hodge, Madam Speaker, he asked a question. Why isn't there any more money? Why isn't there anything in this budget for health? But Madam Speaker, if you go through the numbers, the recurrent expenditure budget.
No, member, he said what is allotted to health is a drop in the bucket.
Sorry, Madam
That's
Speaker,
what
my
he said.
apologies.
Yes.
My humble apologies. He said it was a drop in the bucket, Madam Speaker. But again, Madam Speaker, I'm saying the devil is in the details. Because if you look at the recurrent expenditure for the Ministry of Health, Madam Speaker, it's already $30 million, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if you go and look in the supplementary budget, the proposed recurrent expenditure for the Now Farm Department of Health Services is another $12 million, Madam Speaker. 30 plus 12, that's $42 million, Madam Speaker, that's going to help. $42 million, Madam Speaker, that is going to help. And Madam Speaker, we would love to be able to fulfill all the needs of Anguilla. Madam Speaker, a gentleman I respect very, very much, Mr. David Carty. He was a member with us on the GST committee, and he told a story. There was a couple of years ago, there was an unfortunate accident at Sandy Ground where I think a boat collided, a Thai boat collided with a swimmer on the sea, and unfortunately she passed away. And Mr. Carter said, at that time there were calls, we need lifeguards on all our beaches so this thing don't happen, and if lifeguards were there. But reality, Madam Speaker, would that have been feasible? And that's the point I'm trying to make. Anguilla as a country have a lot of needs. We have a lot of needs, Madam Speaker. Every department, every elected official on a daily basis gets called. Why can't this be fixed? Why can't this be done, Madam Speaker? And Madam Speaker, to be honest, if we all had to say, okay, let's just fix our needs, we'll have $1 billion budget, Madam Speaker.
Easy.
A multi-billion-dollar budget we would have, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, a couple of the members of opposition made reference to the increase in the total amount of the budget, Madam Speaker. Again, Madam Speaker, the devil is in details and in context. Because, Madam Speaker, we came to this honorable house and all of us talk about how we, in 2020, 2021, 2022, we were talking how we had to be making all these massive cuts, how we are here with a bare-bone budget, that we were spinning straw and making goal and trying to get a country passed. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, in the budget address, the Honorable Premier, and if you allow me to read it, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is the budget address from 2021. It was on 18th of December 2020, the 2021 budget. Madam Speaker, while the budget is clinical, a compilation of numbers, it affects lives, it determines the destiny and must be taken seriously. This budget is about sacrifice and hope. It is about financial responsibility, prudent spending, and sustainable economic growth. The restoration of our economy will call for sacrifice, commitment, and collective agreement that will define us as a people. We must be willing to sacrifice for each other and for Anguilla with a hope that through this, we will all continue to build in a better society, knowing that we are all in this together. Our people have endured worse than this and have persevered, proud and resilient. Madam Speaker, what he is saying is that our people have endured worse, which means at that point in time we were at a bad place, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we've gone over it and over what we met, how bad, what state the country was in, Madam Speaker. So to compare that in 2021 and 2022, we were at that point. Madam Speaker, actually, my heart filled with pride when I heard a member of opposition admitting how much the budget has increased. Because this budget, as the Honorable Premier, member for Island Harbour has said, this has already been approved by the UK government, Madam Speaker. So which means the experts up there have looked over the numbers and have said, Anguilla, you have done good. We have approved this. This is not no figures, Madam Speaker, that we just, and I've also heard that it was said previously by other administration that a budget is just numbers on paper. We respect the budget, Madam Speaker. We respect the budget process. So when you hear us saying we can't put money into this because the budget is broken, we respect that it's a process that will have to be followed, and we will not go contrary to the process. Madam Speaker, there's a lot of key elements in this budget, in this supplementary budget, that are just glossed over, Madam Speaker. We are putting money, Madam Speaker, the Royal Anguilla Police Force, 6 cars, 6 of their fleet had to be put aside because they're not safe to drive. So we make allocation, Madam Speaker, for new vehicles for them. Madam Speaker, in this supplementary budget, there's an allocation for rental of buses because our school bus fleet is down. There's also an allocation, Madam Speaker, for new school buses to the tune of over $1 million, $500,000 per bus. Madam Speaker, there are important things that's in this budget, but we are discussing $1. The majority of the debate is around $1, and I'm not prepuring it, Madam Speaker, and I'm not trying to say it like I started, Madam Speaker, and I will reiterate. I am not scared. No member of this side of the aisle is scared of questions.
We're never scared.
We are not. And I again applaud the members of the opposition because that's their job. They're to hold government accountable. They are supposed to hold the government accountable. And if they have queries, yes, ask us. Ask us the hard questions. And we will answer. So I'm not pursuing that they're questioning whether a dollar should be in the budget or not. And then there was a discussion about the restricted account. You would think, Madam Speaker, that restricted expenditure was just invented today by this administration. Restricted expenditure has always been there. It's what government have in the case of cost overruns or something come up for expenditure that they have to go too quickly, Madam Speaker. There must be some contingency, Madam Speaker. There must be. So we again, Madam Speaker, focusing on $1 when we have millions of dollars that is going to so much things that is important, Madam Speaker. Medical treatment overseas, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Single Island-wide member, Mrs. Quincy Gomes-Marie, Madam Speaker, has put in, and we are about to get a fish processing plant in Island Harbour, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, that's in this supplementary budget. A fish processing plant, Madam Speaker, something that has been talked about since the 1970s and 80s, Madam Speaker.
Change can't wait.
It's in this supplementary budget. But what we hearing talk about, Madam Speaker? the education projects, Madam Speaker. Oh, Madam Speaker, again, not to single out my colleague, the single island-wide member.
The ice cream man.
He made reference again to about what's in the budget for renewable energy, Madam Speaker. But again, Madam Speaker, like I said, the devil is in the details. It might not, he might not have seen anything in this supplementary budget, but when we came to the House to approve the original budget, we approved $2.4 million for renewable energy projects, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Premier took some knocks in certain corners for his Anguilla Day address when he said, we are making it look too easy. And I really starting to believe he have a good point now, Madam Speaker. Because it's so easy that people do not even realize it's being done, Madam Speaker. That's how easy it is. It's being done right in front of our faces, and we are not realize it's being done. Madam Speaker, $2.4 million has already been approved towards renewable energy, Madam Speaker. I am not making it up now, Madam Speaker. As I said before, Madam Speaker, I was told by an elderly gentleman in 2020 after coming to this house, he said, young man, anytime you get up in this honorable house, speak the truth. Speak the truth. And I know sometimes, Madam Speaker, our debates get lost into the back and forth about certain priorities that we figure are going to get us political points. But I think sometimes we need to stick with the facts, Madam Speaker. And not just read the big, bold letters. Look for the devil in the details, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just want to close off by saying I stand here in full support of this supplementary budget number 1 of 2024. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any other contributions? The member for Valley North is recognized.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker, other members of the House of Assembly, the members of Finance team who are in the gallery, persons listening via Facebook Live or radio. Again, a pleasant good afternoon. Today we are here to debate the merits of the Supplementary Appropriation Act for 2024. For the benefit of the listening public, Madam Speaker, a Supplementary Appropriation Act coming to the House in the middle of the year is not an unusual occurrence. The government's normal budgetary process takes place between October and November. And of course, following that process, the budget comes to the House of Assembly, and we are able to debate it at that period of time. As with normal occurrences, Madam Speaker, in life, there are important and oftentimes emergencies that pop up throughout the year that require you to spend beyond your allocated budget in order to provide, of course, public services, to be able to cover citizens in times of need, to cover debt that might have been incurred by a particular project or program. So for the benefit of the listening public, this is not unusual as long as there's adequate funding, Madam Speaker, available to support the supplementary budget. The act we are debating here today is to specifically authorize the supplementary expenditure from the Consolidated Fund for the Government of Anguilla in excess of sums appropriated for the services of the Government of Anguilla for the year 2024 financial period. The supplementary budget will bring, Madam Speaker, government's overall budget to the amount of $437,594,482 for the financial year ending December 31st, 2024. Before I continue, Madam Speaker, I want to remind the general public that the members of the opposition have a responsibility to scrutinize government spending and hold them accountable. And as such, I must remind members of the public, because I mentioned it before in another forum, but I want to remind members of the public of the timeline of getting us here today. On Monday 10th, the House of Assembly members received notice that we were having House of Assembly today, Friday, 10 a.m., and we would have reading 1, 2, and 3 of the Supplementary Appropriations Act. At the time, we were told that we would receive more detailed estimates and explanatory notes by the end of the day on Tuesday, again of this week. Tuesday the 11th was also, Madam Speaker, the deadline for the submission of formal questions in the House of Assembly. So if we were receiving, Madam Speaker, the notes and detailed budget estimates and information on the Tuesday, and our deadline for submitting formal questions was also on the Tuesday, it would have been made it, Madam Speaker, almost impossible to adequately scrutinize the document, then submit formal questions as a result of this. I must commend, though, Madam Speaker, the new PS Finance, Mrs. Marissa Harding Hodge, and her team at the Ministry of Finance for providing us with the most detailed information that I have ever received for a Supplementary Appropriation Act since I was elected in 2022. This should be the norm moving forward, Madam Speaker, because as I indicated, part of our function as a parliamentary opposition is that we are expected to scrutinize government spending and hold them to account. While I still have a number of questions, Madam Speaker, it's certainly a document that I can work with. Now back to the timeline. Notice of the meeting was given on Monday. Documents were submitted on Tuesday, giving us about 2 solid days to prepare, because we also had House of Assembly on that Tuesday. So really and truly, you only had Wednesday and Thursday, Madam Speaker, to review over $50 million in funds that were now going to be reflected in government's overall budget. I think we are deserving of more, Madam Speaker, than a 2-day window to scrutinize such a significant budgetary increase. And I noticed the member for Road North saying that, it's so much money and he would have hoped that we'd be talking about more things. Well, we would have hoped that we would have had more time to be able to effectively scrutinize this, given the fact that we haven't been working with these numbers. We don't operate in the ministries. So this is all new information for us that we are seeing this week. The budget contains, Madam Speaker, several critical areas that are important for the people of Anguilla. And while I won't exhaust every area, as I intend to ask a number of questions during the committee stage, there are certainly a number of things that I want to highlight, and areas where I am happy that additional funding has been allocated to. In the Ministry of Social Development, Madam Speaker, there is an increase in the Anguilla Community College. The subvention is being increased, Madam Speaker, by $428,000. The ACCC is a very important institution for the future development of this country, Madam Speaker. And I know for quite some time, they have been of the view that they have not been adequately supported by this administration, Madam Speaker. So I'm very happy to see that additional funding is being allocated.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, the member has said that the ACC have said that they have not been adequately supported by this administration. Where can she produce the evidence that the ACC have said that?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there are a number of members of the ACC team that have said to me on numerous occasions that they do not feel supported by this administration. That is a fact, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, studies show that countries that prioritize access to quality health and education lead to citizens having a better quality of life. And as such, I support any funds that are being used to support higher subventions for the ACC. During the committee stage, Madam Speaker, I intend to request some more specifics on what the additional funds will be going to that is referenced to a specific loan amount. So I leave that for that particular period of time, Madam Speaker, because I was a bit unclear about it. But my hope, though, also is, Madam Speaker, that we will be able to specifically hear from the government about what exactly the additional funds for the ACC is expected to be allocated to, because I'm hoping that they're going to be able to specifically say what they will do so that they can actually, the increases will actually lead to real enhancements in the quality of education being delivered by the institution, and not just that, you know, we are sending a blanket increase of funds, Madam Speaker. Two, Madam Speaker, there's an additional $2 million being allocated to medical expenses for overseas treatment. Though I wish it was more, I must acknowledge that this is almost $700,000 more than what was originally budgeted for to begin with. So, Madam Speaker, this is a significant overall increase because it brings the overall budget to almost $3 million, where originally it was just $1 million, Madam Speaker. The reality, Madam Speaker, is that we are having more serious illnesses and accidents than ever before happening in our society, and we need to be able to have adequate support for our people whenever the needs arise. Equally though, Madam Speaker, I must say to our citizens that they too have a responsibility to lead healthier lifestyles as much as their income permits, but also to be much more responsible during their road use, Madam Speaker, and reduce their speed and, by extension, dangerous accidents. Because I've noted this, Madam Speaker, in recent times. And also, if they can afford to, seek out monthly air ambulance services, Madam Speaker. Some plans are as low as $20 per month. Thirdly, Madam Speaker, there is an increase in education of $122,000 for increased wages for the provision of duties for crossing guards at the school, Madam Speaker. I'm happy that they are increasing the duties because there are significant needs at the primary level, Madam Speaker, and I can certainly acknowledge this because I spend quite a bit of time at the school in my constituency, Madam Speaker, so I do know that the need definitely is there. There is also a $195,000 increase due to the urgent need to rent buses until replacement school buses have been purchased. I absolutely support this as well, Madam Speaker, because I know the importance of having safe and reliable transportation for our students, and I think what is also being allotted, the $167,000 that is being allotted to costs associated with security guards in the primary schools, Madam Speaker, as alarming as it is important for us to put preventative measures in place to ensure that not just our students, but our students, teachers, and parents, and those frequenting the school feel safe. Finally, Madam Speaker, I'm elated to mention that there is an increase of $1.5 million to contribute to Project Inspire, and very importantly, Madam Speaker, to address the perimeter fencing and gates at the school, an intercom emergency alert system for all schools, and the purchase of security cameras for the school. Madam Speaker, I can't tell you how many times I have heard complaints from teachers, especially at the Albina Lake Hodge Comprehensive School, about how unsafe they feel in the environment. They don't feel protected. They don't feel as though there is adequate security, in spite of the fact that they have officers, security officers on the ground. They don't feel as though there is adequate overall security. Madam Speaker, I wish to now pivot to four main areas of concern that I wish to draw to the public's attention. In general, there is an increase in the capital budget of over $19 million. While I will use the opportunity again, as I mentioned before, in the committee stage to ask more detailed questions, I wish to focus on a few of these areas for the benefit of the public. Number one, restricted expenditure. $2.5 million has been allocated to restricted expenditure for insufficient funding for capital expenditure. For the benefit again of the public, this is essentially a blanket $2.5 million that is available to move around as those in authority see it fit. The concern that I have with this, Madam Speaker, is that there is no specific details given in terms of where the allocation may potentially go. Section, and I see you smiling, Madam Speaker, I'm not sure what's so funny, but Section 30 of the Financial Administration Act
That does not
gives
apply if
the
I smile.
minister-
Come on, member. Please.
Section 30 of the Financial Administration Act gives the minister the ability to spend, the Minister of Finance specifically, the ability to spend up to $5 million and the ability to anticipate House approval. This means then, Madam Speaker, that these funds that are now being put in the capital budget via the supplementary budget, these funds can be moved around in other areas without the House knowing ahead of time or the public being aware of it ahead of time, Madam Speaker. Now, I just want to put on record, I'm not saying that's going to happen, but I'm saying the provision has been made for it to happen, Madam Speaker. And I think it is important for the general public to know that there is a law, and Mr. Richardson spoke to it, the Honorable Member for Road North spoke to the fact that, there are laws that you have to follow. But I think it is also important for the general public to know that these specific laws also exist. And it allows for money that is allocated for capital expenditure to be moved around to different areas as the Minister of Finance sees it fit, up to at least $5 million. And I think that was important to note. This brings me to number 2, Madam Speaker. The Lansing Bowl Cultural Center. This project has significant cultural and historic significance. And I'm actually looking forward to celebrating the 50th anniversary in this space. When this project was originally started, we brought a couple of things to the public's attention. Most of you would remember that around that period of time, there were a number of things happening. It was a very rapid process of taking down the structure. There was a consultation on the drawings that were scheduled, I think, for changes, the appointment of contractors. A number of things were happening in very short order, Madam Speaker. And we would have asked a number of questions. We would have utilized the House of Assembly to formally ask specific questions. We would have spoken publicly on radio about some of these things, again, asking questions. In those early stages, we made it abundantly clear that we supported the redevelopment of this project, just as we did to the ferry terminal, Madam Speaker. We supported them, Madam Speaker. But this narrative that is being pushed out there, particularly by the member for District 6, this narrative that the members of the opposition don't support the development of the Lansing Bowl Cultural Center, Madam Speaker, is absolutely outrageous. Madam Speaker, I'll ask that you have the member stop speaking during my presentation.
Member, can you kindly not interrupt the member while she makes her presentation?
But Madam Speaker, we had significant concerns about the process being used to procure the contractor for the construction. The accountability mechanisms for evaluating the project and monitoring the project, even the timelines for the project, Madam Speaker, we were unsure about. We even requested a copy, Madam Speaker, in this House actually, of the specific MOU agreement between DART and the government of Anguilla that we were told, Madam Speaker, existed. And we were told that in this House. The Honorable Member for Valley South had initially stated in the House of Assembly that it was available if we requested it. That request was made. The permanent secretary of the relevant ministry indicated that she was not in possession of a signed copy of the MOU at that time, and she could not provide us with it. And of course, Madam Speaker, we never had access to it, neither formally as members of the opposition or even members of the public. We were accused at that time, Madam Speaker, of being unpatriotic, of not wanting to see the village complete. One supporter even started a rumor that I was physically at the village, stopping heavy equipment operators from beginning construction, telling them that asking them who gave them permission to do this, Madam Speaker. The rumor was so far-fetched, Madam Speaker, that I actually reached out to Mr. Courtney Morton, who came there the same morning that I was there, Madam Speaker, sitting in my vehicle. And while my son was watching the heavy equipment, because we were both together, my son and I, and I asked Mr. Morton if at the time, did he see me outside of my vehicle at any point in time? And of course, Mr. Morton said, no, he didn't. He said when he heard the rumor, he actually went back to the heavy equipment guys and asked them if before he arrived, if I had asked anything. And of course it was no, Madam Speaker, because I stayed in my vehicle. So, of course it was a vicious lie, Madam Speaker. But the point was, the narrative has been out there from inception that we have been out actively trying to stop this project, which is absolutely outrageous, Madam Speaker. I have been participating in Carnival, Madam Speaker, since the age of 11. And there has not been 1 year, Madam Speaker, since that time to now that I have not made some contribution to Carnival. Whether that is performing as a dancer, a contestant in Miss Anguilla, talented teen, a pageant judge at every level, a coach at every level, Madam Speaker, whether it was serving on the Carnival Committee as the administrative assistant, Madam Speaker, whether it was serving on the Carnival Committee, Madam Speaker, whether it was working at the Department of Youth and Culture, Madam Speaker, Carnival is extremely important, and I have always, the records will show, I have always supported the funding and the building of a new Carnival village, Madam Speaker. That being said, however, as an elected representative, Madam Speaker, and a member of the opposition, I have a responsibility to effectively scrutinize projects that are funded by the government, built on Crown land, or expected to be maintained by the government of Anguilla. I am not paid a House of Assembly allowance to just sit back and enjoy the building of a new structure, don't ask any questions, don't require any transparency or accountability, Madam Speaker. I have no control over what has occurred in the past, Madam Speaker. However, since 2022, Madam Speaker, I have been elected and I have a responsibility to speak out on issues that I feel strongly about. Notice, Madam Speaker, there is no significant amount placed in the budget for the Lansing Bowl Cultural Center. Essentially, a non-transparent pathway has been created so that in the event that additional funding is needed between now and August, the Minister of Finance...
Madam Speaker, that is misleading the House. How could the inclusion of a line item be a non-transparent pathway? I would like the member to be specific, because she's also making an insinuation on the Ministry of Finance officials who would have facilitated the development and the finalization of this budget.
I am in agreement.
Thank you very much for that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, $1 was put in for the Lansing Bowl Cultural Center in the event that money is needed. Right, Madam Speaker? No? Why was it put in? Because I think that's why it was put in, as a line item in the event. However,
Well,
Madam
that's
Speaker,
your opinion. Say that it is
my
your
opinion, Madam Speaker,
Right.
is that a line item was put in for Lansing Bowl in the middle of the year. So this isn't the end of the budgetary period, Madam Speaker, right? In the middle of the year, prior to Carnival, it is my opinion that that a line item indicating $1 has been put in for the Lansing Bowl Cultural Center, therefore putting a project that was supposed to be fully funded by a private investor, fully funded, is now being put in the budget with a $1 item, with a $1 amount assigned. However, as I indicated before, Section 30 of the Financial Administration Act gives the Minister of Finance the ability to move around in the capital budget up to $5 million as he sees fit and anticipates approval of the House. So you have here, Madam Speaker, a provision for monies to be moved around. If necessary, that is a fact. The provision is there. No, it doesn't need the approval of the House prior.
Madam Speaker,
It doesn't need the approval of the
point of
House
order.
prior.
I can't end this point. Okay. On a point of order, that is misleading the House. Right now, this is a transparent process. Because if the monies are moved to that line item, we would know where it comes from, which is possibly a restricted account. But that is not what a restricted account was created for either. So the member is misleading the House. And she cannot just state matters of opinion in the place of fact.
That is what she thinks.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hope that will be taken away from from the time to me, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I have indicated before, and the Honorable Single Island Wide member confirmed, there is no money there allocated other than $1. The Honorable member indicated that later on, funds can be taken from that account if necessary. So my thing is this, Madam Speaker, how about us being open and transparent?
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, that is misleading the House on what I just said. I am saying that if you are accusing the members of government for not having a transparent process and insinuating that there are monies available to be moved to this account, this is a process of transparency. Because where else would that money come from if not from the supplementary budget or the annual appropriation budget? So that is misleading the House. Or the member grossly misunderstands how the Ministry of Finance work and the financial processes of government.
Madam Speaker, as I indicated earlier, and as Mr. Vanterpool indicated earlier, what transparency would be is coming back to the House in the event that you need money for the LBCC, and coming back to the House of Assembly, Madam Speaker, with a supplementary budget at that time,
Madam
with
Speaker,
a specified, Madam Speaker, I'm speaking, Madam Speaker.
On a point of order.
Thank you.
I will state what the point of order is. Madam Speaker, the member is misleading the House because the member in her presentation is attempting to dictate what counts as transparency and what does not count as transparency, even if it is following the legal provisions provided in the Financial Administration and Audit Act and in the Supplementary Act. So that is why, Madam Speaker, I said it is misleading and the member is intentionally manipulating the facts to make a point about transparency. That is what I'm saying.
That's why I agreed with you in the beginning. So, member, please.
Madam Speaker,
the facts are the facts. Let's just move on.
With all due respect, Madam Speaker, I can't be asked to move on because I'm making my presentation.
You are asked to move on, or I will ask you to sit down. So please move on.
Madam Speaker, as I indicated, the provision is there for up to $5 million to be moved. The general public can do what they want with that information. So right now, the sitting administration does not necessarily need to come back to the House prior to move any funds around as it relates to the Lansing Bowl Cultural Center, a project that was previously said to be fully funded, Madam Speaker. I'm only equipping the public with information, Madam Speaker. They can do what they want with it. The Capital Development Fund, Madam Speaker, during the initial budget, and again, Madam Speaker, you must permit me to say how I'm asked to move on, but I sit in this honorable House and hear people talk about all sorts of irrelevant things in presentations, Madam Speaker, and I'm never asked to move on for hours. But I just think that is...
Member, if you find that there's anything irrelevant, that is your right to stand and say, on a point of order, Madam Speaker, this is irrelevant. Come on, that's your right. It's not up to me.
As we do all the time, Madam Speaker, but the general public knows, Madam Speaker. The Capital Development Fund, Madam Speaker, during the initial budget, there was $950,000 allocated to the construction. There was $950,000 allocated to the construction of the Vivian Vanterpool Primary School. This is in addition to the funding provided by Anguilla, Madam Speaker, to make much needed improvements to the Island Harbor School. Now, this budget is now asking for an additional $3.5 million for the second classroom block, This seems to be a significant additional amount compared to the previous budgeted amount, Madam Speaker. It also appears from the description that the UK government is paying for the material, so the figure is only for labor costs. And I stand to be corrected, Madam Speaker, and I will ask that during the committee meeting, because I saw that in the notes. So that could be an oversight or my misunderstanding, Madam Speaker. So during the committee stage, that's something I'll definitely go a little bit deeper into. But again, it seems significantly high to me, Madam Speaker. Number 5, an increase in consultancy fees. And this is my final area, Madam Speaker. And the final area I wish to touch on. The approved budget in 2023 was $7,324,351. This was the estimate, the approved budget for 2023. And this is for consultancy only. The estimate in 2024 was $11 million, almost 12. And now the supplementary is asking for an additional $8 million, Madam Speaker. So in total, the total professional consultancy fees will be $20 million. That is significant, Madam Speaker. That is a significant increase. And this figure is incredibly high and quite concerning to me. So during the committee stage, I'll take the opportunity to ask some more detailed questions about the breakdown of this figure, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity here today to give my presentation to the general public, and I look forward to utilizing the committee stage to ask for further clarity on the various areas of the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. The honorable member for Road South is recognized.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Sorry for the confusion in relation to who rises just now. But Madam Speaker, I want to rise first and foremost in support of the Supplementary Appropriation Bill number 1, 2024. And Madam Speaker, I wish to canvass my presentation, which I assume is going to answer some of the questions that have been posed as well, in relation to the recurrent expenditure under the Ministry of Social Development and the capital expenditure under the Ministry of Social Development. First of all, Madam Speaker, you would have seen that there is a $2 million increase in the recurrent expenditure for medical treatment overseas. And Madam Speaker, you would have noticed the recent discourse over the past year in relation to medical treatment overseas and its demand and strain on government finances. Now, Madam Speaker, there are particular methods and processes within government for us to be able to apportion more money to deal with these unexpected medical demands. And therefore, with the support of the Minister of Finance and Premier responsible for health, we have increased the allotment for medical treatment overseas to $2 million. And of course, Madam Speaker, it has been stated that the entire allotment for 2024 was budgeted as $1,304,088. And just to explain, Madam Speaker, when you see budgeted figures for a particular year, they are based on the actuals of the year before. So we base our budgets on the actual expenditure that you did the year before. What we noticed in 2023, especially towards the later part of 2023, is that a number of the expenditures started to skyrocket. And therefore, in 2024, we knew that we needed to make an additional apportionment for medical treatment overseas. And that is why we are here today with a significant uplift. And Madam Speaker, I want to point out for the general public that the reality in relation to medical treatment overseas is that it is very difficult to budgetarily predict the amount of expenditure that you will make on a year-on-year basis because of the nature of the head. And that is to say, if a tragic accident happens or illness strikes a family, the price varies on what takes place. So there is a dramatic variety of costs that can be incurred in relation to what actually happens. So you may have an accident, or you may have someone on chemotherapy and the person is stage 1 or stage 4, or the accident is pretty serious, and you can see the costs rise very significantly for just one person. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that we had one person in 2024 whose medical treatment overseas bill on the government of Anguilla was almost $400,000. So putting it into context about the figure that is being apportioned for medical treatment overseas, Madam Speaker, and the fact that it is a higher figure than what we apportioned for the entire 2024, that is part of the background context. And Madam Speaker, even though we are making this arrangement for additional funds in relation to medical treatment overseas, we also want to indicate to the public that we will be coming shortly with a new medical treatment overseas policy, which will guide the apportionment of funds for medical treatment overseas in collaboration with other overseas territories and Caribbean islands who also have medical treatment overseas policies. Anguilla is one of the few countries that does not actually have a guiding policy for medical treatment overseas, and we're seeking to close that gap. Secondly, Madam Speaker, there are increases in recurrent expenditure for grants and contributions under the Ministry of Social Development and Education to the tune of $428,000. And though there are two areas within which that captures, Madam Speaker, in relation to the ACC, it is additional expenditure for TVET personnel, for the hiring of TVET personnel to support our TVET programs. As you know, Madam Speaker, this year we will begin the construction of the Technical Vocation Education Center at the Campus Q site. And as we look to roll out the partnership between the Albina Lake Hodge Comprehensive School and the Anguilla Community College, we will be onboarding more persons specifically hired in the area of TVET to ensure that our programs, the programs that we wish to offer to our students, are able to be offered with the requisite personnel. Another part of that funding in grants and contributions coming out of the Ministry of Social Development and Education, Madam Speaker, relates to a social program, which I'm actually very happy to speak to this afternoon. The program is called First Starts, which is an initiative focusing on ensuring that every newborn in Anguilla receives essential baby kits, regardless of their family's financial circumstances, Madam Speaker. I'm sorry, the minister's going to have her baby before this is actually going to be implemented. But, Madam Speaker, this is an initiative that applies in most developed countries. You'd see it for reference in New Zealand, where the initiative tries to provide support for new mothers and for families generally, because the first starts or the first period of that baby's life tend to be very challenging, because there's a lot of new circumstances for all persons in the family. And in order to reduce that uncertainty and to provide support, we are going to be supporting the First Starts initiative by GLH Productions, which will include a basket with Pampers, wipes, clothing, health and grooming kits, socks, mittens, hats, towels, washcloths, blankets, baby wash, maybe a plush book for baby, nursing pads, and bathtubs. So, Madam Speaker, that is a key initiative which we are seeking to support. Of course, you know, this is why it's important to have women in office, ably supported by some good men. Goodish men. Not South Hill men. Madam Speaker, Sultan, don't hold that against me. Madam Speaker, we also would like to turn to some other increases in relation to, critical increases in relation to the Ministry of Social Development and Education, related to the onboarding of a community services diversion officer. You'll see that under the head of the Department of Probation Services. Now, Madam Speaker, you would have known that this Honorable House would have gone through the Gun Crime and Gang Violence Committee and would have produced a report here in this House. And this particular position forms part of the raft of recommendations that were made under the Gun Crime and Gang Violence report in relation to supporting services for persons who are in conflict with the law, to create a positive environment and prevent recidivism in criminal activity and behavior. And so I know that the Department of Probation has been waiting for this for quite a long time, and I'm happy to see that we have this, and we are bolstering and supporting the work that is done in the committees in this House to ensure that we reduce the incidences of gun crime and gang violence bit by bit. Madam Speaker, we also spoke to the education. Education has $484,584 for security guards for primary schools in the daytime. Just to highlight to you that we also have, as part of the capital budget, some cameras which will do the monitoring in the nighttime for the primary school system. We have the regularization of crossing guards for $122,000. This is because our crossing guards usually work for 3 hours in the day, but they actually stay there the entire day and they cannot seek meaningful employment anywhere else. So we have increased their duties in relation to the security and the functioning of the schools, and regularized their salaries in accordance with that change. Madam Speaker, we spoke to the $195,000 for the rental of school buses, and I want to highlight the fact that in 2022, we would have received a report from the Ministry of Infrastructure about the need to update and phase in a new fleet of school buses. And in 2023, in our 2023 budget, we then included funding for school buses, but unfortunately, Madam Speaker, that procurement would have failed. And just for the listening public to understand, procurements fail for a number of reasons, whether or not there's nobody bids on the document, or the request is above the threshold by more than 10% or under the threshold by more than 10%, or the correct documents are not submitted. And we would have then attempted again in 2024, and we realized that based on the projected inflation in the cost of buses, we would not be able to cover it in the allotted amount. And so you will see in the capital budget as well, Madam Speaker, $550,000 for each bus, a total of $1.1 million for school buses. And I think the entire country understands how important it is for us to get these school buses. But the rental of the school buses is because the lead time is 18 to 24 months for getting a new school bus on island. So in the interim, Madam Speaker, we obviously have to increase the allotment, and I'm grateful that Government of Anguilla is actually in a position to be able to include this in the budget. Now, Madam Speaker, in relation to capital, I know it has been ventilated in relation to the Vivian Vanderpool Primary School and the James Runner Webster Park. And I just want to briefly touch on education, the $1.58 million that will be going to perimeter fences, to gates at all schools, intercom systems for all schools, emergency alert systems for all schools, and the purchase of security cameras for all schools. These are all part of the requests that would have been highlighted in the ATU response to the Department of Education in relation to increasing the security measures, and grateful again that the Government of Anguilla is in a position to be able to fulfill these requests. And now, Madam Speaker, I guess I'm going to turn to the thorn in the opposition's eye. The Lansing Bow Cultural Center, Madam Speaker, And I think a little history is very important before I begin, Madam Speaker, because the Lansing Bowl Cultural Center is a rich, storied venue. It's the site of Government House that was burned down, which was then rebirthed and became the center for celebration of our emancipation from slavery. It primarily, our cultural tenets in this country were upheld not by the government of Anguilla, but by the community. It is our community who made investments in this facility. And when you look at the literature around cultural investments globally, Madam Speaker, I refer specifically to the Leveling Up white paper presented in the UK, which talked about the government's vital role in investing and preserving cultural success. It speaks to the fact that weak or poor investments in culture, specifically, usually lead to diminished local pride and an erosion of your cultural fabric. And it talks about not just the good, the social good of culture by itself, but it also speaks to how culture and cultural activities are enablers. They enable other goods and services to be used. They enable little economies within themselves so that people and our people in this country can make money. And Madam Speaker, I think it has to be said that this administration, more than any other administration, and we are rookies, quote unquote, have understood the value of investing in culture. And I'm not just talking about brick and mortar, Madam Speaker, because I'm speaking about the fact that it is under this administration that we had the first Maliohana Festival. It is under this administration that you saw government purchase the Colville Petty History Museum collection. It is under this administration that you will see the operationalization. For a lengthy period. The operationalization of the old courthouse. It is under this administration that you will see the reforms to our social studies textbook for our students that will include our historical and cultural story. It is under this administration that you would have seen the first increase in cultural expenditure in the last 15 years. And it is under this administration, in November 2025, where Anguilla will be the host of the World Music Cities Global Tourism Event. And finally, Madam Speaker, it is under this administration that you will see the redevelopment of the Lansing Bowl Cultural Center. And Madam Speaker, when you look at the Lansing Bowl Cultural Center, I'll take you forward a little bit here before I take you back. The entire region is looking on and marveling at the investment in culture in Anguilla. The entire region. I cannot tell you how many calls I get from my colleagues overseas talking about our investment in culture. And they talk, and I look back, Madam Speaker, I look back at our Lansing Cultural Center. I look back at it. And I see why you had sporadic interest in culture. And in this new cultural center, no, this is not Faker's House. This is not Faker's House Premier. But in this cultural center, Madam Speaker, we have 24 vending booths available. We have seen over 70 applications to go in these booths. 70. Which says there is an interest and a drive to become a part of it. But, Madam Speaker, prior to that, you would have seen the dying off or the sporadic interest. in operating within the Lansing Cultural Center as a cultural and economic driver. Sporadic. Now we have year-round interest. I have persons calling and asking me, okay, after Carnival, we want to rent a booth for the entire year. That's the type of investment it is. It's the vision not only to have culture being partaken in for 3 weeks out of a year, but year-round. So persons can make money year-round. So culture has a home. And a home that you are okay with visiting in the daytime. You don't have to wait till the lights are off. Amen. This was the state of our Lansing Cultural Center, Madam Speaker. The infrastructure was breaking down.
Thank you.
Cracking. Seriously. I bring these pictures to show you this is the legacy we had. And Madam Speaker, I remember being backstage in 2017 for Miss Anguilla, and I remember the little curtain that was separating me from the other contestants. And it was 4 of us, me, the makeup artist, the hairstylist, the chaperone, having to take turns being in the backstage booth, because we all couldn't fit there at once. We couldn't all fit there. And we are saying, well, how do you position this facility for the interest of persons, not only here in Anguilla, but globally? Because we now have global interest. We have festivals asking to make their home here in Anguilla, which means more revenue-generating opportunities for the people of Anguilla. For the people of Anguilla. And Madam Speaker, for 2 years, in 2021, I established the Lansing Cultural Center Redevelopment Committee. And for 2 years, we were searching, how are we going to find funds for this facility? Couldn't figure it out. Because government's priorities were, it's more urgent stuff. You had COVID-19, obviously. COVID-19 was a big thing. You had COVID-19, you had all these emergency things. You had to spend $36 million to finish the high school, and it's still not finished. That's still just some of the funds. Right? Well, and Madam Speaker, I think it bears repetition, because I keep hearing questions from the opposition, and it's one or two things. Number one, they don't want to accept what we say because actually, you know what someone told me, a constituent of mine told me the other day, Deanne, they're not mad that you guys are doing the Lansing Cultural Center, they're mad that it's not them doing it. And you know what? It makes sense. Madam Speaker, I want to go through the process, and permit me, please, to use a whiteboard to demonstrate. Do I have permission? I want to make a demonstration, a comparison, and I want to use a whiteboard to assist. Thank you. Madam Speaker, okay. I want to explain to you the process and how we got here. MyCoot, as they call it, provided an estimate, right? Based on that estimate, so their estimate, $4.6 million. $4.6 million. Based on that estimate, and you would have heard us on press conferences multiple times talking about the agreement was for $4 million because initially, US dollars. Initially, the first estimate that Michael gave us was $3.7 million US dollars, right? Michael subsequently revised their estimate to $4.6 million. Based on this estimate, we agreed with the donor to fund and to put in a contingency, because remember, we first started with $4 million, of $1 million, right? And the $1 million would be to account for the fact that the subsequent estimate was 4.6. So that would allow for some contingencies. Now, Madam Speaker, the funding was by the donor, right? And in this particular instance, the donor is making the payments, doing all the procurement, doing all of the due diligence. This funding does not come into the government of Anguilla's treasury. And so, the procurement, the responsibility for the procurement is on the donor. Is that clear? Madam Speaker, in a regular circumstance where it's a government project, MICU will prepare the estimate, the funding will be agreed, the funding will be provided by the government of Anguilla, not the donor. And because it is money coming from the government of Anguilla's treasury, all of the procurement responsibility lies on the government of Anguilla. Is that clear? Okay. Okay, my time, how much time do I have left? I'm not sure. So, Madam Speaker, thank you. I need to wipe it off. That estimate, how many minutes?
7.
Oh. That estimate that was provided is the basis, was the basis for the agreement. Michael said it'll cost $4.6 million, $4.6 million. They apportioned $5 million based on the scope and the drawings identified and given to them by Michael. Is that clear? Okay. And so, what I want to make very clear is that the donor will complete the estimated scope, all of that estimated scope that Michael did, the donor will complete all of that. The scope agreed by Michael is going to be completed by the donor. I want to make that very clear. So, what we agreed for is the scope that was given to us by Michael, and that is what will be completed by the donor. Now, on the other hand, Madam Speaker, we can recognize that there are amenities that are not part of that scope. We can recognize that there are amenities not part of that scope. Amenities such as security. So things that even the previous Lansing Cultural Center did not have, because we had no security at this previous structure. Now, we don't know the estimated cost for it as yet. But we know that given the security challenges that we are facing, that we do want to provision for security. Correct? And as a fiscally prudent administration, the more responsible thing to do is to provision for it. It is to provision for it to ensure that when we have to consider how do we make sure that we have security costs covered, we can have it covered. That is, in a nutshell, Madam Speaker, the issue. And I want to point to very quickly, Madam Speaker, a number of things that I heard the opposition speak to on Class FM. One was this concern or this statement that we should have wired money to facilitate the completion of the Lansing Cultural Center. Madam Speaker, I do want to say that if we're going to say, if the member, specifically, this is in relation to the member for Valley North, she said on radio that the government could have wired money in relation to completing the Lansingbourg Cultural Center. And since she is raising provisions under the Financial Administration and
Sorry,
Audit
Madam
Act,
Speaker, can you ask the member to repeat what she said? I think she said via something, so I just wanted to hear it
the
clear.
member referred to a environment that could be done in relation to the Lansingbourg Cultural Center. And I want to point, Madam Speaker, to a number of sections, right? The Financial Administration in the very same part, because environments are covered under Section 31 of the Financial Administration and Audit Act, Part 6. But that section, which runs for about 10 provisions, which includes the environment of money, also includes a supplementary budget. And what I'm saying, Madam Speaker, is there are a number of options open to government if it arises a need to deal with any unexpected matters coming in relation to finances. Under Section 26, the Premier can bring a supplementary budget. Under Section 35, it gives the Minister of Finance the right to set off. Under Section 31, it gives the Minister of Finance the power to via money. So you have a number of options available to you, Madam Speaker, right? And so this cherry picking, because the whole dialogue behind this particular mechanism is that there is some lack of transparency that is happening. And that is not the case, Madam Speaker. And I wonder at the opposition's adamance at cherry picking what is actually captured in the legislation, or the options available, because they're making it seem as though we are choosing the wrong option. And really and truly, Madam Speaker, I don't know if I can say that I can expect better from someone who will cherry pick sections of the Constitution as well, because these are our very same concerns with our Constitution. You can't cherry pick whether or not you want to follow certain sections of the Constitution. You follow it all. And so, Madam Speaker, the issue, again, that is being promulgated by the opposition is this in relation to transparency. And to be honest, I am deeply offended by their audacity. I am deeply offended by their audacity, right? Because, Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Social Development and Education is not handling any money. We are not spending government money. They know this. The old courthouse was handled not by government funds. There was no issue. But they continue to try to manipulate people, all because of a $1 provision in the supplementary budget. $1, and not even $1 US, one EC dollar. An EC dollar.
But I am.
So, Madam Speaker, it really is, it behooves me, because they're talking about an administration who left an unfinished campus queue for us to finish for $36 million. When we brought that to this House as a supplementary, the same process. But yet they are telling us here that if we are making provisions for just in case, we don't get the opportunity of bringing a supplementary because that is lack of transparency. But they all rallied around us finishing another unfinished fiasco under the Anguilla United Front.
Member.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other contributions? The member for Road South is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, every year, ministers of government and technical officers sit around the table to discuss the medium-term and economic and fiscal plan. Every year, technical officers and ministers of government sit around the table to debate expenditure and to fall within a certain expenditure envelope, Madam Speaker. I have no doubt that Anguilla United Front also suffered that same fate. And last year, Madam Speaker, we sat around the table multiple times, Madam Speaker, with the technical officers and ministers of government, Madam Speaker, to debate and to fight for, in some instances, how we can squeeze into our needs and squeeze down some $47 million in expenditure, needed expenditure, that every department head, every permanent secretary, every minister wanted to see occur. $47 million, Madam Speaker. And because of the prescribed expenditure, we had to do that, Madam Speaker. $47 million for the development of the people of this country, for the benefit of the people of this country. And so we came to this house with heavy hearts, knowing that we had to fall within these parameters, Madam Speaker. And the Honorable Premier went off to London in November of 2023, Madam Speaker. And while there, he put forward a case that Anguilla has dire needs, serious needs, personal, sorry, the mic was off. I was saying, Madam Speaker, hopefully I get that time back, that in November 2023, the Premier made the case to the Minister of the Overseas Territory and the Foreign Direct and Commonwealth Office, Madam Speaker, and I have a great guy who works there by the name of Adam Pyle. I have lots of respect for him from the time I met him back in 2019, Madam Speaker. That because of your dictates, because of your guidelines, we had to squeeze out this $47 million of needed expenditure for the people of this country, Madam Speaker. And he put forward a case. And he put forward a case so strongly, Madam Speaker, that they committed that once you prepare your supplementary budget, we'll turn it around in quick order, Madam Speaker, provided that it is approved, it looks good, and you can afford it, Madam Speaker. And so, over a period of 6 months, Madam Speaker, we worked on that supplementary because certain things became higher priority and certain things we were able to say we can forego. And we came up with this supplementary budget, Madam Speaker. And I must thank His Majesty's government, the Minister for the Overseas Territories, Adam, and the staff at the FCDO for turning it around in quick order, Madam Speaker, and going through these figures with a fine-tooth comb and saying what Fred Gandhi said way back then when he said, this budget stands, Madam Speaker. And here we are today. And if you would not believe it, you will think that we will be debating over an EC dollar, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, the same leader, because Madam Speaker, I listened to an interview by the member for Sandy Hill when she said the role of the leader of the opposition, as a matter of fact, she even said it here in this parliament, Madam Speaker, is to coalesce the views of the opposition and present the views of the collective opposition, Madam Speaker. And so the same opposition that said we want to get rid of tourism, Madam Speaker, the same opposition that said we want to diversify totally away from tourism, Madam Speaker, have been making noise from the jump about the Lansing Bowl Cultural Center, Madam Speaker. A Lansing Bowl Cultural Center that for the first time in my life, the day before the demolition, I went into the backstage. And I could not believe that we were producing such great queens and such great Miss Teenage, such great competitors, Madam Speaker, coming out of that dark, dingy hole, Madam Speaker. And for all of the persons who have worked with the Lansing Bowl Cultural Center from 1974 to this day, they must be given a round of applause. And you know who must be given a round of applause to, Madam Speaker? Those band of pioneers who in 1974 decided that Lansing Estate, that's what it was called, Lansing Estate, must come the centerpiece for our cultural development, Madam Speaker. And through their own dollars, Madam Speaker, privately funded through their own pockets, privately funded through their own abilities, people like Gassi and all of these people, Madam Speaker. There was a time that Gassi told a story, Gaston Brooks, his name is, where leading up to the carnival, leading up to an event, the winds came and blew all the galvanize away. And he stayed all day and all night erecting the galvanize so the show could go on. Couldn't stop the carnival, Madam Speaker. Can't stop the carnival. And he was so tired he couldn't even attend the event, Madam Speaker. These band of pioneers, for generation, a whole generation, Madam Speaker, have been calling for a brand new Lands and Bowl Cultural Center, Madam Speaker. We heard his son for many years trying to get people to contribute to the Lands and Bowl Cultural Center. And in 2014, leading up to the carnival, Madam Speaker, my brother, now deceased this year, 10 years, Madam Speaker, came out with his workmen and ensured that the western wall was plastered and painted. Everybody was contributing to the development of Lands and Bowl Cultural Center, Madam Speaker. It was the contributions of those people who did so. And in last year, 2023, on the eve of the 50th anniversary of the Anguilla Summer Festival, the great Minister of Culture, the Honorable Deanne Kentish-Rogers, stood up and she said, "It is my hope, my ambition, my desire that for the 50th, you will have a brand new facility to celebrate in. We will no longer celebrate in this." And there are certain persons who want to toll her to task and say that she was misspeaking and she was speaking prematurely, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, the Bible itself says that where there's no vision, a country perish. And that same opposition brings people to run in politics who say, "I don't have no vision. My vision is my work. I don't have the need of a vision," Madam Speaker. But without vision, a people perish. And the vision, once you have the vision and you're willing to do the work, Madam Speaker, all things are possible through Christ who strengthens us, Madam Speaker. All things are possible. And so the work started, Madam Speaker. And a lot of work had to be engaged upon. We didn't decide to call up heavy equipment operators and so and go demolish the Lands and Bowl Cultural Center. We didn't do that. Like the opposition did. The opposition, without going through the Executive Council, Madam Speaker, called up heavy equipment operators and had them demolish buildings in this country without going through any due process.
On a point of order, Madam
of fact.
Speaker. On a point of order, Madam Speaker. The member is speaking about the opposition. And I would ask him to clarify which of the members of the opposition he's making reference to when he's making these statements, these incorrect and inaccurate statements. What you just said, the opposition would have called up people and told them, etc. Which member of the opposition?
Madam Speaker, I know, as a matter of fact, the no opposition, they were government before. The no
incorrect
opposition,
statement, Madam Speaker.
The no opposition,
it is an
Madam Speaker.
incorrect statement to say that the no opposition was in government before. And I would ask the member to clarify and specify his statements. There are some members of this honorable house who were never elected, who are now members of the opposition, never elected before. So please be accurate when you're speaking.
And he also needs to say which specific member did it.
Please don't jump up in the house like that. There's a way to do things. Please, you know your rules. Let's use the rules. Just be clear. Yes.
Madam Speaker, I love questions, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I am reiterating the fact that the now opposition, the Anguilla United Front opposition, who was once in government, called up heavy equipment operators without the cover of the executive
order, Madam Speaker.
Without the cover of the executive council to ask them to demolish buildings.
Madam Speaker, a telephone call requires an individual, so it's improper, inaccurate for the member to talk about the now opposition. So I would ask him to clarify who called up who.
Madam Speaker, there's something called the principle of collective responsibility.
Not on a phone call.
There's something called the principle of collective responsibility. And when you're in government, the principle of collective responsibility prevails.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, the member is seeking to impute improper motive. And when he is doing so, in relation to specific members of the House currently, he must be accurate in his statements or withdraw his statements from this honorable House. It is inappropriate for him to seek to impute improper motive on any member of this House by making a bald allegation. If there was a phone call and he has it on authority who was on that call, then he should say so. And if not, then he needs to move on from this line of discussion because it is unacceptable.
Madam Speaker, I will reiterate, and I hope I will get my time back. I never disturb them by any points of order. I hope I get my time back. But there is something called the principle of collective responsibility, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, with all due respect, on a point of order, Madam Speaker, there's something called collective responsibility that cannot apply to persons who were not in the administration at that time. So therefore, it is improper for him to say that members of the opposition were there. Madam Speaker, can you please correct him?
Madam Speaker, the member for Valley North want to be selective when the front does things and when it doesn't do anything. The member for Valley North, who is now an elected member since 2022.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, Madam Speaker, the member indicated he's imputing improper motive. The member would have indicated that members of the opposition would have called up heavy equipment operators directly, Madam Speaker. He needs to say which member of this opposition called up heavy equipment operators directly, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I said the no opposition, they were in government before. They were in government before, and the principle of collective responsibility prevails. And the no opposition who was in government before, without the cover of Executive Council, called up heavy equipment operators and had government assets demolished in the aftermath of Hurricane Irma.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, and I mean, I don't know how many times the opposition is going to get up on a point of order asking for the Speaker of this House to intervene in terms of the inaccurate statements that are made. It is absolutely untrue that the now opposition would have called up anyone. And so, unless it is...
I think you've missed one section of what the member has said. They were in government before.
Who is there, Madam Speaker? That's my point.
You are one who were in government before of the United Front administration. That's clear.
Madam Speaker, the member said without the cover of Executive Council.
Please, you may continue.
I'm asking for a decision as to whether or not my point of order is being addressed or overruled, because I'm asking the member to refrain from making statements about the now opposition. And since he's making reference to a phone call that he apparently knows who made the call, then I'm asking him to specify names and whether or not the person who he's speaking about is currently a member of this opposition. Girls, sit down and go.
Madam Speaker,
you may continue,
when it
member.
comes to government business, there's no differentiation. The principle of collective responsibility prevails. And so, when those buildings, those government assets were demolished by the Anguilla United Front administration, Madam Speaker, it was done without the cover, without the parameters, without the legal framework, without going to the oversight of the Executive Council, Madam Speaker. This is a matter of historical fact.
There is no collective responsibility that was applicable. So please specify what you're speaking about, because collective responsibility does not apply.
Please, member.
If we're not in opposition, if we're not in the House,
allow the member to continue.
So my point of order is being overruled.
There is no point of order.
There is no point
you
of order.
may continue.
Thank you, Madam
This is
Speaker.
clear.
It's
Please,
very clear.
Member for Road South, you may continue.
Madam Speaker, so when you hear the members of the opposition who speaking about transparency, speaking about accountability, they tend to forget that just 4 years ago, they were in government, Madam Speaker. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, the member for Valley North was the manager of corporate affairs for the Anguilla Tourist Board. And while at the Anguilla Tourist Board, as the manager of corporate affairs, the Anguilla United Front had the electioneering paraphernalia funneled through that entity, Madam Speaker. So where's the transparency, where's the accountability, where's the good governance, Madam Speaker?
Madam
and
Speaker?
The member for Valley North, Madam Speaker, also affixed her signature as a witness to contracts that was told by the Governor Tim Foy not to embark
Madam
upon
Speaker,
within
on a point
particular
of
time.
order, the
So
member
where
is
the
imputing
transparency?
improper
Where's the
motive.
governance, good governance, and where's the accountability, Madam Speaker?
Madam
So, Madam Speaker, what I'm
But
saying...
there's a point of order.
Oh,
Madam
Madam,
Speaker, the member is imputing improper motive as it relates to me, Madam Speaker, again speaking about a contract and a directive. Madam Speaker, I wish to put on record there was no directive that came from the governor to the board of the Anguilla Tourist Board to the operations team as it related to entering into contracts. That's number one, Madam Speaker. Number two, Madam Speaker, the contract that is being discussed was a contract that was expiring, Madam Speaker, in June. A contract that was entered into by the AUM administration, of which Mr. Hughes was a part of, and was expiring at that particular time, Madam Speaker. The St. Martin government, Madam Speaker, indicated that the port could not be without a manager for any period of time, Madam Speaker, a port that the Anguilla Tourist Board managed in a foreign country. The member keeps repeating this, and the member says, I affixed my signature to the document. Yes, I did, as a witness, Madam Speaker, not as a secondary signatory, Madam Speaker. I witnessed, Madam Speaker, the signature of both parties, Madam Speaker, the chair of the board, who has the ability to enter, Madam Speaker, into a contract. There is nothing in the Tourist Board Act that restricted entering into that contract, Madam Speaker. So the member needs to stop, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, the Anguilla Tourist Board is fully financed by the government of Anguilla. It's part of the central government debt and oversight, Madam Speaker. As a matter of fact, under the Anguilla Tourist
Madam
Board
Speaker,
Act,
on the point of order, Madam Speaker, while that is true, Madam Speaker, there is nothing in the Anguilla Tourist Board Act that gives the ability for the governor to give a directive to the board of the Anguilla Tourist Board.
So what is your point of order?
He's
here?
imputing improper motive, Madam Speaker. So he has the right to do that? Let him continue, Madam.
How is that
It's okay.
imputed improper motive?
It's okay, Madam Speaker. Continue, Mr. Hughes. This is your house and the Speaker's house, not the people's house.
You may continue. This is the people's house.
Madam Speaker, I won't continue along that vein because I said what I said, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, so when they talk about transparency, let the record show what they did while they were in office. But now they're in opposition, Madam Speaker. Because they wouldn't talk about the United Front Paraphernalia and using the contracted forms to create their thing. And Madam Speaker, apart from that, Madam Speaker, the Anguilla United Front entered into an agreement with developers without executive council to repair the Anguilla St. Martin dock to the tunes of tens of thousands of dollars without following any due process, executive council, the Financial and Audit Act, or anything, Madam Speaker. Only when we came in office, and then those developers started knocking on the door and saying, listen, you owe us money. We were like, what? And that's how we knew about it, Madam Speaker. No transparency, no accountability, no good governance, just a rough-shot cowboy show they were running, Madam Speaker. And that is why change couldn't wait, Madam Speaker. And so everything that we have done through due process. So when the minister, with
Madam
a vision,
Speaker,
Madam
on a
Speaker,
point of order,
wanted to move forward with the
the
development
minister
of the Lansing Bowl Cultural
The
Center,
minister continues to impute improper motive, Madam Speaker. And I just have one quick question before I sit down, Madam Speaker.
Process for questions.
Has the minister
What?
paid back the funds that he owes, Madam Speaker,
please.
during the period
please take a
of the
seat. Please
2010 to
sit. You may
2015
continue, member. We'll
administration,
strike what you
when
said from
the
the
member
record.
and his family would have
Please
utilized
take your seat.
would have utilized an
You may
airline, Madam
continue.
Speaker.
Member,
Madam Speaker.
please. You may continue, member for
The member
Road
want to
South.
bully the people in this house like she bullied the people in the tourist board.
Member, we do not need to go
Madam
there.
Speaker,
Please.
as I was saying, Madam Speaker, when the minister decided we must move forward with this, we had to sit and try to figure out how this funding will come about, Madam Speaker. And there are a lot of competing interests, Madam Speaker. Remember, I started off by talking about the fact that you have a limit in expenditure. So there's a lot of critical needs, Madam Speaker, that had to be foregone. And even though we had the desire, the drive, the motivation to have a brand new Lansam Bowl Cultural Center for 2024, Madam Speaker. We did not have the financial wherewithal to do so. But the difference between this administration and the Anguilla United Front is that when we approach developers for funds, we approach developers for funds for national development, not for campaign financing and other things, Madam Speaker. This is
On
the
a
record
point
of
of
this
order, Madam
administration, Madam
Speaker,
Speaker.
on a point of order, again, the member continues to impute improper motive, and I understand that he wants to play politics. But
Thank
at the
you,
end of the
member.
day,
Thank you.
if I may finish my point.
You've made your point. You've made your point.
I did
You
not
have
finish
made your
making my
point. Your point
Madam
of
Speaker, I'm still speaking and you've interrupted
when I am speaking
me.
to you,
Madam Speaker, you're interrupting me while I'm making
member,
a point of order.
please resume your seat.
But I'm not
I
finished
have your
making my
point of order.
How are you
Member,
going to say that I'm finished when I was in the process of speaking, Madam
Member,
Speaker?
if I understand your point of
No,
order.
you do not understand because I wasn't finished speaking.
Member, please
But this
resume
is
your
ridiculous.
seat.
This is really
Member,
a baby house, house of assembly,
please,
a dollhouse,
please,
a joke of a house.
Please.
No respect.
Thank you. You have no respect.
No, you
please.
have no respect.
Please,
Madam
member,
Speaker.
you will.
have no respect.
Please.
And now the members
Please,
of the government
member.
have respect for the people of Anguilla.
Member.
Or for the opposition, the very least. But for the people of Anguilla.
I ask you to leave this honorable house.
Thank God.
Since
Thank
that
God.
is what you want, you got it. You leave this honorable. Please
you,
escort this
Madam
member
Speaker, are
out.
disrespectful.
Thank you.
You're
Please
rude
respect.
and you're out of
Please.
place.
Please. I will not take your disrespect. You
I
are.
won't take yours either. I am leaving. I am leaving. Because I do not want to
The
see you
record
again
show
today.
that I have had you removed,
Thank
escorted
God.
out. Member,
'Cause you're
you
too
may continue.
disrespectful. You're too
You may
rude.
you may
and the
continue.
members of this honorable house,
Members-
they have no respect the government.
Please. Continue, member.
Madam Speaker.
Let the public see.
Madam Speaker.
Yes, let the public see them walking out. Yes, ma'am, Speaker. Yes. I am packing. Would you like to hold my books? No. Thank you so much. Well, and I'm packing up, ma'am, Speaker. And in the meantime, I will say that hopefully you will address and fix your rude, disrespectful behavior toward members of the opposition.
You may continue, member, because I will not tolerate that type of nonsense, that rude, disrespectful way that a member has to stand up and address the speaker. And then we have kids out there looking at us, children looking at us, and we wonder why they're behaving this way. This is why they behave this way. Because if our leaders can't behave in a respectful manner, then that is what they learn. You may continue.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are in June of 2024. In 1 year, the member for Sandy Hill will not be entering this house as a member of parliament anymore. So there will be no need to remove the member for Sandy
Just
Hill,
continue.
Madam Speaker.
Just continue your
So, Madam
contribution.
Speaker, as I was saying, this administration, after the goal, the desire, the vision of the honorable member for Valley South, Madam Speaker, who have proven time and time again that she punches above her weight. I have made it clear before that Dr. Ellis Lorenzo Webster, MD, is the undisputed heavyweight champion and leader of this administration, Madam Speaker. And he will do so not only now, but into the future, Madam Speaker. So too is the honorable member for Valley South punching and lifting above her weight, Madam Speaker. I have seen just a couple days ago, I said to her, you need to decompress. You need to take some hours off. I can't be waking up in the morning, Madam Speaker, at 4 o'clock and seeing emails from the member at 11, at 1, at 3 in the morning. So when do you sleep? Member came into this honorable house, Madam Speaker. Former Miss Universe Great Britain, and now she has gray hairs, Madam Speaker. When I say that, with all due respect to those persons, not me, who have gray hairs, Madam Speaker. You know, that is the type of work that a member puts in. I'm not making this up. Didn't I just tell you that this other day, member? Take a break. Decompress. When you go home, decompress, Madam Speaker. Because you're doing all of this work, all of this heavy lifting. And then you have members of the opposition time and time again running down across from Lansing Bowl Cultural Center, trying to block and stop the work of the Lansing Bowl Cultural Center. From the very beginning, they were opposed to it. They oppose. All they do is oppose, Madam Speaker. They hear policy.
Madam
they
Speaker, on a
oppose.
point of order, the member is imputing improper motive. Who is running down, members of the opposition are running down to the Lansing Bowl Cultural Center to oppose the building of the Lansing Bowl Cultural Center, Madam Speaker?
Madam Speaker, you misspoke. To the station across from the Lansing Bowl Cultural Center. Madam, to the station across from the Lansing Bowl Cultural Center. Because they don't want to see it done. They don't want to see it done. And don't believe when you hear the member for Valley North and the member for Sandy Hill and the single Eloid member, they don't want to see the Lansing Bowl Control Center done. They don't want to see Anguilla having a new carnival village. They had never wanted us to have a new carnival
Madam
village.
Speaker, the member is imputing improper motive and he needs to prove where and when this is the case. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, if the member for Valley North would just relax and allow me to provide the evidence as to why I know they don't want to get it done. Let me provide the evidence of that, Madam Speaker. So, we know that the Lansing Bowl Cultural Center did not form part of the 2024 budget. We know this. We said that we were working on other financing mechanisms. We know that we can't borrow. So when we were having the discussions with the Memorandum of Understanding for DART, we said, this administration, the only administration in the history of Anguilla that have tied every single development project in Anguilla to a social development project, Madam Speaker, because it was the Anguilla United Front who in 2002 brought the flag luxury property MOU in this honorable house to be signed with Robert F.X. Silliman, Osborne Fleming, and Victor F. Banks, Madam Speaker. And they signed it in here, and they had we'll come back to you on a social development.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, can the member please provide the evidence?
But I'm
Madam
getting
Speaker?
there. Don't be too anxious. You give me all this time, I'm going to be here for 2 hours by the time you finish with your points of orders. Hope the time is reflected, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, during the period of 2002 to 2008, 10 memorandums of agreement was signed by the Anguilla United Front, Madam Speaker. 10! Not one of them delivered in the social development clause. And let me tell you how the Anguilla United Front operated, Madam Speaker. They had a grand announcement in 2019 that Barnes Bay Development, that we knew as Viceroy, now Four Seasons, had gifted to the people of Anguilla, granted to the people of Anguilla, 5 brand new school buses costing for $250,000 for each one, made a big splash about it. And when the Anguilla United Movement came to office in 2010, you know what we found out? That it was the taxpayers who paid for it. So even then, no transparency, just lies, lies, lies. People say misrepresenting the truth and being factually incorrect. Lies. L-I-E-S. 4 letters. Lies. That's all they did. Lie to the people of Anguilla. And when this administration came to power, we said that every developer who comes to these shows, they must have this social development clause. And in the memorandum, it's spelled out. We have an MRI machine today. We have a school lunch program. We're granting computers. We're doing all sorts of things, Madam Speaker. And I sat with a long-standing visitor of Anguilla, Madam Speaker, for lunch one day. He said, I like how you're being operating. What can I do for you? What can I give you as a gift? I said, I don't want anything, Madam Speaker. I want a sporting facility in Blowing Point. He said, done. He turned to me and he said, it's the first time he ever met with a politician in Anguilla and asked what they wanted, and they said they didn't want anything for themselves. They wanted something for national development, Madam Speaker. That's a matter of fact, and I have a witness who was sitting at the table who can attest to that fact. And that is why we have the Blowing Point facility down Blowing Point working, Madam Speaker, and will be completed. Now the question was asked about drainage and parking. That was never part of the facility plans. It was just a facility, but we wanted it to be modern. So we have to invest in it too. And when an investor, when a developer is putting their funds into the development of this country, what is so difficult with us adding a few dollars more? So when the member for Valley South, Madam Speaker, said we're going to have this facility, and we butt our heads, and here comes this memorandum negotiation, Madam Speaker. And we said, this is what we want. We got the drawings done. We were working on it, and Courtney Morton did a tremendous amount of the work on that drawing. Darrell Richardson, Claudius Gomes came on board a little later because he was out on vacation, and so forth. And we got to the point. We had an initial estimate, Madam Speaker, of $3.7 million US. Then they came back with a revised estimate at $4.6 million, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, we are cognizant of the fact that even when these estimates are given, there are sometimes cost overruns. We're not saying that Lands and Bowl Cultural Center will have cost overruns, but there are sometimes instances of cost overruns. And we have that as a matter of fact. The redevelopment of the hospital, cost overruns. The Blowing Point Ferry Terminal, we came to this house to appropriate $2 million to the completion of the Blowing Point Ferry Terminal after we were gifted $4 million US from the British government for the Blowing Point Ferry Terminal. We came to this house, $36 million, Madam Speaker, spent on the new campus queue after recommendations not to place it up there, but to redevelop it in the original site, Madam Speaker. And still we're not finished because it needs another $17 million of taxpayers' dollars to develop the TVET Center, Madam Speaker. But why I can say that the Anguilla United Front, in particular the member for Valley North, the member for Sandy Hill, and the single LOA member, Mr. Kyle Hodge, was opposed to the redevelopment of the Lands and Bowl Cultural Center because every opportunity they had, they would run down on that station across from the Lands and Bowl Cultural Center, criticizing it and talking about procurement and talking about this and talking about that, and talking about, look how late they're starting, they will never get it finished, and on and on and on. And Madam Speaker, if you were serious about developing the Lands and Bowl Cultural Center, let me finish my point. If you are serious about getting the Lands and Bowl Cultural Center done, you would move all mountains. You would do everything that is necessary within the legal framework to ensure that was done, not making noise about this development that is happening that's going to benefit so many people in this country, Madam Speaker. And what do they say about a company like DOT? DOT had no obligation to grant $5 million. None. They had no obligation to grant $5 million US, Madam Speaker. Their obligation, based on the scope of the investment in Anguilla, would have been $2. So they have gone above and beyond and provide the impetus for persons to pay their bills and keep their lights on and provide food on their tables for 150 workers at the Lands and Bowl Cultural Center site. This is a company that have over $1 billion in investment in Cayman Islands, going to come to Anguilla and mess their reputation up for for $5 million US, Madam Speaker. That's a drop in the bucket for what they seek to do. And Madam Speaker, the Lands and Bowl Cultural Center is going to have a tremendous economic and social impact on this country. Why are you, every opportunity you get, Madam Speaker, criticizing it, bashing it? That's going to be the most beautiful facility
Madam Speaker,
that Anguilla has. Not only Anguilla have seen, that the
order.
Caribbean have seen, Madam Speaker. That's going to be the most beautiful facility.
The member
Madam Speaker,
continues to impute improper motive, Madam Speaker. Are you satisfied that the member has provided
What is your
evidence?
point of order?
He is imputing improper motive. You've asked him to provide evidence, Madam Speaker, that we don't want the Lands and Bowl to be built. Has he provided that evidence, Madam Speaker?
Evidence,
That
Madam
every
Speaker,
chance we get, we go on the radio station, Madam
the
Speaker?
word,
What
the
is every
spoken word.
chance?
The spoken word is a powerful instrument, Madam Speaker. The spoken word is a powerful instrument. And through the utterances of their own lips, Madam Speaker, they have demonstrated to me and to the rest of the Caribbean that they don't want the development of the Lands and Bowl Cultural Center.
So his
their own
evidence
utterances.
is based...
When I sit,
Please,
Madam Speaker,
member, please. So he is saying his evidence is based on what was said on the radio station. Is that
but
correct?
Madam, that's what he's saying, Madam Speaker. But as I'm saying, he's imputing improper motive because at no point in time on the radio station, Madam Speaker, as a matter of fact, every single time we've spoken on it, and Madam Speaker, it's been twice that I have spoken on it on radio, Madam Speaker. Once I was called, I didn't go to the radio station, I was called. The second time, Madam Speaker, I went to an interview which is very recent.
And you're saying it has never,
and I'm saying
you've
it
never
has
objected to
never
that?
objected. As a matter of fact, we make the point every time, Madam Speaker, that we support the project.
So
We
the member is
question the
saying
process.
they're in support.
Madam Speaker, the member is saying that they support it because they know the general public support it, so they're trying to cover under the verbiage that they support it, but they don't.
I cannot say that, though. That is your opinion.
Let me say this too, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, the Lansing Bowl Cultural Center was demolished when? The 17th of February. The Anguilla Summer Festival starts on the 21st of July. 17th of February to the 21st of July is a very short window. If these funds, as Eddie Kelly had lied and said, because he's a mouthpiece for the Anguilla United Front, had lied and said, went through the Treasury, and he had the evidence that it went through the Treasury. If these funds had gone through the Treasury and had gone through the procurement process, Madam Speaker, no, I have more than 4 minutes. It took a lot of my time. Right?
Yes, I said I will grant you back your time, and I said that I will allot you 10 minutes extra. I did.
Okay, if this had gone, thank you, Madam Speaker, if this had gone through the Treasury, as they say, and had gone through the procurement process, Madam Speaker, there's no way the Lansing Bowl Cultural Center would begin before August. And I can say that because we have done procurement for the Clayton J. Lloyd Custom Cargo Building, and that failed multiple times and started months after the stated date. The terminal that was supposed to start on January the 1st is now starting because of procurement processes, right? So we know that there are instances, many instances. We've had several failed procurements over roadside cleaning. Every day people are calling me about all the wild Moses and the bushes that are in the roads and so forth. But we've had several failed procurements, and people are telling me, oh, we don't want to hear about procurement. We want the roadsides clean. We want the roads patched and so forth. The patch hole monitoring committee. But when you have failed procurements, because the procurement dollar figure is 4,000 EC, anything above 4,000 EC has to go to procurement. And there's several reasons in which you can fail procurement. They full well knew that if these funds had funneled through the Treasury, Madam Speaker, that the Lansing Bowl Cultural Center, they would be able to laugh at the minister and say, oh, you promised a new Lansing Bowl Cultural Center, and look, you can't even get through procurement. But today, Madam Speaker, and Desiree sang the song written by Bernard B. Watley. How did we get from that to this? How do we get from that to this? And no one seemed to notice. And Madam Speaker, on the opening of Carnival, I will see every member of the opposition, Madam Speaker, in jollification, celebrating, inspecting, looking with awe and marvel at the beautiful workmanship, Madam Speaker, at the beautiful facility that will be created to celebrate our cultural expressions and to provide economic and other opportunities for the people of Anguilla. And we will be welcoming the rest of the Caribbean and the world, Madam Speaker, because if you are, I ain't missing it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any? The member for West End is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, again, I rise to give my comments on the supplementary budget number 1 of 2024. Madam Speaker, I must say that whenever you have a situation of a supplementary budget or any budget, the question that people will ask, what is in it for me? I don't plan to repeat what my colleagues have said, but it's incumbent of me to say that we can tend to shift quite a bit to create whatever narrative you want to create. It's not about a dollar, an EC dollar, as a line item. It is the process of how we get to that point. It's the process, Madam Speaker. And again, there are those who will see it one way and those who see it another way. It's up to whoever's making a presentation to hope that their point is well taken. And also, Madam Speaker, I think for me, I want to talk about the development of our people. The development of our people. But before I go there, Madam Speaker, I know the Honorable Member for Valley South would have mentioned what culture is about and what the Lansome Bowl Center means to Anguilla and Anguillians. For a number of persons in Anguilla who probably have never been to the Lansome Bowl as it was, probably will go now to see what it is or will be. But for a number of people, August Thursday at Meads Bay, I think for them, was a big part of their culture. I know it's been advertised about family reunion on August Monday, but I think they got it wrong. The family reunion was really about August Thursday. And my colleague who was given a red card and had to leave the house, she mentioned about her family ties and the support that they've given over 40 years. And I want to again thank them for coming to the fore last year when I had to try to defend that August Thursday at Meads Bay is not just a village fair in Valley South. There were questions that were asked in the House, and that was the explanation. But anyway, Madam Speaker, for me, in this supplementary budget, I would look to say what has been done for youth development, for sports development. I will ask that, Madam Speaker. You know, there are those who could giggle and do whatever they can, but the fact is, Madam Speaker, when I come to this House...
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, the member is misleading the House. The member was in this honorable House in December of 2023 when we introduced a raft of new measures for sports development in this country. A raft, totaling more than $1 million. So I find it to be very offensive and to be very misleading.
You still could ask the question, Madam Speaker, but my point is this, Madam Speaker. Right now, the Cricket World Cup is going on in the Caribbean and the United States of America. I was in the United States, in New York, where one of our cricketers, our first Anguillan, who made the West Indies team, Omari Banks, was honored by Appenay in New York. And on the 13th of May, 2003, Omari would have batted against Australia, the best team in the world for 17 years, for 3 hours and 25 minutes. And those, if you go on ESPN Greatest Chases in Test cricket, you'll find an Anguillan called Omari Banks there. Madam Speaker, today, when you look at the Leewards on the 15s team, on the 17s, on the 19s, there are no Anguillians. They're not even turning up, they're not even there to take part in the tournaments. So there's a serious problem that we have. I know that there's a line there that says 155,000 pounds for the development of the Ronald Webster Park. I do hope, Madam Speaker, that a lot of that, those fundings, that grant funding, would go towards the development, the personal development. And I say that to also reflect on back in 2018, after Hurricane Irma. Dave Cameron, the then president of the West Indies Cricket Board, reached out to me and said that they want to be able, the West Indies, Cricket West Indies, and the ECB would like to put on a fundraiser at Lord's for to raise funds for the rebuild of the damaged islands. That was Antigua. Although Antigua didn't get hit by Irma, the Sir V. Richards Stadium was used to house a number of persons from the neighboring islands. In fact, Barbuda. Also, there was effects in Dominica as well as the Virgin Islands, St. Martin as well. I was part of a delegation that went to England, where we had a dinner at the Long Room at Lord's to raise funds that would go to the West Indies Board, who then would pass it on to the Leeward's Board, and ultimately to the Anguilla Cricket Association for the development of cricket in Anguilla. At first, Madam Speaker, I thought that the funds would go directly to rebuilding the stadium. That has not happened. But I cannot argue with the Anguilla Cricket Association at the time if the funds went into cricket development, because you can build stadiums, as in 2007 when you had the first World Cup that was hosted in the Caribbean. The ICC, they would have sent a number of regulations and what should and shouldn't happen, the size of the stadium. There were a number of stadiums built, but they've ended up being white elephants. The key was the development of West Indies cricket. And the same applies here in Anguilla. I should have been today at the Western or the Alvin Allison Richardson Primary School, teaching those youngsters to play cricket. That shouldn't be my role. There should be cricket development officers that are working within the schools in order to give our cricketers a chance to become professionals that can go and earn million-dollar contracts in the IPL, play for the West Indies, and be able to afford a future for themselves and for their families. That is not happening, Madam Speaker. I know the Premier would have, over a couple of years, would have had the Premier League. Great that we have some cricket, but where is the development? It's easier for the Premier to get sponsorship because every business in Anguilla knows who the Premier of Anguilla is. But not everybody knows who the President. If I ask the House here today, who is the President of the Anguilla Cricket Association? Who is the President? Your uncle. Shelley, did you know that?
I didn't actually.
Carl, I bet you didn't know that. But now a lot of persons know. My point to that, Madam Speaker, is that there should be something in the budget. Well, hopefully the minister responsible going forward will make sure that there is something in the budget where cricket development, and it should be a full-time paid job that goes to the schools, goes to the after-school programs, work with the under-15s, 19s, and senior team, because we take great pride when we have international tournaments and we have Anguillians, especially here, representing the region. It's not going to happen if there's no grassroots cricket. It's not going to happen. Now, I think what would be interesting also too, Madam Speaker, and I won't get on to boat racing. We talk about culture. That again is something I'm sure, again, in this supplementary budget, and a lot of what is being promoted for the summer festival. It's not just about carnival. The summer festival, boat racing plays a major part of the summer festival. The number of platinum sponsors that are out there. I'm not hearing what the hundreds of sailors in Class B and Class A boats, what their bonus is going to be. I'm not hearing it. But there better be something, Madam Speaker, because the whispers out there, if they don't hear something by August Monday, they're not going to race. They're not going to race. Madam Speaker, I mean, for some people, again, when we get up to talk, Again, I can understand where, I think generally, when the government side is speaking, Madam Speaker, we try our best to limit our talk. It's almost like, I think, no disrespect, we used to talk about a Spanish radio or a Spanish station trying to get in when you're trying to listen to a program. Sometimes it feels like that in the House, Madam Speaker. But maybe it's intentional. Madam Speaker, again, you can ask, some persons might make statements to say that as government, you're not gaining anything personal out of any gifts that's been given. But it's not always what you get directly, it's what you can get indirectly. And whether we like it or not, Madam Speaker, anything that involves government money, the general public and the other thing I want to say quickly is that the general public needs to realize that they are the government of Anguilla. They might give autonomy for a period of time to 6, 7, 8 elected members, but those elected members are only there because of the power of the people. And what the people should consider, that the taxpayers' money is not the elected members' money, but it's the people of Anguilla's money. And if there is any form of a bidding process or procurement process, or should be a procurement process that involves the taxpayers' money, they've got a right to be able to bid on that.
Madam Speaker, I'm sorry to interrupt the member's presentation, but the member insinuated just now that it's not just about imputed improper motive by saying it's not just about what members are getting directly, but what are they getting indirectly, and thereby imputing that there is something that persons are getting indirectly, especially when it has been stated that once government funds are being used, that the procurement processes will be followed. So I would really like the member to state specifically what it is in relation to getting indirectly.
Without doubt, for years, the word or accusation of nepotism was geared towards people of the former Premier and former Chief Minister, Victor Banks. They love to use that against him. But whether we like it or not here in Anguilla, Madam Speaker, because we're such a small, close-knit family, it could be perceived that a lot of appointments, a lot of contracts, that we could benefit from them indirectly.
So your statement was basically based on an example of the past? That's what you're saying?
It's based on what was perceived in the past. And again, what I'm saying is that when the member for District 6 mentioned about not gaining anything personal, the fact is, whoever you are, whoever you put on boards, whatever contract that's garnered out there, the chances are people will accuse you of looking out for your family. That's all I'm saying. So again, the key is that it is not a case of what you perceive to be saying you're getting directly, but people assume that indirectly you're benefiting. That's all I'm saying.
But that's what people assume, but that doesn't mean it's correct.
Madam Speaker, that's what I said. That's what I mean when I say imputing proper motive, because the member is trying to couch the language to say it's a perception. But exactly, you are continuing the perception. You're making a reference to what happened in the past, but then you're bringing it to the future right now.
That's why I asked him if he's referencing the past.
Yeah, we heard the member for District 6 over and over said that my colleagues does not want the Lansing Bowl to be completed. They've said that they're supportive of it, but he will still continue to say what he believes. And that again is one of the simple facts, Madam Speaker. Listen, Madam Speaker, again, there are a number of positives within, and as expected, in a supplementary budget. Our challenge is this as opposition, and again, it'll make us stronger as we go forward. because we still have to reach out to our people and find out from them how do they see it. It's not just about us standing up here and trying to grandstand and do the likes. It is a case of being the voice of our people. Some will agree, some will not agree. I mean, and that's the bottom line, you know. So again, it is vitally important that we accept the fact that when we're in this house and we have a situation like this, presentations will be made whether you like it or not, but this is the views of a number of people. It may not be my personal view, but if it's the view of the people that I represent, I'll bring that view to the floor. The government can shout it down and prove that the perception is not what it is. There's one other thing, Madam Speaker. I talk about development. And again, I was an athlete for a number of years. I was also a coach. You'll always be a coach once you've been a coach. And an analyst, you'll always be that. Even now, they're asking me to do interviews while the World Cup's going on. I was asked the question, what about Anguilla's cricket? Madam Speaker, I didn't tell the truth. I didn't say what dire state it was in. I try to be nice. But anyway, Madam Speaker, golf development in Anguilla. Golf development in Anguilla. Why on earth, Madam Speaker, is that if youngsters are going to play golf or have a training camp that's been advertised in the month of July and August, why do they have to pay GST? Why do Anguillan children, if they want to be part of a program like that, pay GST? Golf is registered, not just the children. Why is the Anguilla Golf Association members? Why do they have to pay GST on a round of golf? Golf is not part of the Commonwealth Games. If we want to encourage our young golfers or senior golfers to be part of representing Anguilla, why do we have to pay a GST to the government of Anguilla? I don't get it, Madam Speaker. I don't get it. Madam Speaker, I'm not sure how much time I've got left, but the last thing I would say, I'll talk about the Blowing Point Center that's being built. I got 15 minutes? I don't need 15 minutes. I think half the time people get up here and they just waffle on for too long anyway because they want to feel that they're campaigning about something. But that's not about me, Madam Speaker. I think, Madam Speaker, I think some who laugh might get it. Madam Speaker, I think that if a question is asked of the people in Blowing Point, especially the young ones who wants to play basketball, they want to know why was their project in Blowing Point stopped? Why? It's believed, Madam Speaker, that if the focus is on the Lansing Bowl Cultural Center, a number of those young men, probably young women as well, in Blowing Point are not going to come to the Valley. I mean, I could be wrong. But I'm just putting it out there that I want to know if you're starting a project in my community and you've got the money to make sure that that can be completed, why are you stopping my project and going building someone else's? I reached out to the sports office and I asked them whether or not, what's the story, when will it be completed? They don't know. I asked if they're being updated on what is happening with the development. They don't know. So again, hopefully at some point we will find out exactly what that situation is. Madam Speaker, I thank you for your time. And again, there's a lot that's very positive in this supplementary budget, but I think one of the key sticking points, or maybe that thorn in the eyes of as was said, the eyes of the opposition, it's about also in the thorn of the eyes of many Anguillians. that if money is going to be used, if there's a line item that enters into this budget, and that there's money that government would invest in the Blowing Point Center, why were not all Anguillians or Anguillian businesses given the opportunity for procurement? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I have to just clarify that because it is I'm sorry, on a point of order, it is misleading the public. Because once government funds are allocated, procurement will be used. No government funds have been used. So they continue to reiterate this point, which is probably why the member continues to say that the opposition is promulgating the position that they do not want the Carnival Village to be completed.
Understood. But I think the reasons for the extra money for the Blowing Point was court was explained by the member for Road South earlier. I don't know if you missed this presentation.
No, I heard it, Madam Speaker.
Okay.
But again, the point is that if you're looking for a project and it's a complete project, you really want to have that as part of the plan.
He explained that too. Okay. Thank you, member. You may continue. Sorry, I recognize the member for Single Idlewild Electoral District member, Mrs. Quincy Adams-Marie.
Pleasant good afternoon to you, Madam Speaker, and welcome back. We missed you on Tuesday, so it's good to have you here. And a pleasant good afternoon to the members of the House, those in the gallery. I see that we have a acting sergeant of arms, so welcome. And those who are listening via radio and Facebook. Madam Speaker, if I were to title this presentation, I would simply title it, "Give me a penny for your thoughts and a dollar for your opposition." But before I go into what seems to be the substantive matter of today's supplementary, which is a dollar, I want to really touch on some key points that have been missed. I want to begin by recognizing Pastor Elmead Allen, who is the chaplain of His Majesty's Prison. And in this supplementary, we see an uplift that includes proper payment for his services. I have seen him in action, not only to not particularly to the persons who have been in His Majesty's Prison, but also he's offered his services to the officers who guard and such, and I've seen his work in action. I've heard about the good reviews, and I want to commend him on the extraordinary work that he does at His Majesty's Prison, and let him know that we also see it and we support the proper provisions in this supplementary. There are some other matters, Madam Speaker, that I want to speak to specifically as it relates to the Ministry of Sustainability, and that is the fact that the majority of the monies for recurring expenditure for my ministry is directly related to the Department of Infrastructure, Technology, and E-Government Services, DITES, IT. And one of those contributions would be of $25,000 to the maintenance fees related to the Joint Emergency Services Control Room. As part of the Premier's budget presentation for 2024, he would have mentioned increased services and increased ways to, improved ways to manage emergencies on the island, including CCTV, and a substantive amount of money was sent to that. And this emergency room would really be the hub for managing CCTV, for responding to 911 calls, because currently, it is the guard within the Royal Anguilla Police Force that responds to 911 calls. And it takes away one person from actively being involved with the work of the Royal Anguilla Police Force. However, with the now onboarding of the Joint Emergency Services Control Room, all of these emergency services will now be combined. So now you have fire, policing, ambulance, and other emergency needs, including disaster, in one hub. And I'm very happy to have supported this as part of the work of my ministry. One of the more exciting bits for me is always capital expenditure. It's just a bias. It's not necessarily so. But I do want to say that the overall increase in recurring expenditure is $54.22 million EC, and the overall increase in capital expenditure is $19.6 million, uplifted from what was presented in this House in 2023. What is important for how we get here is a firm and real conversation about what are the implications of Anguilla's financial independence. Because really and truly, we would not be in this exact spot if Anguilla had more financial independence. Sorry, would you like me to pause for a second? Okay. Our budget on an annual basis is dictated by someone who sits in the seats behind the desk in Whitehall, who says to the government of Anguilla, you are allowed to increase your budget by X amount of dollars. An incredibly reductive and undignified experience, because that person rarely, if ever, makes a journey across the waters to Anguilla to understand the realities. And in many cases, that number, especially in the face of better financial performance, feels arbitrary and far removed from our realities. So much so that in the preparation of our budget for 2024, we knew that very early on in 2024, we would have needed to come to this House to do a supplementary. We had a series of decisions that were made that we needed a little bit more information on in some cases, but also more money to provide for in others. And we were aware. And Madam Speaker, if you are aware of these needs, it makes sense to provide for them at the time of that awareness. But because of the extremely limited way in which our budget's upliftments are handled, we have been historically denied the opportunity to properly plan for our budgets. And this comes down to three ratios. When this administration came into office, we were in breach of all three ratios. Every last one. We are now in compliance with 2, and we are working towards the 3rd. One of the things that I have to mention, and particularly in relation to the 3rd, is that the 3rd is revenue-based. It monitors your revenue with your debt, if I'm not mistaken. Right, revenue and debt. And very often I hear rhetoric coming from the opposition side criticizing government's revenue, almost making it seem as if government is stealing revenue from the people, but still not having the political awareness or governance understanding of how governments work to understand that without being able to meet these ratios, the people of Anguilla are also harmed. And Madam Speaker, members of the opposition are aware of this. Because in 2022, the single island-wide member, Kyle Hodge, was in Valley North talking about the maladministration he met. So he understands the implication of proper governance. He understands the consequences to government spending ability. But today, I hear a different tune being sung. So you'd still believe that they are poor administrators and corrupt.
Member address the chair. Please continue.
There are many things in this capital expenditure budget, though, Madam Speaker, that I want to point out. In the Ministry of Finance and Health, we have the commissioning of an MRI unit to finalize the work of onboarding this, which I must point out was donated through grant funding and through a finance partner outside of government. 2, The UPS critical branch, which is very important when we see these levels of power outages happening, to ensure that our health system continues to remain on stream. 3, 16 hospital beds and 1 additional operating bed and a morgue. These are important elements needed to support the advancement of our health services. In spite of this, we are asking, where is the investment in health? Or we are being asked, to correct myself. In the Ministry of Infrastructure, we see the procurement of electrical vehicles, as well as 10 additional vehicles for the Royal Anguilla Police Force, who are currently renting the majority of their fleet, Madam Speaker, which is important to note as well. And we know that that is the preferred style of the Anguilla United Front, based on their previous practices. But the better and most appropriate way is to, instead of using that money to rent, you use that money to own. And there's also the acquisition of the diesel buses that I believe was discussed very well. In my ministry, Madam Speaker, Ministry of Sustainability, Innovation and the Environment, we have an allocation of over $600,000 for the beginning work and establishing of a fish processing facility in Island Harbor. Madam Speaker, for many years I have heard about the need and the opportunities in fish processing, in fisheries in Anguilla, but I have yet to see the corresponding investment. When I became the minister of this ministry in July 2022, I hoped to have stepped in on an opportunity where work was done for these initiatives. However, in the absence of such, my ministry and I have spent time and time again to work on a food sustainability plan for Anguilla, which is at this point in speaking very close to $3 million worth of investment in food security. We have an abattoir, shade house, hatchery, water tanks, more vehicles for the ministry. We had a soil drive recently. We have the fish processing plant and the work of sustainability and economic advancement through the Blue Belt, and many other initiatives ongoing. For this, I am proud, and I want to take this opportunity to thank the members of my ministry. Madam Speaker, any proper look through this supplementary budget gives a clear indication of a government that is aware of the needs of this country. But it's also a stark reminder of how much further we have to go. I believe it was a member for Road North who would have mentioned if we were to be able to meet all the needs of this country, it would be very, 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 very easy to have a budget over $1 billion. So when we see members of the opposition creating fireworks around figures and ignoring the facts and the lives that these figures will change, it is a cause for concern. Because it's very easy for me to say, oh my God, $54 million more, and ignore the people who need the 16 extra beds in the Princess Alexandra Hospital. We ignore the students who need the additional security at the high schools. We ignore the officers who need better equipped vehicles for their daily operations. We ignore the need to do CCTV and other interventions for security, simply because we want to mask all these initiatives by saying all of this money, $19 million. Madam Speaker, I heard when I was sitting in the back this morning, the leader of the opposition said that the Morris Vanderpool required $4.1 million US. And then I heard the leader of the opposition say she doesn't see where the money for the Lansing Bowl, the $5 million went. a 20,000, over 20,000 square foot building. When I tell you fixating on numbers to ignore the facts, that's crazy to me. But I want to get down to the dollar of things, dollars and cents. Because when I hear my learned colleague from Road South, say things like he is of the opinion that the opposition the members of the opposition oppose the Lansing Bowl Cultural Center, I can't necessarily disagree with him. Because of the things that I've heard here, the things that I've heard on radio, and the way that we have wasted time in this house over $1. Madam Speaker, I present to you, it may seem very novel to some, the 2024 estimates for Program 653. This would have been presented to this very same Honorable House, to all of the members in relation to the 2024 appropriation. My learned Premier would have spoken to this program where there are 19 line items where there's $1 single appropriated to each one. And nary a mention from the hypocritical opposition. Madam Speaker, this is in relation to the Department of Water Services in Borden, which right now we are coming on to add additional funds to. But how is this lacking in transparency? Because that was something that came from the opposition. To put $1 here is to lack transparency. I heard a member of the opposition speak about the renewable energy. In 4 of the 5 budget debates presented by the previous Anguilla United Front administration, there was mention of a renewable energy department. And in 4 of those 5 budget appropriations, $1 was given to the Renewable Energy Department. And so now, to hear the member question this, when it is this administration that he left that has now created a unit of renewable energy development, using that same $1 figure for the last 4 years, I want to know if he knows where he stands. Do you know the legacy of the people that you're with? Because to ask that question and simultaneously harp on the $1 for the LBCC says to me that you'll have a gross misunderstanding of the people you're surrounded by, and the use of $1 figure in budgets. Give me a penny for your thoughts and $1 for your opposition. Madam Speaker, in this very same budget today, we have 5 $1 items. Do you know that? Was it brought to your attention? Were those other 4 $1 items cause for concern? Did you see the fainting and dramatics that I saw over those other 4? The general public are not even aware. Find it for me there, please, girl. Of those 4 $1 items. For Program 851, utilities, $1. Subscriptions and periodical books, $1. For Program 650, operating costs, $1. This is the Ministry of Tourism and, utilities. This one was for the Ministry of Sustainability. This other one would be for the Attorney General Chambers, the Deputy Attorney General, and the Principal Crown Assistant Crime, all $1 figures. Would you imagine that? I myself had to go back and say, but we didn't have other $1 things in here? Since when? No, from a political perspective, these are the people who said that we are the rookies, so you have now established yourselves to be experts. It means then that you are aware that creating a dollar figure in the event of monies being available for something, or in the event that there's a need for monies available for something, is an ordinary and sanctioned part of budgeting. It is not only ordinary and sanctioned, but it is recommended as proper prudence and financial management. And I can tell you why this entire argument is hypocritical. Because when we came to this house and we realized that we had a surplus at the end of, I believe it was 2022, to repay merchants for the monies that they would have had, would have been reimbursed for GST, the IGT transition, we were told that this was an example of a government that could not plan ahead. Now we are here in the event of a need for LBCC. This is an example of a government that's planned ahead too far. Pick an argument, pick a lie, and stick to it. And that has always been my recommendation to the opposition, because they just be lying about different things, and sometimes the lies just clash and all kind of things. I don't understand it. But pick one and choose. You want the government to be prepared and prudent? Or you want the government to sit on its laurels and do nothing? Based on your recommendation, Madam Speaker, I want to speak to a word that has been used and abused for far too long. But before moving on to that, I also want to touch on one more thing. There is a perception that's being shared in this House that once something is given through any grant financing, it is uncommon and unheard of governments contributing to any possible or realized shortfalls. If you were around and in tune in the 2020 election campaign, you would know a hallmark of the opposition's campaign successes was the AP program. This administration, ironically through many supplementaries over the years, have returned to this House to finance projects of the Anguilla program. And it's not always a fault of the program. Sometimes there are changes in circumstances. We saw the consequence of COVID and inflation. There are many reasons why you can have overspends, as there are many reasons you can have underspends. But there's one particular project, one project in particular, the ALHCS Campus Q, which was almost just about $100 million underfunded. And we were told by the leader of the opposition to shut up and get the work done. And she was also insinuating that we don't care about education, even picking up a post made by the member of Road South on his WhatsApp status, talking about the need for alternative forms of education, and try to change that to mean that this administration does not support education. In this very budget, the security need, the fencing needs and such are examples of a donor-funded project that was underfunded that government has to fund. We see right before mention of the creation of a dollar capital account, $511,000 for the James One Webster Park, which was financed through grant funding, which means that we have grant funding, but we realize there's a need for uplift. If we listen to the arguments of the opposition, we would leave here with the perception that if a project costs $10, and somebody can give us 9, that we should forgo that project on the simple basis that we have to contribute that extra $1. Because if we have to contribute to the LBCC, because this is still a contingency fund, are you telling me that you would prefer the $6 that we might have to produce to have been 13 million plus the $6? Because we have $5 million US dollars worth of work done. Were we supposed to just ignore that? Just say you oppose Carnival and go. Just say it to your chest. Say that we would have wished this to be us. It's not, so we're mad. Then I could say, for once, the opposition is being honest. Say that we don't mind Carnival, but we believe, as was being insinuated by the member for District 7, that there's going to be an underhanded benefit to you, perhaps in the form of more votes. So we are going to oppose it. Say that in our administration, and that is the Anguilla United Front, party, that we prioritize political nonsense over national building. Because then, everything that has been presented in this House by the opposition makes more and more sense. Because just like the dollar, a lot of nonsense has been said. Madam Speaker, I want to speak to the role of the House on transparency. Perfect. So I'm concluding. The role of the House is transparency. To put 19 line items in 2023 to say that we are going to come back to fill this at some point in the future is a matter of transparency. To have restricted financing and say, in the event there's a need to move money from here to anywhere, whether it is those other 4 points of $1 items, or in the matter of an emergency, we are in the hurricane season, we know that it's going to be strong. We have this finance. So if you see any kind of expenditure, you know where it's coming from. What else? How much more transparent can we get? How much more? Particularly when you are aware of your own record. However, that record don't apply if there was a phone call involved. We need to stop this madness and hypocrisy. It is holding our country back. Because I can tell you, it is this same kind of narrative that is basically projecting corruption on persons who are willing to contribute to Anguilla's development, that is chasing developers and chasing persons and turning them away. I can tell you of an instance in my department where someone was so excited to contribute to something, and because of the rhetoric being made by the opposition, that person pulled out of contributing to the national development of Anguilla. And are you proud of yourselves? Are you proud? Playing politics, you don't have a cent to offer. The member of District 7 is calling for money for boat racing. If he had the money, he would have put it in, I guess, but he don't have it. It ain't sponsors you have to get it anyways. The same sponsors you chasing away because you are mad that they're doing stuff for the people of Anguilla under this administration when you could have done the same, but you decided to put it. Come on. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing to go to a meeting and somebody says, this is what you want? Because your predecessor wanted money for such and such personal venture. Your predecessor was asking for campaign finance. Your predecessor was not putting it back into the country. And now those same people know the road to Class FM. They didn't know it before though. and going on there and saying, this administration is using that money to improperly develop the people of Anguilla. So the 150 persons...
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, the member is
Speaker, I can't go up and
imputing improper motive because she said that the members of the opposition are essentially saying that the money was misused or something like that. We never said that, Madam Speaker. We're asking questions about accountability, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I showed a member of District 7 was saying that the monies are being used for backdoor benefits. Just
Indirectly.
Now, just
Indirectly,
now,
yes.
Just now they were talking about the need for procurement. If there was no procurement involved, isn't that improper use? Aren't they suggesting that? Correct. Some people, even from the opposition side, was suggesting that the money was going through government and therefore we are hiding it. The member who just got up on a point of order was saying that we are trying to skirt transparency. In her presentation a couple minutes ago, I ain't telling him to pick a lie and stick to it. But nobody want to listen to Quincy. Anyways, my time should be up in a couple seconds. And I just want to say that I thank DART for their contribution to Anguilla. I thank Aurora Anguilla and the Schultz Foundation for their contribution. I thank Siblu, I thank Maliahana, I thank all of these entities for their contribution to Anguilla. I thank them publicly in this house because I recall persons in Anguilla saying that these same entities, not necessarily pointing them out, but tourism entities, come to Anguilla to pillage from the people and don't give back. And now that we have a record of them giving back, I apologize on behalf of the opposition for their short-sightedness and thank them for developing the country that the people have wanted them to develop for decades. And I also support the supplementary budget.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I believe all members have made a contribution, so I now invite the mover to respond, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to thank all who have participated in this spirited debate. I do know that time is running out. But, Madam Speaker, just want to clear up a couple of things. There was a statement about just getting the supplementary on Monday. And, Madam Speaker, we cannot bring the supplementary budget to the House until it's assented to in London. And Minister Rutley letter came on Monday, the 11th of June, that assured us that he approved the supplementary budget, which had gone through Executive Council. And understanding the need, the urgency, we needed to get it to the House so that we could account for budgets for the Department of Water Services and the Department of Health Services, Madam Speaker. So just want to say that it's not our intent to bring these with such short notice, but then it's necessary at times when we have to wait to get approval by the minister in London. And given that right now there's that period of purdah where the elections in the UK are coming up on July 4th, it's hard to get things done in this time because no decisions are usually made in that 6 weeks of time. So the other thing, Madam Speaker, I'd like to point out is that Anguilla has needs. And that's something that I've always said. The things in Anguilla that should have been done 40, 50 years ago that are now getting done. We realized back in 1964 to 67 that we had dirt roads and we didn't have an airport and we didn't have telephones and we didn't have running water. These are all things, Madam Speaker, that have been tried to be done over the years, but some of these, Madam Speaker, it's taken this time to get some of these done and realize that these are urgent needs. Not wants, Madam Speaker, but needs. Now, there was some concern about the professional consultancy services and the amount, the quantum. Now, Madam Speaker, given the security issues in Anguilla or porous borders, we put in $1 million in the budget for this year for CCTV. And this closed-circuit TVs would be camera systems, but we also wanted the monitoring. Discussing this with the Commissioner of Police, we decided that it should be a control room, as mentioned by the Single Island-wide member, Ms. Quincy Gomes-Marie, about the Joint Emergency Management Control Room. And that's included in that $20 million that we see listed under that line item. So this would be for monitoring the CCTV, for 911 calls. This would also be for staffing of that control room, equipment, and then also the Department of Water Services, Madam Speaker. This, we have to pay arrears to 7 Seas that were there. They produce the water. It gets leaked into the ground, but you still have to pay them. And there were arrears from the Water Corporation of Anguilla, monies that were not paid, that the government of Anguilla now has to take responsibility for, among other payments, Madam Speaker. We also know that there is that $10 million that was negotiated with Anglec, the government of Anguilla would pay for the former Water Corporation of Anguilla. So these are all items, Madam Speaker, that have to be covered. Now, I think restricted was answered already, and that is the Ministry of Finance has a contingency fee amount, and that amount is in case it's needed somewhere on an urgent basis, emergent basis, that it can be wired or reappropriated. And then the House has to be informed, Madam Speaker. It's not like you can do it and hide it. That the House has to be informed if this happens. Now, there was the question about the PASs, Principal Assistant Secretaries, and I think that was answered by the Single Island-wide member, Mr. Kenneth Hodge, about the need for improving the public service, adding PASs. I know that former Governor Delini Daniel Selvaratnam, that is something that she wanted to see every ministry have a PS, because you have to think about the efficiency of the public service, but also the succession planning. And we know, as you've known from our in finance, our PS, Kathleen Rogers, is retired, and the Principal Assistant Secretary, Ms. Marissa Harding-Hodge, was promoted to that position. So I think that it leads to continuity and efficiency. Now, the member did make a small error when he said that Father Menez Hodge was the first PS. I think it is Mr. Ralph Hodge who was the first PS back in the early 1980s, right? Yes, so he concurs. So we'll give Ralph his jacket. Now we talked about one of the things that is happening, Madam Speaker, is there is a public service salary review, comprehensive, to look at cost of living, to look at grading, to look at increments, but also there will be performance reviews, because you can't just increase someone's pay just because they're on the books. They have to show that they are working and earning it, Madam Speaker. So this is all part of the consultancy that is going on for the public service salary review. In terms of Department of Health Service locum, I think it's, a little understanding of Latin says locum means temporary replacement, Madam Speaker. So I won't go into that. I would assume that lawyers would have that information at the front of mind. The Health Service Commissioner position and the Deputy Health Service Commissioner, these will be advertised and open to all qualified Anguillians. So the intent here, Madam Speaker, is that Anguillians who are qualified for these positions, we want them to have these positions because that's how we develop our people. I think we've already gone through the Blowing Point basketball facility, and nobody ever stated that it was fully funded privately. There was a $300,000 US, and we knew that it would cost at least another $900,000 to finish it off and do some of the other work. And that part will go through procurement, Madam Speaker. That is understood. And if anybody would read the EXCO minutes, they would see that that was the intention. Now, in terms of the Vivian Vanderpool Primary School, when this is done, it will be a new school, Madam Speaker. The two classroom blocks. Well, the new second classroom block will include administrative building. It will include bathrooms. It will have more classrooms. It will be a new school that will be on that campus of the Old Island Harbor Primary School, which was completed in 1971. And so I'm looking forward to that, Madam Speaker, as my final alma mater for primary school. But in terms of the member for Sandy Hill, basically chastised us about how did we get information that the plan was to close the Vivian Vanderpool Primary School and relocate the students to Morris Vanderpool Primary School. She then went on to say that there may have been a deceased member of the Ministry of Infrastructure, Communications, Utilities who may have made that comment. When we went in, Madam Speaker, we were told that this was the intent. And this administration said that could not happen under this administration, where the Vivian Vanderpool Primary School would be closed. Now, we don't have access to the EXCO minutes or to the policies of the former administration because on June 18th of 2020, the former Governor Tim Foy made in a written statement that said that the EXCO minutes and the policies and decisions of the former administration would be archived and would not be accessible to any incoming administration. I'm sure everyone would remember that statement that was made back on June 18 of 2020. So we have no access to those records to know that whether this was a decision made in Executive Council, it was a policy of the former administration, or if it was just something that was said at one of the Anguilla program meetings. But I do know that we were told that this was the intention, Madam Speaker, and that's why the Morris Vanderpool School was made so big, because it was intended to take the students from Vivian Vanderpool Primary School. Madam Speaker, the member did mention about the GST and about us saying that we wouldn't reduce it. We have never said that we would never reduce it, Madam Speaker. We said we'll continue to monitor it, and as things progress, we continue to see what can be done. Now, we know that the goods and service tax, that the interim goods tax was 9%, and the goods and service tax is 13%. But most of the food items, Madam Speaker, are zero rated. A lot of sectors are exempted. And so with most of the food items at zero rated and the essential items zero rated, which do not attract GST, it is not correct to say that the GST is the reason why the cost of living is high. There are other factors, Madam Speaker. There's inflation. There are supply chain issues. There's increased costs of shipping. These are all what contribute to the increased cost of living. But it's said continuously that from the opposition that the GST is killing us. Somebody said to me this morning that, lots of people are dying, but they never saw on the death certificate that they died from GST. That's just tongue-in-cheek, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, we continue to look at the revenue. But, Madam Speaker, a lot of the things that we are doing here with the supplementary budget, what we're doing for the social well-being and health and education, and making sure that persons have access to running water. These require, Madam Speaker, a predictable revenue. And the only predictable revenue that we have is the goods and service tax. Because even with the .ai domain name registration, you cannot predict how much it's going to bring in revenue. We certainly know that it's bringing in revenue right now. We can't predict that artificial intelligence, ChatGPT, is going to go on for whatever length of time it will. But while we have access to this, we will make sure that it is used prudently, that it can be invested appropriately, and the reserves are kept so that we know that Anguilla can continue to go in the right direction for development of our human capacity and also development of our infrastructure and our people. Madam Speaker, the Single Island Wide member, Mr. Kyle Hodge, made it implied that the expenditure that we have proposed is all paid by the Anguillan taxpayer. Madam Speaker, I'd like to stipulate that it's not. The money that comes from the .ai domain name registration, that revenue is not being paid by the Anguillan taxpayer. Madam Speaker, the accommodation tax is not paid by the Anguillan taxpayer. Madam Speaker, in fact, we know that less than a third of the money that comes in from GST comes from Anguillians. And so, you know, it is hard when persons know better that they don't say better, Madam Speaker. But it's not politically expedient to tell the truth. And so that's the problem that we run into. Now, I don't like to talk about anybody when they're not here, so I'll reserve my comments on cricket development for when the member from... Yes. I'll reserve, because when you hear about, you know, Alan Sanford and what monies were given for development of cricket and who got it and what happened and how there were certain specific persons that were developed and others who had similar talent or better talent were not allowed to develop. That's why we don't have an under 13 team, under 15 team, under 19 team, Madam Speaker. That is why we are here right now, you know, where we have the Anguilla Premier League, where we try to develop as we can. We have the in-school cricket. We have volunteer coaches who are trying to help to bring our students along so that we can develop cricket again. That's why the minister has had to commit, you know, over $2 million to sports in the 2024 budget, and still we are being told that that's not enough. I mean, yeah, historic numbers. You know, you would think that the opposition, members of the opposition, were never in government, Madam Speaker, because they talk about it like if there was, these things were not under their purview at some point or the other. And this is just 4 years ago that they had 5 years, and before that, 10 years straight from 2000 to 2010, where they could have done some of the things that we are trying to do to catch up, and then they try to slow us down. They throw all kinds of monkey wrenches in the works and accuse us of not following the right processes. Well, if we were not following the right processes, Madam Speaker, these things would not make it through Executive Council, because we are scrutinized, you know, continuously up and down, and challenged when we want to do things for the people of Anguilla. But I just want to say that in terms of revenue performance, because, you know, you can't do these things, you can't propose these a supplementary budget or expenditures unless you can show that there is a reasonable chance that you can get the revenue to do it. I mean, of course, it's not going to make it through Executive Council. We have a financial advisor who looks at every decimal point and then you have to contact the Foreign Commonwealth Development Office, talk to the economist there, and then the minister has to look at it, and then the Treasury has to okay it. So there's a lot of oversight here, Madam Speaker. And so I'm happy, and I thank God that we can get $54 million in a supplementary budget to do the things that Anguilla desperately needs, that the people need. But in terms of revenue performance, as of May 31st, Madam Speaker, our revenue performance is showing that the collections stand at $204.88 million compared to a budgeted amount of $404.01 million for the year. So that's already over half of what we project that we'd collect for the year within 5 months. We have to thank God for that. But you know, Madam Speaker, that we are in the hurricane season, and it only takes, one hurricane to wipe us out, like Irma did, where 100% of the GDP was lost in damages. So I'm just saying, persons say, there's this revenue coming in, drop the GST rate, use the AI money, but you have to make sure that you have reserves so that in case something happens, God forbid, that you're able to bounce back and you don't have to go begging and waiting for the UK or someone else to help us. And that is the reason why you have to be prudent and you have to be careful. But we do know, projecting, that with this $54 million in a supplementary budget, that we can get things done, that we can secure our students, secure our teachers and our staff in the schools, that we can make sure that in healthcare we can increase access to quality healthcare with specialists, that now we can go out and recruit, because if this passes in the House and it's signed by the Excellency of the Governor, then we do know that we can start doing some of the things that are necessary in healthcare to improve our Department of Health Services and our healthcare in Anguilla. So the other thing, the non-tax revenue streams, the .ai domain name revenue, actual collections have reached $41.23 million against an estimate of $24.02 million. The total budgeted collections for the year are $64.05 million, indicating that we are well on our way to significantly exceed the budgeted revenue from the .ai domain name registration. Company annual fees and registration, as of May 31st, collections are $8.81 million. The total budget for the year is $8.077 million. So we've already exceeded for company registrations what is projected for the year. And the goods and service tax collections, the actual collections are $86.57 million versus a forecast of $89.55 million as of May 31st. So just want to say that these projections we make, we are doing good so far, and it is assumed that the revenue collection will continue to perform well enough to support the increased expenditure. And with that, Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank all who have participated in this debate, and the benefits of a supplementary budget. It has offers several benefits. It allows the government to address urgent and unforeseen needs, ensuring that critical services and projects are not delayed. A supplementary budget gives the government the flexibility to respond to changes in economic conditions, emergencies, new priorities not anticipated during the initial budget planning process. So again, I want to thank everyone for their patience and for the contributions. Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for being here and for guiding these proceedings. And I want to hope that everyone, understanding the need and the urgency, would approve this supplementary budget number 1 for 2024. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member, and thank all members for their contributions. It has been moved and seconded that a bill shortly entitled A Bill for Supplementary Appropriation 2024 Act 2024 be now read a second time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a second time.
An act to authorize supplementary expenditure from the Consolidated Fund of Anguilla in excess of sums appropriated for the services of the government of Anguilla for the 2024 financial year.
Under Rule 45 of the House of Assembly Rules of Procedure 2021, the bill now stands referred to a committee of the whole Assembly to be considered. Okay, I'm going to break the assembly for 3 minutes so that to allow the technical staff of the Ministry of Finance to come in. House is in recess for 3 minutes. Question. That clause 1 through 2 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The schedule. Recurrent expenditure, Her Excellency the Governor and departments. Program 100, Public Administration, $164,026. Program 101, His Majesty's Prison, $66,848. Yes, if you would. Yeah.
Madam Speaker, I have a question. Chair, sorry. I noticed that there's a half-year provision for 2 additional posts. Is it accurate that there was a deputy director post in prisons previous to this? So now what this is saying is that there is another deputy post that exists?
That's correct. So there was previously a deputy director post, and that's currently filled. And this that post holder was actually the head of security. So this budget adds in another deputy director post, and it removes the head of security post. The decision was to discontinue with the head of security. So there's a reduced allocation for the head of security just to cover what has been paid out at the start of the year.
Okay. And now the chaplain will be given compensation, but prior to, the chaplain didn't receive any compensation. That's accurate,
My
right?
understanding is that prior to, the chaplain did receive compensation, but it was under wages. This now creates an established post.
Post, okay. Thank you for that. One second. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Proctor.
Program 200, Royal Anguilla Police Force, $1,452,584.
I have a question there, Mr. Proctor. Can you please give a little bit more detail as to the management fees pertaining to CCTV?
Okay, so these are estimates at this point. There was a policy decision to have a joint emergency control center, which basically serves as the headquarters or the point of operations to operate the command center, which includes the CCTV and the emergency services. So like when you call 911. The management fees is a projection in relation to the cost of maintaining the CCTs under contract. So it may not be that the government will actually acquire the CCTV equipment themselves, but to have a management service where these services are rendered and supplied, and the contractor maintains the equipment and supplies the services.
So at what stage of the process are we right now with identifying what exactly will happen as it relates to this? Is it out for procurement? Is it what is happening with it?
No, it's not out for procurement yet because they wouldn't be able to go to tender until the funds are confirmed. I know that the governor's office is working with the Royal Anguilla Police Force in terms of coming up with, and I think they actually have a consultant who's providing that dedicated support and who provided all of these costs in. So those management fees are only obviously for a portion of the year. I think that allows for the system come on in July. I think that's what it was. So once the funds are approved, I anticipate it will move quite quickly to potentially have something in place ahead of the festive season.
Okay. All right. And then increase in training related to the implementation of the control center. So the expectation is that you'll have actual staff manning that center moving forward. And when are you looking to appoint those staff?
October, and they're in the budget. So you'll see there's, I think it's called call handler and, yeah, call handler and emergency.
Yeah, call handler.
And the supervisor.
Yeah, call handling supervisor, joint emergency services control room, and then call handler, joint emergency services. Okay.
So 12 posts.
Okay. And you say October, 12 new posts by the end of the year. Thank you.
Total recurrent expenditure for Her Excellency the Governor's $1,683,458.
Put the question that program 001 totaling $1,683,458 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Program 350R, Ministry of Home Affairs. Okay. We don't have any expenditure there, sorry. Program 450R, Ministry of Finance and Health and Departments. Ministry of Finance, $1,087,488. Treasury Department.
I have a question for Minister of Finance, Mr. Proctor. Sorry, Chair, I have a question for the Minister of Finance.
Yes.
Under account head 338, professional consultancy, there is an increase of about $1 million that's being attributed to consultancy services. Prior to that, the approved amount was 1.6 million EC dollars for overall professional and consultancy services. This was the approved estimates for 2024. One, do you have access to the actual spend in 2023 for consultancy services? If you don't have it available, that's understandable, but that's one question. And two, what goes into the new $1 million?
So Rochelle will try and dig up your first question right now.
Okay.
The new $1.07 million, so there's a note at the bottom. So that clarifies that it's in relation to the cost of audit fees related to the reintegration of the DHS, the Department of Health Services and Department of Water Services. So what that provides for is we anticipate that there will be an expansion in fees on our audit contract related to the expansion of government itself because of the integration of these two departments. That's one. Secondly, the former entities, the Health Authority, the Water Corporation, as part of the winding up, we do need to have completion accounts, which reflects their accurate state of financial affairs at the point of their integration into government. So that allows for a special contract in relation to those activities. And then the second part of that was it is a provision for consultancy services of a corporate advisor.
Can you explain to me what the corporate advisor, and again, this is a corporate advisor for those same...
No, completely different.
Completely
so this
different?
is in relation to the government's shareholding in the NCBA.
Okay, so we are making provisions for a consultant. This consultant will be based at the Ministry of Ministry of Finance, but will be responsible for consulting as it relates to NCBA?
No, not based at all. It would be similar to just, for example, so in you're looking for someone, it would be normally like a professional services firm, an accounting firm, who provides advisory services in relation to sales.
Okay, so, and please forgive me.
You know, there's a declared policy position in relation to the
Trying to sell the shares,
Right.
trying to sell government shares in NCBA.
Right.
Okay, got you. So there's a declared, and the Premier just corrected me. There's a declared policy position that this government intends to sell some shares in NCBA, right? And
That government sells shares.
Mercer just said that there's a policy position to do so, right? There's a policy position that government has to sell some shares of NCBA. And so the government of Anguilla is taking on the responsibility of paying a corporate advisor to kind of advise in that process. I guess maybe
That's
to
standard
advise.
practice.
Right, to advise, how best to go about
To,
undertaking
to
that process.
maximize value for your
Okay,
shares.
good. All right. Thank you, Mercer.
Madam Chair, sorry, if I may add some clarity. From the very inception of the banking resolution in the Act, it was declared that government will at some point in time have to divest itself of the shares of the NCBA, and that kept being extended. So I just want that position to be known. So it's been since 2016 that has been the declared position. November 2015, sorry. I've been corrected by the Minister of Finance, April 22nd of 2016.
Sorry, we would not be able to answer your first part of your question at this stage, which was the actual. We could only tell you the budget figure. I was the delegate of the accounting officer for that period, and I think we probably would have come in very close to the budgeted figure. I know that in that year we would have had scope for audit fees, which was a large portion, and we didn't pay out all of it. So any room between the budget figure and the expenditure actual amount, it was probably underspend related to audit fees because we were waiting to be invoiced.
Okay, thank you.
Internal audit, $61,860. Ministry of Health,
I think we skipped Treasury, no?
Treasury, $6,975,895.
There's something indicated here, Marissa, in 350, head 350, final back pay owed to Public Service Pension Fund. Can you give me a little bit more clarity on that particular one? I'm not really familiar with it. The others I understand.
Okay, so there was a position, a policy position, I think it was around 2008, 2009, which, well, it would have happened in both 2008, 2009, which reduced civil servants' salaries in two tranches. There was, as part of that framework, the pensions were not to be affected. So pension contributions were supposed to be made on the substantive salary and not the reduced salary. In practice, it was just operational that Treasury was only paying it on the reduced salary simply because of a systems issue. So then there was arrears accumulated in relation to the difference between what the substantive salary was and what the reduced salary was. So we would have gradually been paying that down over time, and this clears the remainder of it, because there's no more arrears accruing because the full salaries have been restored as January. So this just clears that off.
Okay, thank you.
Internal audit, $61,860. Ministry of Health,
One question for that area, Chair. The half-year provision for the post of Deputy Director. The post of Deputy Director wasn't filled in the past?
I know at one point it was. The current director would have been a deputy director at one point. I'm not sure when it fell into disuse, but yeah.
Okay. So now we filled the director post
Yes.
that was vacant.
Right.
And we are now reinstating the provision for the deputy director post.
We're strengthening our internal audit function.
Right. And so this post, has this post been filled as yet, or you're waiting on this approval to fill the post?
Waiting on this approval.
All right, got you. Thank you. Thank you.
Ministry of Health, $465,220.
Okay, I have a couple of questions. I think the half-year provision for the principal assistant, that's what you said was an error?
No, that is a new position to this supplementary budget. So the error was there was a PAS of the Ministry of Social Development, but that was instituted in the original budget.
Okay. Okay, so the provision here is being made in the Ministry of Health for a new principal assistant secretary. Okay. I noted that in program head 352, there is provisions for increase in grants and contributions to provide assistance to the Anguilla Enhancement Project for the cleaning of beaches, removal of derelict vehicles, and other projects, which of course I support. But I was wondering about the reporting mechanisms associated with the grants and contributions function.
So normally the expected practice is for you to have a sponsorship arrangement or an MOU, and that would detail the amount of the contribution that you're going to get, what the purposes it can be used for, and the necessary reporting after the fact to ensure that it's met the standards and the objectives of the program.
So, okay, so what you're saying is that once this money has been approved today, you guys will enter into a particular MOU agreement with the Anguilla Enhancement Project team, and that will dictate essentially what the reporting is, how the funds will be disbursed, and that sort of thing.
That is the standard of practice. I expect that that's what MOH would do, but I cannot confirm.
Okay. Okay, thank you. For 338, the increase in professional consultancy services to cover the expenses for the DHS locum, I think there might have been some misunderstanding in the general public, because I got a couple of questions and I don't want us to be misleading the public in any way. So can you please give a little bit more clarity of the DHS locum in this instance?
So in 338, under the program number 461, those, the 334,000, that would cover any expenses for the locum. So accommodation, any rental of cars.
Who is referred to as the locum?
These are temporary medical staff.
Okay. And okay, you can continue. It will cover the expenses of
their accommodation and any other rental of assets.
And this is only for temporary staff?
Correct.
Okay. Would, in this case, do these services apply to the new Director of Health Services?
You mean expenses related to the new commissioner?
Yeah. Sorry, yes, the new commissioner. That's the Health Services Commissioner.
Okay, so we would have to confirm that in terms of the arrangement with the current commissioner, but ordinarily, no, it would not apply. The commissioner would be paid from the PE budget. You see that there's a line item for the commissioner and the salaries associated, and any allowances with that post that would be covered under 316 allowances. So no, you would not anticipate that would be where any expenses related to that engagement would be covered.
Okay, thank you.
463, Secondary Health, Department of Health Services.
1 second, Mr. Proctor, sorry. For 322, increase in international travel for DHS here is referred to the Health Services unit, period. The entire unit. Okay. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Proctor.
Secondary Health Care, Department of Health Services, $12,012,129. Total recurrent expenditure, Ministry of Finance and Health, $20,602,592.
I have a question under this area for Department of Health Services. It indicates here that the Health Services Commissioner post for the rest of 2024, $87,060 is allotted to it. So 2 questions. What is the actual yearly figure for that position? And is that in line with what the current Health Services Commissioner receives? Or is there a special contracted amount for the 3-month period that they've been hired?
Okay, so if you note in the Department of Water Services, I'm just going to use it by way of comparison. There are grades attached to every post. Before the integration, they were able to complete the grading process for all positions in the water department. The civil service has an established job grading process, which you review the job descriptions, the duties and responsibilities of the post, and you assign a grade, and there's a fixed remuneration in that grade. It's a scale. The Department of Health Services, the grading process could not have been completed prior to the preparation of this budget and the integration. So what you have is most of these positions in terms of what before you relate to what are current salaries that would have been paid to the post holders at the time of the integration, and they will subsequently have to go through the job grading process. The provision in respect of the Health Services Commissioner, it would be the figure for, that's not the start of there. That relates to a part year provision for remuneration, because the post holder would only be joining after the budget is passed.
Right, so that's what I'm asking. What would be the total figure allotted to that for the year, to that particular post for the year?
The forecast that we have in front of us is grade B, 174,000, which is the top of the grade B scale. I assume that it was anticipated that normally when you recruit, you start at the bottom of the scale, but sometimes you might have to negotiate a higher position on the scale based on certain experiences and qualifications of the candidate. And I anticipate that the provision we made there was in case that had to happen in this instance.
Okay, and then so the question my second question then is the current individual that's hired Are they being paid this, or is there a special contractual provision for that 3-month period?
Ordinarily, they would be paid within the scale, but I have not had sight of that contract, so I'd have to confirm at a later stage.
Okay. Is there anyone else, Premier, that can answer to that particular question as it relates to if there's a special contractual arrangement for that individual for that 3-month period, or is it in line with what's indicated here?
My understanding was that it would be commensurate with what the CEO of the health authority would be getting.
What the CEO of the health authority would have been getting in the previous period,
Correct.
the last time there was a sitting CEO.
That's what my understanding is. I'm not 100%, but that's my understanding of how it would be determined what the person was going to be paid based on that.
And that would be the case as a result of what exactly? Because there's a specific grading scale here for the Health Services Commissioner. So why would we be reverting to that original amount that was paid in the past to the CEO of Health Authority? Because there was a thought that those salaries were quite high, and bringing them in under government might bring them in line with department heads here. So I'm just wanting to know if there was a specific rationale for that.
That's, as I said, I'm not 100% sure of what it was or is, but I know that that was the consideration at the time, given that this was a temporary position until the post could be advertised once we get this supplementary budget in place.
Okay, so I have a question. So the minister's unclear, he's not sure. Marissa, you said you haven't had sight of it. Who's responsible for the appointment and the issuing of the contract for this particular person? Because I don't think and I might be mistaken, I don't think the DG is aware of it either. So who was really responsible for issuing this particular contract? Because I think everybody kind of seems unsure. Well, the DG is not unsure about that, so it can't be public administration, Mr. Hughes. So do we know who's responsible for the issuing of this contract?
Officer is. I know who the accounting officer is, so I would anticipate that it would be the accounting officer, which is the PS.
Okay, that's quite interesting. Okay, all right, thank you, Marissa.
Total recurrent expenditure, Ministry of Finance and Health, $20,602,592.
I put the question that programs 450R, 451, 456, 461, 463 totaling.
Okay, all right. I had some questions about the Ministry of Social Development further down. Okay, perfect. Sorry, Chair.
Totaling $20,602,592 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Program 550R, Ministry of Social Development and Education. And departments, Ministry of Social Services, $2,428,000.
I have a question as it relates to the Ministry of Social Development. The notes indicated there has been a change for the post of program assistant to program officer. This is, Marissa, particularly in the ministry itself, right? Okay. And was there a rationale for the change? What would have been the rationale?
So the post of program assistant would be at a lower rank, which would mean that the duties and responsibilities were lower. It would have been a decision of that ministry that they needed the post holder to have a higher level of responsibilities to be able to provide strong support in the community services unit.
Okay. Oh, it's community service. Okay, good. So before they had the program assistant position, so now they're going to have 2 program officers, or they're just moving up to that post?
So there wasn't that post is not actually filled. So they didn't want to run the vacancy until they got it basically regraded, renamed, and then it would be a different job description.
Okay, so essentially this is a program officer position for the community services planner unit, which, by the way, for the benefit of the public, this is a unit that I have actually advocated for because I support the work that they do. So what is happening here, versus what you're saying, is that initially you were looking at putting in a program assistant position, but now you're putting in a program officer position before it's even advertised. So that will be the substantive post.
So in the budget process, they had actually asked for the 2 over a phased approach over 2024 to 2025. I think it was the program officer they wanted in 2024 and the program assistant in 2025. Right.
Okay. So it will have 2 posts then?
Well, no.
Eventually.
It may. It depends on whether it's
actually filled.
It's approved. Whether this, because in 2025 they'll have to submit again if they want the additional officer and go through that process.
Okay.
Madam Chair, just for clarity, the position for the community services program officer is part of a unit that we've been trying to establish since 2022. We had a freeze on the recommendations in relation to hiring additional staff, and the community services planner, who is Mrs. Hyacinth Bradley under my ministry, and I have been working on getting that unit established before the member was elected, but that was also pushed in 2023 during the budgetary process because we had the allotment and approval to hire additional persons.
For 352, an increase in subvention to the ACC, are there any particular details as it relates to how the subvention is expected to be spent, or it's a blanket additional amount of money to them?
So all statutory bodies under the Financial Administration Audit Act have to have their annual estimates approved. So ACC's budget's approval is outstanding. So with that approval, there will be details in terms of the breakdown on what areas the expenditure can relate to. And it also includes approvals in terms of what posts that they will have. And these particular funds are supporting, do you recall? 4 new positions, and I think the TVET program. 4 new positions and a TVET program.
So this is going to personal emoluments, essentially, then, or no?
Right. Well, in part.
Okay.
So their budget, when we received in the Ministry of Finance, we review all these budgets. When we received that budget, it was forecasting a unfunded deficit. So the subvention either had to be increased or the expenditure would have to be curtailed.
Right. Okay, good. All right, thank you. And then the increase in medical treatment overseas to cover medical expenses. This increase is to cover bills that have been incurred, or this is just an overall increase to take care of people who may come? Because I know that the budget, I think the minister had indicated before that the budget was busted. So is this to cover existing expenses that we have already incurred, or is this enough to cover if something else happens later on in the year?
I cannot confirm with certainty what portion of outstanding bills remains. I anticipate that there is most likely some outstanding bills remaining, and then the balance would cover any expenses that crop up within the year.
Okay. Okay. All right, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
So, Ministry of Social Services, $2,428,000. Department of Education, $484,584. Probation Services.
I have a question on the Department of Education. The increase in wages to cater to the revision of duties for the crossing guard. Are there any specifics on the new duties that the crossing guards will end up having?
I'm not sure the specific duties. I know that it's basically making them full-time.
Okay.
But with Okay. Oh, custodian duties.
Custodian duties
Yes.
as well. And all of these people will remain as wage workers, so they won't get any established worker benefits, right? Or
They will remain, well, it continues to be a non-established position. By what do you mean by established officer benefit, like pension?
right, pension, insurance, those type of benefits.
So insurance, there was a policy decision to offer insurance to unestablished workers, but the policy framework needs to be developed.
So currently there is a policy decision to offer this to unestablished workers, but
Meeting certain criteria, yes. We have a variety of unestablished workers. Some unestablished workers work once a month.
right.
So
Okay, all right. And so with the crossing guards, based on the new duties, would fall into that category. Are they expected now to work the full school day, essentially?
yes.
Okay. Okay. The increase due to the rent for the school buses, am I understanding that the procurement for the school buses has failed and is going back out, or the procurement was complete and we're just waiting on the buses?
So this is recurrent for renting assets, so renting buses so the procurement for the school buses has not gone out yet.
Okay, so essentially we are going to be renting buses until that entire process is complete. And this is the estimate for how much it would take us for the time being to do that.
Mhm.
And the increase in security guard costs for the primary schools, that is going to go out through procurement as well, or, okay. All right. Okay, thank you.
I have a question, Madam Chair. Just to follow up on what Member for Valenart asked. The 195,000 covers the 18 to 24-month period that the minister did mention about, just this budgetary cycle through to the end of the year. Because it's 195,000. Is it through 2024? Yeah, rental of assets. School bus.
So it's my understanding that school buses take a long time to be basically acquired. Yes.
What source market are we talking about here? Because I heard this before, and I would have done a few checks with some folks in America, and modern school buses are available. So I'm a bit worried that we would be engaging in renting school buses for 18 to 24 months. I think that some other research need to go into this before we commit to 18 months rental.
So Michael, the Ministry of Infrastructure is responsible for sourcing and maintaining the government's fleet of vehicles. So they would have done some research. I know that there's also some specifications that we need for these buses. So not every market would be appropriate because if you know right now, when the school buses are picking up and delivering our kids, they have to basically block off the whole road. And that's because the door is simply on the wrong side. So which market you source from is important as well.
Just to add to that, Madam Speaker, in relation to the school buses, the particular specifications are not on the shelf. They are not on the shelf solutions. So if someone is speaking about a manufacturer in the U.S., they may not be speaking to a manufacturer who would be manufacturing specific to the requirements here in Anguilla. So it's also a little bit dangerous to just make a broad assertion in relation to that.
Well, that's why we're asking. We don't know.
I'll share some information because I think that 18 months is a long time. I understand that certain things would have to be customized, but even as it relates to ordering heavy equipment, and even as it relates to ordering heavy equipment, I've seen where the turnaround is quicker. So my hope is that we can find a quicker solution.
There's also hope, but Nigel Connor, if you have that information, you pass it on to those who deal with the procurement documents and stuff. That would be Nigel Connor and Shana Scanlon, that goes in the Ministry of Infrastructure. As you know, ministers of government don't get involved in the procurement process.
Actually, you wouldn't be able to send it directly to Nigel. The way that it operates is that if the officers are engaging directly with somebody who's about to tender a bid, that would also make the procurement fail. So they wouldn't be able to do something of that nature.
Probation services, $63,540. Total recurrent expenditure, Ministry of Social Development, $2,976,124.
I put the question, the program 550, 551, 561 totaling $2,976,124 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Program 650R, Ministry of Infrastructure, Communications, Utilities, Housing and Tourism and Departments. So Ministry of Infrastructure, $345,630.
Thank you. Chair, for this head 352, an increase in the account to make monthly contributions to the Anguilla Hotel and Tourism Association. Is there an existing contribution that's currently made or so? Okay,
No,
so that would have been pulled back.
The contribution was discontinued a few years ago.
Got you. Okay, so now it's being reinstated, and
Correct.
it's to the tune of 250,000 EC dollars
For the year.
For the year. Okay, and that will be disbursed as soon.
I believe they would also get a sponsorship arrangement, which is best practice.
The sponsorship arrangement is best practice, but there isn't anything in law that says this is how it's supposed to happen, or in regulations.
We do have controls at Treasury, so you do need documentation to make payments on.
So, but is this going to be a contribution though, like a subvention, or is this where you draw it down on a monthly basis?
This would be a drawdown on a monthly basis.
Okay.
Water Department, $8,177,514. Total recurrent expenditure, Ministry of Infrastructure, Communications, Utilities, and Housing and Tourism, $8,523,144.
I put the question, that program 650, 653 totaling $8,523,144 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Program 850R, Ministry of Sustainability, Innovation and the Environment and Departments. Department of Information Technology, $833,134. Total recurrent expenditure, Ministry of Sustainability, Innovation and the Environment, $833,134.
I put the question, that program 851 totaling $833,134 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Capital expenditure, Program 001D, Her Excellency the Governor, $1 million.
I put the question that program 001D totaling $1 million do stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Program 350D, Ministry of Home Affairs, Labor, Immigration, Information and Broadcasting, 4 million,
There's no supplement there.
400.
excuse me one. So, capital expenditure, Ministry of Social Development.
I put the question to amend the passage. Can I do that? Of Capital expenditure, Ministry of Finance and Health, 20,602,000. no.
Jesus. Capital expenditure, $3,770,000.
I put the question that capital expenditure, program 450 for the Ministry of Health, Finance and Health, totaling $3,770,000 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Ministry of Social Development, $6,506,284.
The Anguilla Community College Development head of the capital budget has $914,783 in relation to the Anguilla Community College, in relation to the development project loan for Anguilla. Can you try as best you can to give a description of what's happening there?
Okay, so this is a provision for the government to be able to process expenditure related to the Anguilla Community College loan. So I can't recall what year it was, but 2014? Okay. there was the loan arrangement from the Caribbean Development Bank to construct campus facilities for the Anguilla Community College. Because of the Anguilla Community College's fiscal position, the government of Anguilla would have had to be the borrowing agency on that loan. To facilitate the recording of that financing, we appropriate this and we record the expenditure and the disbursements of the financing, albeit the government does not actually receive any of the disbursements directly because the expenditure is made directly from the Caribbean Development Bank, but it is, for the lack of a better term, an accounting treatment.
So essentially, this is what's left in the loan to be able to draw it down. However, the government of Anguilla is not responsible for drawing it down.
No, the ACC is.
And when it's drawn down, the funds go directly to ACC for management.
The funds don't go directly to ACC, if I recall correctly. The CDB is the one who processes the expenditure.
And do you know if that if there's ongoing expenditure related to that development?
Yes, I think that there's ongoing related to this final portion.
Okay.
I put the question. Program 550, Ministry of Social Development, Youth, Culture, and Sports, totaling $506,284 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Program 650D, Ministry of Infrastructure, Communications, Utilities, Housing, and Tourism, $8,652,000.
I put the question that program 6. Yes, go ahead.
Marcia, can you give a short explanation of the $2.3 million related to the airport development?
Sure. There has been estimates prepared in relation to the cost of the airport development. In the preparation of those estimates, they were provided a range in respect of land acquisition cost. My understanding is that the lower end of the range was used in the first estimates, which we incorporated into our MTEF and into our budget, in order to be conservative and to ensure that we have the proper budgetary provision to cover any potential actualities. We have now made an adjustment to include the upper range of that land acquisition cost estimate.
And this land acquisition process is going to take place in this financial year, 2024, for certain?
Yeah, well, when we're budgeting for it, we would anticipate that it would take place in this year.
Okay. Do you know if that process has started?
I don't believe so.
Evaluation processes have started and discussions have commenced, but the acquisition haven't started.
And this particularly is land for the runway portion of the project?
Runway extension.
The runway extension. I know that there were some lands that I think we do have already, or, you know, based on the court case or something. So this is in addition to those lands, or?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Premier, we only have 16 acres virgin land that's ours. We don't have any those. Sorry, 10 acres, and those lands wasn't given to us by the court case.
Okay, so you have 10 acres of land, and how much do you anticipate needing in addition to the 10 that you have?
I can't say right now within a certainty because the valuations and the estimates are being done now.
You mean the surveying,
The
not
surveying.
the valuation? Because if you were doing a valuation, you would be doing it based on what you already know you're going to get.
Valuation and survey is being done concurrently.
Okay, thank you.
I put the question that Program 650, Ministry of Infrastructure, Communications, Utilities, and Housing, totaling $8,652,000 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Program 850D, Ministry of Sustainability, Innovation and the Environment, $675,000.
I put the question. Program 850D, Ministry of Sustainability, Innovation and the Environment, totaling $675,000 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Total recurrent and capital expenditures, $54,221,736.
I put the question, the total recurrent and capital expenditures totaling $54,221,736 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The title and the enacting clause.
I put the question that the title and the enacting clause do stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The Assembly will now resume its sitting. I wish to thank the technical staff of the Ministry of Finance for your assistance. You may report. Mover.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the bill shortly entitled, A Bill for Supplementary Appropriations 2024, Act 2024, has passed through committee without amendment and is ready for a third reading.
A bill for supplementary appropriation 2024, Act 2024, third reading.
Madam Speaker, I move that Rule 44, right? I'm on it. Maybe hungry, but Madam Speaker, I move that under Rule 44 of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly, that the Assembly be suspended to allow the bill shortly entitled, A Bill for Supplementary Appropriation 2024, Act 2024, be read a third time.
Under Rule 36 of the Rules of Procedure, I consent to the proposing of this motion. And someone second.
Madam Speaker, I raise a second.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the House. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that a bill...
Yes. It has been moved and seconded that the rules of procedure of the Assembly be suspended to allow the bill entitled A Bill for Supplementary Appropriation 2024 Act 2024 to be read a third time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Rule 44 of the rules of procedure is now suspended.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that a bill shortly entitled A Bill for Supplementary Appropriation 2024 Act 2024 be read a third time and passed.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second.
It has been moved and seconded that a bill entitled A Bill for Supplementary Appropriation 2024 Act 2024 be now read a third time and passed. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a third time.
An act to authorize supplementary expenditure from the Consolidated Fund of Anguilla in excess of sums appropriated for the services of the Government of Anguilla for the 2024 financial year.
Bill read a third time and passed.
A bill for Public Lotteries Tax Amendment Act 2024, first reading.
The member is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that a bill shortly entitled A Bill for Public Lotteries Tax Amendment Act 2024 be read a first time.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second.
It has been moved and seconded that a bill shortly entitled A Bill for Public Lotteries Tax Amendment Act 2024 be read a first time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a first time.
An act to amend the Public Lotteries Tax Act, Revised Statutes of Anguilla, Chapter P 135.
Bill read a first time.
Private members' bills? None. Private bills? None. Other orders of the day?
Thank you, members. I take this opportunity to congratulate Miss Marissa Harding Hodge on her appointment to her new role as PS Finance. Congratulations, and I wish you all the best in this new role. I know the AG, the Honorable Attorney General, is also with us for this last sitting. I think this will be his last year, and I want to say thanks publicly to him for his work, his advice to the House, to our committees here at the House, and also personal advice. I wish to thank him publicly, and I wish him all the very best in his future endeavors. I acknowledge, I recognize the member for Road South who's anxious to get up. So.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Since the last sitting of the House, I've been anxious to get up because I recognize that the tenure of the Honorable Attorney General is coming to an end. It was on the 1st of October 2018, Madam Speaker, when the Honorable Dwight Hosford was sworn in by Governor Tim Foy as the Attorney General of Anguilla. And Governor Tim Foy said he was heads and shoulders above all the other candidates. And the Honorable Deputy Governor said indeed he was the man for the job. And I don't believe that he said that he was head and shoulders above everyone else just because of his height, but it's because of his intellectual capacity and his grasp of the law, grasp of the Anguilla Constitution, which is something that I've never witnessed in all of the time that I've been around politics, Madam Speaker. And it is important that we continue to have Attorney Generals from the region, from the Caribbean, Madam Speaker. That is very important. I recalled many years ago when the Honorable Parliamentary Secretary and I worked at Barclays Bank PLC, and there was an Attorney General by the name of Kurt de Freitas. and we would interact with him frequently, Madam Speaker. I believe he hailed from Guyana, if I'm not mistaken. And years later, we remembered Ronald Scipio, who was another Attorney General from the region. And more recently, we had Attorney General William Boone, who was also an Attorney General. I believe he hailed from Bermuda. And more recently, Attorney General Dwight Hosford. So we know that Attorney Generals, William Boone, his wife is from Barbados, you said? He's from Barbados. Oh, he's from Barbados. And his wife was from, sorry, my apologies, Madam Speaker. But be that as it may, Madam Speaker. Be that as it may, Madam Speaker, it is important that we have Attorney Generals from the region. I remember the great Attorney General that was elected in Barbados by the name of Mia Mottley, Madam Speaker. And Mia Mottley was a wonderful, articulate, brilliant Attorney General, Madam Speaker. But in the case of Barbados, they elect Attorney Generals. And we have not yet graduated to the position of self-determination where we have complete autonomy under our process. And so, even though the government and people of Anguilla are responsible for the remuneration of Attorney Generals, we don't have any part to play in the selection process. And I know a lot of people may say, why is it that we are looking for Attorney Generals from the region? And some people may say that it's about race. And I recall many years ago when Denzel Washington was being interviewed about why he chose a black director for a particular movie, and if that is not racist. He said Martin Scorsese, I can't pronounce his name. He did a good job with the Schindler's List. And Steven Spielberg did a good job with another movie, Goodfellas. Goodfellas was the name of the movie. And he said either one of them would have done a pretty good job with either one, but because of culture is the reason why Martin did Schindler's List, and the other one was done by the other director. And that is why he chose a black director. He spoke about a hot comb going through the hair when you're ironing the hair. You wouldn't know that because you come from Island Harbor, but I know those of us who come from the western side of the island, we use irons to iron our hair. And Madam Speaker.
My mom is a black lady. Don't insult me, please.
So you should know. Yes.
Do not insult me.
But it comes down to culture, Madam Speaker. It comes down to culture. We have, in the Caribbean region, we have very similar cultural norms. And so, as we embark on trying to replace the big shoes that Dwight Hosford is going to be leaving here in Anguilla, I hope that Her Excellency the Governor and those who are tasked with the responsibility for selecting a governor to serve in Anguilla will look exclusively to the region. I don't really care whether the person is black, white, Indian, but as that person must and should come from the region. So I just want to place that on the record. So as the Honorable Attorney General moves on to his next calling, whatever that calling may be, I just want him to know that I sincerely appreciate with depth of gratitude the service that you have given to Anguilla, Madam Speaker. I've seen what he has seen, and sometimes the public would not be aware of the integrity of this gentleman, the strength, the fortitude, will to stand up for the people of Anguilla, Madam Speaker, time and time again. And I've seen a lot of untoward criticism that has been leveled against him, Madam Speaker. And I know that when he's long gone, sometimes we want to recognize the persons when they are no longer around. And I know we will come to appreciate, as a country, the service that Dwight Hosford gave to the people of Anguilla. So whatever your endeavors are, Honorable Attorney General, you know that you have my full support because I know that you believe in the people of Anguilla and you believe in the Caribbean people. So good luck and God bless as you move on to your next venture. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for affording me that opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The honorable member for Valley South is recognized.
I'm sorry, Ken. Madam Speaker, I also rise to my feet this evening to say thank you for the service that the Honorable Attorney General has provided to this island over the course of many years and under several different administrations, AUF, APM, and otherwise. I think based on his experience, the Honorable Attorney General has left an indelible mark, not just by virtue of his objectivity, but also in relation to the legislative agenda that he has been able to accomplish and the defense of Anguilla in many instances to our regional and international counterparts. And I want to shed light right at this moment because the Honorable Attorney General just came back from a CFATIF panel plenary exercise. And the Honorable Attorney General was able to defend Anguilla's position financially, to prevent Anguilla from being blacklisted, from being downgraded in many regards to our financial compliance, Madam Speaker. And that type of service, and this is something that the Honorable Attorney General was willing to fund out of his own pocket because he believed in it so strongly that we needed to have that representation to ensure we can maintain Anguilla's position because we understand operating as a British overseas territory, the requirements and the lack of an equal playing field in relation to financial markets globally. But despite that, we continue on the path with the assistance of the Attorney General and his chambers to create the change and to maintain Anguilla's position. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Attorney General has imparted impartial legal advice over the course of the years, irrespective of what any administration wanted to hear. The Attorney General always told you what the legal and constitutional position was. And that, Madam Speaker, acting as a North Star is a really critical role for any healthy democracy. Any healthy democracy needs someone who is able to navigate and resist political interference to ensure that he is offering and executing his role as provided under the Constitution of Anguilla. And Madam Speaker, as it relates to the Constitution of Anguilla, and I want to say this, that the Honorable Attorney General has a beautiful grasp of that document, a sound and thorough understanding of the Constitution of Anguilla, the highest law in this land. And through the years that we've had the pleasure of working with the Honorable Attorney General, Madam Speaker, we have the Attorney General and Executive Council and all of our engagements have been guided under the precepts of that document. And so I must say that he leaves very, very large shoes to fill. That's not a pun either. I know he has. He leaves very large feet to fill, shoes to fill, sorry. And as the member for Road South has indicated, I would pray that we follow the precedent already set, that we have an Attorney General from this region who is aware of the manner in which our constitutions operate, because it is not the same everywhere. Many countries don't even have a written constitution, but we have a written constitution, and we are bound by that written constitution. And a number of our colleagues across the region are very sensitive to that fact. And so, Madam Speaker, I know this thank you is not it doesn't measure up to the body of work that our Honorable Attorney General has produced, defended, and instituted in Anguilla. But it is a small token of our appreciation for his time and his effort here in Anguilla's Executive Council and Attorney General's chambers. With that, Madam Speaker, I would like to table my remarks.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Single Island Wide Electoral District Member, Mr. Kenneth Hodge, is recognized.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I know the day is long spent. It's been quite a long day for us. I don't intend to be very long. But Madam Speaker, I rise this afternoon to publicly say thanks to the Honorable Attorney General, Mr. Dwight Hosford. He has been a show of support as Attorney General and even as a friend. And Madam Speaker, I don't want to really be political here today, but I must say that when I came into office as minister, I met quite a number of issues that confronted us. And one in particular I wish to draw to the attention here this afternoon was the situation with the great-grandchildren, Madam Speaker. We have spoken about many times how we have cherry-picked, certain persons cherry-picked the Constitution, did what they liked with it. But Madam Speaker, I came into office and I met a situation where grandchildren, great-grandchildren, were given a residency requirement of 5 years to gain the rights in Anguilla. And Madam Speaker, I never had and I still don't have any issues with that at all. The issue that I had was the implementation of it, because it was done, but how it was to be implemented was never finalized. And under the immigration laws, Madam Speaker, you have a 1 year, at any one point in time, a person can be as a visitor in Anguilla for up to 1 year at any one point in time, they have to leave. The other way of a person being here is under the work permit situation. And so what I found when I got in office, Madam Speaker, is that persons were essentially concocting work permits in order for the great-grandchildren to remain in Anguilla. And I called up the AG, I said, AG, this is the situation. AG, I don't know if you remember that situation. I said, this is the situation. How can we fix it? Because the law says they have a 5-year residency requirement. How can we fix this within the parameters of the law? And the AG, being the wise man he is, he rendered an opinion, Madam Speaker, that allowed the great-grandchildren, once they proved their status, to remain in Anguilla for the 5-year period necessary to get their rights. And if they wished to work to earn some income during that time, they could do so. And Madam Speaker, I want to thank him publicly for that, because like I said, there were quite a number of great-grandchildren then, and they still continue to come, Madam Speaker, and the way is now clear for them to be in Anguilla. And that was only one, and of course, Madam Speaker, with the Labor Relations Act that he's provided so much support to us as we're walking through the myriad of revisions. So, AG, I really want to thank you for your assistance. And one thing about him, Madam Speaker, you could call him anytime. He was always accessible via WhatsApp or telephone. He always answered his calls. And he always said, I'm going to get something done for you. And he did it. He delivered. But Madam Speaker, one of the things that has stayed with me was his understanding of the cultural nuances of Anguilla. And I guess as a Caribbean man himself, he understood this. And I say that to say, as we are looking forward to a new AG, Madam Speaker, I wish to say here in this honorable house that I, alongside my other colleagues, would like to see a Caribbean national, Madam Speaker, take up that position of Attorney General, somebody who comes from the region, who understands our culture. I know up front, and I say here, the government of Anguilla has no direct control or input in that selection process, but certainly I think it is within our right to express our desire to see a Caribbean national in that position. AG, I don't know what your future ambitions are, but I am assured that he's moving on to greater and higher things, Madam Speaker. And as Minister of Immigration, I can tell him he's always welcome in Anguilla. So AJ, I want to thank you for your time, and I look forward to interacting with you on a different sphere, at a different time, in a different place perhaps. Thank you, AG.
The honorable member for Road North is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, first and foremost, while I'm on my feet, I want to offer condolences to the family of Norma Moore Richardson from North Hill. Her wake is going on now as we speak, and her funeral is tomorrow. So I just want to publicly offer my condolences to her entire family, Craig, Sean, Bobo, Chantel, Captain Joe, her husband, and the grandchildren. And I didn't get to do it while I was making my presentation earlier, but I also wanted to offer congratulations to PS, the new PS, Marissa Hardin Hodge. She's not here now. I wish she was here so I can give her her congratulations in person. But I think it's a well-deserved. She's worked really, really hard. I know she's filling some big shoes, but if anybody is capable, I think she is definitely capable. And to the man of the hour, Honorable Attorney General Dwight Horsford, AKA Hoss. We've already heard, Madam Speaker, of how well he has served the people of Anguilla, and I want to say thanks to him for serving the people of Anguilla so well. I have nothing else no other Attorney General to compare him to. That's the only Attorney General I've ever worked with, but I can say this definitely, the bar has been set real high. The bar has been set high. You sit in EXCO and you say, Attorney AG, what's this? And 9 out of 10 times he can come back to you with the law, with whatever solution you need to it. When he doesn't, he tell you give him time, and he thinks it thoroughly, and when you do get a response, the response is so thorough that you can defend it anywhere. But even more importantly, Madam Speaker, I had a chance to know Dwight Horsford, the man, and yes, I got to know Dwight Horsford, the man, and his knowledge, Madam Speaker, is wide. His knowledge is wide. You can sit and have a conversation with Mr. Horsford on just about any topic, and he's so in depth in his knowledge of these topics that it kept me amazed in a lot of conversations with him. I must admit I ran from hanging with him quite a bit because he seemed to have a part of animal streak in him that I don't think I could have kept up with. But I think Anguilla is definitely in a better place for the time he has been here. There was a time that everyone wanted to sue Anguilla, sue the government of Anguilla, but Mr. Horsford, and many times I've heard him say in ESCO, tell him come. He was always ready, and I think that energy to defend Anguilla, to defend our cause, to defend the people, has made a lasting impression with me. So, Mr. Horsford, a.k.a. Dwight, the Hoss, thank you.
I acknowledge Single Island White Electoral District member, Mr. Joseph Antapool.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon once again to the Honorable AG. I would like to extend my formal thank yous on behalf of myself, the fellow members of the opposition as well as the people of Anguilla. A few years ago, you would have stepped up to the challenge of moving to Anguilla, assuming our legal challenges and performing your duties as the role of Attorney General. And during that time, you've represented Anguilla not only in this honorable House of Assembly, but regionally and internationally, going as far as fighting for us up to the Privy Council. I know that there have been times where your views, actions, or decisions may not have been in line with what I might think or the opposition may think, but I guess in life you'll never get to a point where you'll agree with everyone or make everyone happy. But I do believe, based on our interactions and my knowledge of you as a person, that you acted in the best interest of operating within the role of your capacity and doing the best of your capabilities in carrying out your role as Attorney General. And for that, I give you my thank yous. I actually join in my colleagues from across the aisle in agreement that I would like to see it be the case where the person who attempts to fill your boots would also be a Caribbean national, one who understands the cultural context of us in the Caribbean, but beyond being a Caribbean national, being a Caribbean person. As they described you, you're a Caribbean man. And with that, that comes a lot, Madam Speaker, because the role of Attorney General does not just come about in terms of interpreting the Constitution and advising government. When we look at us as a Caribbean region, we are all one Caribbean people. We have different histories, different legacies, but we come from a common heritage, a common cultural background. And part of that, Madam Speaker, is the fact that we would have noted that Anguilla has one of the most out-of-date constitutions within the region. And that these constitutions, when they were put in, they weren't put in to the benefit of the local communities. It's just our history, Madam Speaker. These constitutions were put in at a point in time when their sole function was to aid the administration of the administering power. So navigating the current political times in an age of regional independence, in an age of a small nation striving towards independence, within the framework of a constitution that is not necessarily set up for that purpose, would take a bit of tact and some nuance and some deep understanding, Madam Speaker. And I must say that I do believe that this Attorney General did have that understanding, has demonstrated that understanding, and I hope that for the benefit of the people of Anguilla, the next one who's coming in to pick up the baton from where you left off will also have that understanding, Madam Speaker, because that will be a critical aspect to us as a small nation truly moving towards self-determination and ultimately independence. So, Honorable AG, as your time with us comes to an end, not only do I say thank you, I wish you a safe return to your native land, if you so desire, and all the best in all of your future endeavors. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Honorable AG.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Member for Island Harbor is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to, thank Permanent Secretary Kathleen Rogers for the many years of service that she put in, and finance, then public administration, back to finance, and she retired on June 5th. And it's a sad time because just at the time her dad passed, but she is still out there representing Anguilla right now, and want to thank her for her years of service, and also want to commend Ms. Marissa Harding-Hodge for now being promoted to the position of Permanent Secretary of Finance. Over the years that I have worked with Marissa, she has been very technically sound. Certainly, she understands the need to be fiscally prudent, and she knows that when there are policies given, how to convert that into numbers, and that's important. So I want to congratulate her and wish her the best going forward. The Honorable Attorney General, he always says he has my back, and I can say that he has proven that on many an occasion when I felt that, I say I'm like Kunta Kinte, with getting the whip across my back, and I can rely on him to make sure that he puts the right words on paper to protect us, using the law, using the Constitution, just being culturally sensitive to what is necessary in this context, as Anguilla being a small island nation right now under an administering power, when certainly with people who are independently minded and defiant and resilient. He understood what it means to be proud, strong, and free, and helped when we needed the right advice and his expertise. He gave it willingly, sacrificing himself sometimes. Sometimes after midnight, he'd be responding to some queries because he felt it was necessary to get it done at that point in time. And so I want to thank him for that. But even more so, and as he has represented Anguilla, as we heard at the Privy Council, still has another one to go in that regard. He's working right down to the last minute. And so we certainly wish him the best, but we know we're well in good hands with him representing us. But even better than his understanding of the law and the Constitution is his knowledge of R&B, Madam Speaker. And I don't know if you've been honored enough to have heard him sing or to recite poetry in that barrow white voice, where he is able to do that. And certainly I'm hoping that we get one more chance at that before he leaves Anguilla's beautiful shores. We call him the smooth operator of, the music and the beat of love. What do I say? He can lay down lyrics like a gangster. So, AG, it would certainly be a big loss for you to leave Anguilla, but we know that God has bigger and better things for you as you go on to your next phase in life. And I know that there's no ceiling. You will, climb the highest mountain, swim the widest ocean, traverse the deepest valley, but you'll get there to where you're headed. And so I want to wish you the best as you move on, and thank you for the service that you have given to Anguilla and to me as leader of government business, to cabinet, to the staff. You've certainly been there, and certainly want to thank the staff in the Attorney General's chambers who have been there, and you have propped them up and made all of us better. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. And all of those good things said, I am now going to invite the Honorable Attorney General to respond if he so wishes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mindful of the hour and the day's work, I don't propose to detain my colleagues, that portion of my colleagues that remains in the House. I've long recognized that in order to perform this role, particularly this role under the Anguilla Constitution, that one has to have fortitude and independence. And that might be something that some of us may not know or might find difficult to understand given recent history in this country of the various predecessors that I've had The common misconception, I call it a misconception, that I encountered when I came into office was that the Attorney General was the governor's Attorney General. I do not see that anywhere in the Constitution. That is absolutely not so. Attorney General is the Attorney General of Anguilla, Attorney General of the government of Anguilla. The mechanism for appointment of the Attorney General in the Constitution of Anguilla is a unique one because the Constitution confers absolute discretion in such appointment on one person. So whoever makes that decision, you'll have to live with it, good or bad. But certainly for the person who has to perform the role, it's important that you appreciate and understand very well the role. And luckily for me, in my case, in addition from my own understanding, I was able to get good counsel from former leaders of this country who gratuitously gave advice to me, and which advice I took. And I considered that it was of vital importance for me to perform this role, that I get into a more in-depth understanding of the community. But I must do so in a way that maintains the independence of my office so that I'm not partisan. But I need to appreciate the nuances of the community. Because, Madam Speaker, though we are all Caribbean brothers and sisters, and there are many things that are common between us, each territory, each state, each community is unique. And Anguilla has its allure. And I, like many others, was seduced at a very early stage with Anguilla. And so, as I got into my deeper understanding of the community, I realized that with this understanding, I can better perform my role. But though I've heard many kind words from my colleagues today, I wish to say that even though it appeared to you what I was doing seemed easy, to me it was not. It was very difficult. And the difficulty is that you're very far from home. Number two, the job is a lonely one because you have to make decisions and live with it, and not everyone is going to help you. It's not one where you can play the role of a politician. There is no way that one can be all things to all persons in this role. But the important thing is that, as I mentioned from before, fortitude and independence. I want to say to colleagues that I am not abandoning Anguilla as a country and its people. I may be leaving office. I may be demitting this role. But the friendships that I've made, like with the Clerk of Parliament, he knows that I can't abandon him. Because I've come to consider, Madam Speaker, Anguilla as part of my home. So it is I used to say Dominica was my second home. So I'll have to say Anguilla is my second home. Dominica is pushed a little further down. But let me say a few profound things, I think profound things, before I take my seat, because this is recorded for posterity. In my time, and I considered this period that I've served to have been a special time, not least because I've been able to witness transition of government from generational hands, and I mean political generational hands, to new political generational hands, but to witness a shift in perspective upon a change of administration. And in this case, I don't know if colleagues would recall my admonition when we assembled for the first time in July of 2020, because the administration was fresh, new, and at its core were young and inexperienced persons. Today I heard, I think two of our honorable colleagues referred to themselves as the rookies. I can hardly think that you are rookies at this point. Nowhere near that. This experience has been unique for me because the position I sit, the perch, I call it a perch, because you sit and you observe and you can actually see the evolution not only of government policy, but you can see the evolution of persons. And I am quite delighted that I've had the opportunity to serve with the past administration and this one. And that experience in and of itself deepened my appreciation and my love for the country. And I'm very grateful for that. I'm about to wrap. Thank you. And so I wish also to place on record that I'm very grateful for the kind encouragement of key persons who are not here. Certainly, I must say that I'm grateful to Governor Foy for his confidence, his counsel at times, even in and out of office, even when he left office. Former Governor Selvaratnam, for allowing me into the confidence of the former Premier, Mr. Banks, and to Dr. Webster, Premier, for his confidence and allowing me into his confidence, which I have kept and will forever keep sacred, as is my duty. And I appreciate, and I want to say my heartfelt gratitude, express that to all my colleagues in government and to our friends on the side opposite. But in my closing remarks, I want to leave the final words to the membership of the Attorney General's chambers. They are unsung heroes because quite often politicians, members of the government, whether they are elected or appointed, it is easy to forget what goes on in the chambers behind the scenes in order to keep the wheels turning. And I saw the human service of the staff of the Attorney General's chambers at its best during the COVID period. And I know the Premier can attest to that, because there were many nights when, even by phone, we were taking instructions from the Premier as the Minister of Health, because those were critical times and the Minister of Health was at the center of it all. And almost in real time, as the Chief is talking, we are modifying regulations to ease movement of goods and services between persons and to give comfort and safety during that difficult time to the people of Anguilla. And so I want to say that I appreciate all that they do, and I thank them very much for allowing me to bear the flag as their standard bearer. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and Godspeed.
Thank you also.
Adjournment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that this honorable House be adjourned until Tuesday, 25th June 2024 at 10 a.m.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second.
It has been moved and seconded that this honorable house now stands adjourned until June 25th at 10 a.m. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. This honorable house now stands adjourned until June 25th at 10 a.m. Thank you, members, and good evening.